Prologue on the plumage of birds. Before Australia was discovered, people in the Old World were absolutely convinced that all swans were white. It was an unshakable belief because it seemed to be completely confirmed by all the evidence they had. But then came the first sighting of a black swan. For a few birdwatchers, it might have been an interesting surprise. But the real importance of the story is not about the color of birds. Instead, it shows us a serious limit to what we can learn from our observations and experiences. It reveals how fragile our knowledge truly is. Just one single observation can prove a general statement wrong, even if that statement was based on seeing millions of white swans for thousands of years. All it takes is one single, solitary black bird. Now, I want to take this idea a step further, from a philosophical puzzle into an empirical reality that has fascinated me since I was a child. What I will call a black swan, with a capital B and a capital S, is an event that has three specific qualities. First, it is an outlier. This means it lies outside the realm of our regular expectations. Nothing in the past can convincingly point to its possibility. Second, it carries an extreme impact. Unlike the simple discovery of a black bird, a black swan event has major consequences. And third, despite its outlier status, our human nature makes us create explanations for it after it happens. This makes the event seem explainable and predictable in hindsight, even though it wasn't predictable beforehand. So let's summarize that triplet. A black swan is an event that is rare, has an extreme impact, and is predictable only in retrospect. A small number of these black swans can explain almost everything in our world. They explain the success of ideas and religions, the dynamics of historical events, and even elements of our own personal lives. Ever since we humans left the Pleistocene era about 10,000 years ago, the effect of these black swans has been increasing. It began to accelerate during the Industrial Revolution, as the world became more and more complicated. Meanwhile, the ordinary events, the ones we study, discuss, and try to predict by reading the newspapers, have become less and less important. Just think about it. Imagine your understanding of the world on the eve of 1914. How much would that have helped you guess what was about to happen? And please, don't cheat by using the explanations your high school teacher drilled into your head. What about the rise of Hitler and the war that followed? What about the sudden collapse of the Soviet bloc? Or the consequences of the rise of Islamic fundamentalism? What about the spread of the internet? Or the stock market crash of 1987 and the even more unexpected recovery that followed? Fads, epidemics, fashion, ideas, the emergence of new art forms, they all follow these black swan dynamics. Literally, just about everything of significance around you might qualify as a black swan. This combination of low predictability and large impact makes the black swan a great puzzle. But that's not the core concern of this audiobook. The real problem is that we tend to act as if black swans don't exist. And I don't just mean you and me. I mean almost all social scientists who for over a century have believed that their tools could measure uncertainty. But applying these tools to real-world problems has had ridiculous effects, which I've seen firsthand in finance and economics. Go ask your portfolio manager to define risk. The odds are he will give you a measure that completely excludes the possibility of the black swan. This means his definition has no better predictive value than astrology. As you'll hear later, they dress up this intellectual fraud with complicated mathematics. This problem is widespread in all social matters. The central idea of this audiobook is our blindness to randomness, especially to large deviations. Why do we, whether we are scientists or not, tend to see the pennies instead of the dollars? Why do we keep focusing on the minor details, not the possible major events, even when there's obvious evidence of their huge influence? And, if you follow my argument, why does reading the newspaper actually decrease your knowledge of the world? It's easy to see that life is the cumulative effect of a handful of significant shocks. It's not so hard to see the role of black swans from your armchair or your bar stool. Try this little exercise. Look at your own life. Count the significant events, the technological changes, and the inventions that have happened in your environment since you were born. Compare them to what was expected before they occurred. How many of them arrived on a schedule? Now look at your personal life. Think about your choice of profession or how you met your partner. Think about being exiled from your home country, the betrayals you faced, or your sudden enrichment or impoverishment. How often did these things happen according to plan? What you do not know. The logic of the black swan makes what you don't know far more relevant than what you do know. Consider that many black swans are caused and made worse by the very fact that they are unexpected. Think of the terrorist attack of September 11th, 2001. If that risk had been reasonably conceivable on September 10th, it would not have happened. If such a possibility had been taken seriously, fighter planes would have been circling the skies above the Twin Towers, and airplanes would have had locked, bulletproof doors. The attack would not have happened, period. Something else might have happened. What? I don't know. Isn't it strange to see an event happening precisely because it was not supposed to happen? What kind of defense do we have against that? Whatever you come to know, for instance, that New York is an easy terrorist target, may become irrelevant if your enemy knows that you know it. It may be odd, but in a strategic game like this, what you know can be truly inconsequential. This idea extends to all businesses. Think about the secret recipe for making a killing in the restaurant business. If it were known and obvious, someone next door would have already come up with the idea, and it would have become generic. The next big success in the restaurant industry has to be an idea that is not easily conceived by the current population of restaurant owners. It has to be something unexpected. The more unexpected the success of such a venture, the fewer competitors there will be, and the more successful the entrepreneur who implements the idea will be. The same applies to the shoe business, the book business, or any kind of entrepreneurship. It also applies to scientific theories. Nobody is interested in listening to trivialities. The payoff of a human venture is generally inversely proportional to what it is expected to be. Consider the Indian Ocean tsunami of December 2004. If it had been expected, it would not have caused the damage it did. The areas affected would have been less populated, and an early warning system would have been in place. What you know cannot really hurt you. Experts in empty suits. Our inability to predict outliers means we are unable to predict the course of history, given how much these events shape historical dynamics. But we act as though we are able to predict historical events, or even worse, as if we are able to change the course of history. We produce 30-year projections of social security deficits and oil prices without realizing that we cannot even predict these things for next summer. Our cumulative prediction errors for political and economic events are so monstrous that every time I look at the empirical record, I have to pinch myself to verify that I am not dreaming. What is surprising is not the size of our forecast errors, but our lack of awareness of them. This is all the more worrisome when we engage in deadly conflicts. Wars are fundamentally unpredictable, and we do not know it. Because of this misunderstanding of the causal chains between policy and action, we can easily trigger black swans out of aggressive ignorance, like a child playing with a chemistry kit. Our inability to predict an environment subject to the black swan, coupled with a general lack of awareness of this fact, means that certain professionals, while believing they are experts, are in fact not. Based on their empirical record, they do not know more about their subject than the general population. But they are much better at narrating, or worse, at fooling you with complicated mathematical models. They are also more likely to wear a tie. Since black swans are unpredictable, we need to adjust to their existence, rather than naively trying to predict them. There are so many things we can do if we focus on what we do not know. Among many other benefits, you can set yourself up to collect serendipitous black swans, the positive kind, by maximizing your exposure to them. In some domains, like scientific discovery and venture capital investments, there is a disproportionate payoff from the unknown, since you typically have little to lose and plenty to gain from a rare event. We will see that, contrary to social science wisdom, almost no discovery, no notable technology, came from design and planning. They were just black swans. The strategy for discoverers and entrepreneurs is to rely less on top-down planning and to focus on maximum tinkering and recognizing opportunities when they present themselves. So I disagree with the followers of both Marx and Adam Smith. The reason free markets work is because they allow people to be lucky, thanks to aggressive trial and error, not by giving rewards or incentives for skill. The strategy, then, is to tinker as much as possible and try to collect as many black swan opportunities as you can. Learning to learn. Another related human weakness comes from our excessive focus on what we do know. We tend to learn the precise, not the general. What did people learn from the 9/11 episode? Did they learn that some events, because of their dynamics, are largely unpredictable? No. Did they learn the built-in defect of conventional wisdom? No. What did they figure out? They learned precise rules for avoiding Islamic proto-terrorists and tall buildings. Many people keep reminding me that it is important for us to be practical and take tangible steps rather than to theorize about knowledge. The story of the Maginot Line shows how we are conditioned to be specific. The French, after the Great War, built a wall along the previous German invasion route to prevent another invasion, but Hitler just went around it, almost effortlessly. The French had been excellent students of history. They just learned with too much precision. They were too practical and too focused for their own safety. We do not spontaneously learn that we don't learn that we don't learn. The problem lies in the structure of our minds. We don't learn rules, just facts, and only facts. We don't seem to be good at getting meta-rules, such as the rule that we have a tendency not to learn rules. We scorn the abstract. We scorn it with a passion. Why? It's important to understand this, as it is my agenda in the rest of this audiobook, both to stand conventional wisdom on its head and to show how inapplicable it is to our modern, complex, and increasingly recursive environment. A recursive environment is one with an increasing number of feedback loops, where events cause more events, generating snowballs and unpredictable winner-take-all effects. But there is a deeper question. What are our minds made for? It looks as if we have the wrong user's manual. Our minds do not seem made to think and introspect. If they were, things would be easier for us today, but then we would not be here today, and I would not be here to talk about it. My counterfactual, introspective, and hard-thinking ancestor would have been eaten by a lion, while his non-thinking but faster-reacting cousin would have run for cover. Consider that thinking is time-consuming, and generally a great waste of energy. Our predecessors spent more than 100 million years as non-thinking mammals, and in the tiny blip in our history during which we have used our brain, we have used it on subjects too peripheral to matter. Evidence shows that we do much less thinking than we believe we do, except, of course, when we think about it. A new kind of ingratitude. It is quite saddening to think of those people who have been mistreated by history. There were the scorned poets, like Edgar Allan Poe or Arthur Rimbaud, who were looked down upon by society but are now worshipped and force-fed to school children. There are even schools named after high school dropouts. Alas, this recognition came a little too late for the poet to get a serotonin kick out of it, or to prop up his romantic life on Earth. But there are even more mistreated heroes. The very sad category of those who we do not know were heroes, who saved our lives, who helped us avoid disasters. They left no traces and did not even know that they were making a contribution. We remember the martyrs who died for a cause we knew about, but never those who were no less effective, but whose cause we were never aware of, precisely because they were successful. Our ingratitude toward the scorned poets fades completely in front of this other type of thanklessness. This is a far more vicious kind of ingratitude, the feeling of uselessness on the part of the silent hero. I will illustrate this with a thought experiment. Assume that a legislator with courage, influence, intellect, vision, and perseverance manages to enact a law that goes into effect on September 10, 2001. It imposes continuously locked bulletproof doors in every cockpit at high cost to the struggling airlines. This is just in case terrorists decide to use planes to attack the World Trade Center in New York City. I know this is lunacy, but it is just a thought experiment. The legislation is not a popular measure among airline personnel, as it complicates their lives, but it would certainly have prevented 9/11. The person who imposed locks on cockpit doors gets no statues in public squares, not so much as a quick mention of his contribution in his obituary. Joe Smith, who helped avoid the disaster of 9/11, died of complications of liver disease, it might read. Seeing how superfluous his measure was and how it squandered resources, the public, with great help from airline pilots, might well boot him out of office. He will retire depressed, with a great sense of failure. He will die with the impression of having done nothing useful. I wish I could go to his funeral, but I can't find him. And yet, recognition can be quite a pump. Believe me, even those who genuinely claim that they do not believe in recognition actually get a serotonin kick from it. See how the silent hero is rewarded. Even his own hormonal system will conspire to offer no reward. Now consider again the events of 9/11. In their aftermath, who got the recognition? Those you saw in the media, on television, performing heroic acts, and those whom you saw trying to give you the impression that they were performing heroic acts. The latter category includes someone like the New York Stock Exchange chairman, Richard Grasso, who saved the stock exchange and received a huge bonus for his contribution. All he had to do was be there to ring the opening bell on television. The television that we will see is the carrier of unfairness and a major cause of black swan blindness. Who gets rewarded? The central banker who avoids a recession, or the one who comes to correct his predecessor's faults and happens to be there during some economic recovery? Who is more valuable, the politician who avoids a war, or the one who starts a new one and is lucky enough to win? It is the same logic reversal we saw earlier with the value of what we don't know. Everybody knows that you need more prevention than treatment, but few reward acts of prevention. We glorify those who left their names in history books at the expense of those contributors about whom our books are silent. We humans are not just a superficial race, we are a very unfair one. Life is very unusual. This is a book about uncertainty. To me, the rare event equals uncertainty. This may seem like a strong statement that we need to principally study the rare and extreme events in order to figure out common ones, but I will make myself clear. There are two possible ways to approach phenomena. The first is to rule out the extraordinary and focus on the normal. The examiner leaves aside outliers and studies ordinary cases. The second approach is to consider that in order to understand a phenomenon, one needs first to consider the extremes, particularly if, like the black swan, they carry an extraordinary cumulative effect. I don't particularly care about the usual. If you want to get an idea of a friend's temperament, ethics, and personal elegance, you need to look at him under the tests of severe circumstances, not under the regular rosy glow of daily life. Can you assess the danger a criminal poses by examining only what he does on an ordinary day? Can we understand health without considering wild diseases and epidemics? Indeed, the normal is often irrelevant. Almost everything in social life is produced by rare but consequential shocks and jumps. All the while, almost everything studied about social life focuses on the normal, particularly with bell curve methods of inference that tell you close to nothing. Why? Because the bell curve ignores large deviations. It cannot handle them, yet it makes us confident that we have tamed uncertainty. Its nickname in this audiobook is GIF, the Great Intellectual Fraud. Plato and the Nerd. At the start of the Jewish revolt in the 1st century of our era, much of the Jews' anger was caused by the Romans' insistence on putting a statue of Caligula in their temple in Jerusalem, in exchange for placing a statue of the Jewish god Yahweh in Roman temples. The Romans did not realize that what the Jews meant by God was abstract, all-embracing, and had nothing to do with the anthropomorphic, too-human representation that Romans had in mind when they said deus. Critically, the Jewish God did not lend himself to symbolic representation. Likewise, what many people label as unknown, improbable, or uncertain is not the same thing to me. It is not a concrete and precise category of knowledge, but its opposite. It is the lack and limitations of knowledge. It is the exact contrary of knowledge. One should learn to avoid using terms made for knowledge to describe its opposite. What I call Platonicity, after the ideas and personality of the philosopher Plato, is our tendency to mistake the map for the territory. We focus on pure and well-defined forms, whether objects like triangles or social notions like utopias or even nationalities. When these crisp ideas and constructs inhabit our minds, we prefer them over other less elegant objects, those with messier and less tractable structures. Platonicity is what makes us think that we understand more than we actually do. But this does not happen everywhere. I'm not saying that Platonic forms don't exist. Models and constructions, these intellectual maps of reality, are not always wrong. They are wrong only in some specific applications. The difficulty is that first, you do not know beforehand where the map will be wrong, and second, the mistakes can lead to severe consequences. These models are like potentially helpful medicines that carry random but very severe side effects. The Platonic fold is the explosive boundary where the Platonic mindset comes into contact with messy reality, where the gap between what you know and what you think you know becomes dangerously wide. It is here that the Black Swan is produced. Too dull to write about. It was said that the filmmaker Luchino Visconti made sure that when actors pointed at a closed box meant to contain jewels, there were real jewels inside. It could be an effective way to make actors live their part. I think that Visconti's gesture may also come out of a plain sense of aesthetics and a desire for authenticity. Somehow it may not feel right to fool the viewer. This is an essay expressing a primary idea. It is not a repackaging of other people's thoughts. An essay is an impulsive meditation, not science reporting. I apologize if I skip a few obvious topics in this audiobook out of the conviction that what is too dull for me to write about might be too dull for you to listen to. Also, avoiding dullness may help to filter out the non-essential. Talk is cheap. Someone who took too many philosophy classes in college might object that the sighting of a black swan does not invalidate the theory that all swans are white, since such a black bird is not technically a swan if whiteness is the essential property of a swan. Indeed, those who read too much about Wittgenstein may be under the impression that language problems are important. They may certainly be important to attain prominence in philosophy departments, but they are something we, practitioners and decision-makers in the real world, leave for the weekend. For all their intellectual appeal, these niceties have no serious implications Monday to Friday. People in the classroom, not having faced many true situations of decision-making under uncertainty, do not realize what is important and what is not. What I call the practice of uncertainty can be piracy, commodity speculation, professional gambling, or just plain serial entrepreneurship. Thus I rail against sterile skepticism, the kind we can do nothing about. The philosopher Edna Ullmann Margalit detected an inconsistency in this book and asked me to justify the use of the precise metaphor of a black swan to describe the unknown, the abstract, and the imprecise uncertain. Indeed, she caught me. There is a contradiction. This book is a story, and I prefer to use stories and vignettes to illustrate our gullibility about stories and our preference for the dangerous compression of narratives. You need a story to displace a story. Metaphors and stories are far more potent, alas, than ideas. They are also easier to remember and more fun to engage with. If I have to go after what I call the narrative disciplines, my best tool is a narrative. Ideas come and go, stories stay. The bottom line, the beast in this book is not just the bell curve and the self-deceiving statistician, nor the platonified scholar who needs theories to fool himself with. It is the drive to focus on what makes sense to us. Living on our planet today requires a lot more imagination than we are made to have. We lack imagination and we repress it in others. Note that I am not relying in this audiobook on the beastly method of collecting selective corroborating evidence. For reasons I explain in Chapter 5, I call this overload of examples naive empiricism. A succession of anecdotes selected to fit a story does not constitute evidence. Anyone looking for confirmation will find enough of it to deceive himself, and no doubt his peers. The black swan idea is based on the structure of randomness in empirical reality. To summarize, in this personal essay, I stick my neck out and make a claim against many of our habits of thought, that our world is dominated by the extreme, the unknown, and the very improbable. Improbable according to our current knowledge. And all the while we spend our time engaged in small talk, focusing on the known and the repeated. This implies the need to use the extreme event as a starting point and not treat it as an exception to be pushed under the rug. I also make the bolder and more annoying claim that in spite of our progress and the growth in knowledge, or perhaps because of it, the future will be increasingly less predictable, while both human nature and social science seem to conspire to hide this idea from us. I derived an unexpected amount of enjoyment writing this book. In fact, it just wrote itself, and I hope that you will experience the same. I confess that I got hooked on this withdrawal into pure ideas after the constraints of an active and transactional life. After this book is published, my aim is to spend time away from the clutter of public activities in order to think about my philosophical scientific idea in total tranquility. Part 1, Umberto Eco's Anti-Library, or How We Seek Corroboration. The writer Umberto Eco belongs to that small class of scholars who are encyclopedic, insightful, and not dull. He is the owner of a large personal library containing 30,000 books. He separates visitors into two categories. The first are those who react with, "Wow, Signore Professore Dottore Eco, what a library you have. How many of these books have you read?" The second category is a very small minority who understand that a private library is not an ego-boosting appendage but a research tool. Read books are far less valuable than unread ones. The library should contain as much of what you do not know as your financial means allow you to put there. You will accumulate more knowledge and more books as you grow older, and the growing number of unread books on the shelves will look at you menacingly. Indeed, the more you know, the larger the rows of unread books. Let us call this collection of unread books an anti-library. We tend to treat our knowledge as personal property to be protected and defended. It is an ornament that allows us to rise in the pecking order. So this tendency to offend Eco's library sensibility by focusing on the known is a human bias that extends to our mental operations. People don't walk around with anti-resumes telling you what they have not studied or experienced, but it would be nice if they did. Just as we need to stand library logic on its head, we will work on standing knowledge itself on its head. Note that the black swan comes from our misunderstanding of the likelihood of surprises, those unread books, because we take what we know a little too seriously. Let us call an anti-scholar someone who focuses on the unread books and makes an attempt not to treat his knowledge as a treasure, or even a possession, or even a self-esteem enhancement device. This person is a skeptical empiricist. Now we'll explore the question of how we humans deal with knowledge and our preference for the anecdotal over the empirical. Chapter 1, The Apprenticeship of an Empirical Skeptic. This is not an autobiography, so I will skip the scenes of war. Actually, even if it were an autobiography, I would still skip the scenes of war. I cannot compete with action movies or memoirs of adventurers more accomplished than myself, so I will stick to my specialties of chance and uncertainty. Anatomy of a Black Swan. For more than a millennium, the eastern Mediterranean seaboard, once called Syria Libanensis or Mount Lebanon, had been able to accommodate at least a dozen different sects, ethnicities, and beliefs. It worked like magic. The place resembled the major mercantile cities of the eastern Mediterranean, known as the Levant, more than it did the interior parts of the Near East. The Levantine cities were commercial by nature. People dealt with one another according to a clear protocol, preserving a peace that was good for commerce, and they socialized quite a bit across communities. This millennium of peace was interrupted only by small, occasional friction within Muslim and Christian communities, but rarely between Christians and Muslims. While the cities were mercantile, the mountains had been settled by all manner of religious minorities who claimed to have fled both Byzantine and Muslim orthodoxies. A mountainous terrain is an ideal refuge from the mainstream. The mosaic of cultures and religions there was considered an example of coexistence. Christians of all varieties, Muslims of both Shiite and Sunni branches, Druzes, and a few Jews. It was taken for granted that people learned to be tolerant there. I recall being taught in school how much more civilized and wiser we were than those in the Balkan communities, who not only didn't bathe, but also fell prey to fractious fighting. Things appeared to be in a state of stable equilibrium, evolving out of a historical tendency for betterment and tolerance. Both sides of my family came from the Greco-Syrian community, the last Byzantine outpost in northern Syria, which included what is now called Lebanon. The Byzantines called themselves Romans, or Rum in the local languages. We originated from the olive-growing area at the base of Mount Lebanon. We had been living in mercantile peace with the Muslims since the Arab invasion in the 7th century, with only occasional harassment by the Lebanese Maronite Christians from the mountains. By some Byzantine arrangement, we managed to pay taxes to both the Arab rulers and the Byzantine emperors, and get protection from both. We thus managed to live in peace for more than a millennium, almost without bloodshed. By any standard, the country called Lebanon, to which we found ourselves suddenly incorporated after the fall of the Ottoman Empire in the early 20th century, appeared to be a stable paradise. It was also carved out in a way to be predominantly Christian. People were suddenly brainwashed to believe in the nation-state as an entity. The Christians convinced themselves that they were at the origin and center of what is loosely called Western culture, yet with a window on the East. In a classic case of static thinking, nobody took into account the differences in birth rates between communities, and it was assumed that a slight Christian majority would remain permanent. Levantines had been granted Roman citizenship, which allowed St. Paul, a Syrian, to travel freely through the ancient world. People felt connected to everything they felt was worth connecting to. The place was exceedingly open to the world, with a vastly sophisticated lifestyle, a prosperous economy, and temperate weather just like California, with snow-covered mountains jutting above the Mediterranean. It attracted a collection of spies, prostitutes, writers, poets, drug dealers, adventurers, compulsive gamblers, tennis players, après-skiers, and merchants, all professions that complement one another. Many people acted as if they were in an old James Bond movie. The main attribute of paradise was there. Cab drivers were said to be polite. True, with hindsight, the place may appear more idyllic in memory than it actually was. I was too young to taste the pleasures of the place, as I became a rebellious idealist and very early on developed an ascetic taste, averse to the ostentatious signaling of wealth and allergic to the Levantine culture's overt pursuit of luxury. As a teenager, I could not wait to go settle in a metropolis with fewer James Bond types around. Yet, I recall something that felt special in the intellectual air. I attended the French lycée that had one of the highest success rates for the French baccalaureate, the high school degree. Formal French was spoken there with some purity as a language of distinction. On walking walks, my ethos was shaped when, at 15, I was put in jail for allegedly attacking a policeman with a slab of concrete during a student riot. The incident had strange ramifications, since my grandfather was then the Minister of the Interior and the person who signed the order to crush our revolt. One of the rioters was shot dead when a policeman panicked and randomly opened fire. I recall being at the center of the riot and feeling a huge satisfaction upon my capture, while my friends were scared of both prison and their parents. We frightened the government so much that we were granted amnesty. There were obvious benefits in showing one's ability to act on one's opinions and not compromising to avoid offending others. I was in a state of rage and didn't care what my parents and grandfather thought of me. This made them quite scared of me, so I could not afford to back down. Had I concealed my participation and been discovered, instead of being openly defiant, I am certain that I would have been treated as a black sheep. It is one thing to be cosmetically defiant of authority by wearing unconventional clothes, and another to prove your willingness to translate belief into action. My paternal uncle was not too bothered by my political ideas. He was outraged that I used them as an excuse to dress sloppily. To him, inelegance on the part of a close family member was the mortal offense. Public knowledge of my capture had another major benefit. It allowed me to avoid the usual outward signs of teenage rebellion. I discovered that it is much more effective to act like a nice guy and be reasonable if you prove you're willing to go beyond just words. You can afford to be compassionate and courteous if once in a while, when it is least expected but completely justified, you savage an enemy just to show that you can walk the walk. Paradise evaporated. The Lebanese paradise suddenly evaporated after a few bullets and mortar shells. A few months after my jail episode, after close to 13 centuries of remarkable ethnic coexistence, a black swan coming out of nowhere transformed the place from heaven to hell. A fierce civil war began between Christians and Muslims. It was brutal, since the combat zones were in the center of the town. The conflict lasted more than a decade and a half. Aside from the physical destruction, the war removed much of the crust of sophistication that had made the Levantine cities a center of great intellectual refinement for 3,000 years. The number of cultured people dropped below some critical level. Suddenly, the place became a vacuum. Brain drain is hard to reverse, and some of the old refinement may be lost forever. The starred night. The next time you experience a blackout, take some solace by looking at the sky. You will not recognize it. Beirut had frequent power shutdowns during the war. Before people bought their own generators, one side of the sky was clear at night, owing to the absence of light pollution. You could see the stars with great clarity. I had been told in high school that the planets are in something called equilibrium, so we did not have to worry about the stars hitting us unexpectedly. To me, that eerily resembled the stories we were also told about the unique historical stability of Lebanon. The very idea of assumed equilibrium bothered me. I looked at the constellations in the sky and did not know what to believe. History and the triplet of opacity. History is opaque. You see what comes out, not the script that produces events, the generator of history. There is a fundamental incompleteness in your grasp of such events, since you do not see what's inside the box, how the mechanisms work. This is similar to the difference between the food you see on the table at a restaurant and the process you can observe in the kitchen. The human mind suffers from three ailments as it comes into contact with history, what I call the triplet of opacity. They are, first, the illusion of understanding, or how everyone thinks they know what is going on in a world that is more complicated or random than they realize. Second, the retrospective distortion, or how we can assess matters only after the fact, as if they were in a rear-view mirror. And third, the overvaluation of factual information and the handicap of authoritative and learned people, particularly when they create categories, when they platonify. Nobody knows what's going on. The first leg of the triplet is the pathology of thinking that the world in which we live is more understandable, more explainable, and therefore more predictable than it actually is. I was constantly told by adults that the war, which ended up lasting close to 17 years, was going to end in only a matter of days. They seemed quite confident in their forecasts. One uncle kept telling me how some 30 years earlier, when rich Palestinians fled to Lebanon, they considered it a very temporary solution. Yet when I asked him if it was going to be the same with our conflict, he replied, "No, of course not. This place is different." Somehow, what he detected in others did not seem to apply to him. This duration blindness in the middle-aged exile is quite a widespread disease. I studied exile literature and found that almost all exiles act in the same way. One hears endless stories of Cuban refugees with suitcases still half-packed who came to Miami in the 1960s for a matter of a few days, and of Iranian refugees in Paris and London who fled in 1978 thinking that their absence would be a brief vacation. A few are still waiting, more than a quarter century later. Many Russians who left in 1917 settled in Berlin, perhaps to be close enough for a quick return. There was, of course, some wishful thinking in all of these forecasting errors, but there was a knowledge problem as well. The dynamics of the Lebanese conflict had been patently unpredictable, yet people's reasoning showed a constant. Almost all those who cared seemed convinced that they understood what was going on. Every single day brought occurrences that lay completely outside their forecast, but they could not figure out that they had not forecast them. This retrospective plausibility causes a discounting of the rarity of the event. History does not crawl, it jumps. Later, upon replaying the wartime events in my memory, I developed the governing impression that our minds are wonderful explanation machines, capable of making sense out of almost anything, and generally incapable of accepting the idea of unpredictability. These events were unexplainable, but intelligent people thought they were capable of providing convincing explanations for them, after the fact. Furthermore, the more intelligent the person, the better sounding the explanation. So I left the place called Lebanon as a teenager, but kept coming back to visit. The war was not continuous. There were periods of fighting interrupted by permanent solutions. I felt closer to my roots during times of trouble. Paradoxically, I was less concerned by the events and able to pursue my intellectual interests guilt-free when I was inside Lebanon. There were a few difficult questions. How could one have predicted that people who seemed a model of tolerance could become the purest of barbarians overnight? Why was the change so abrupt? I later realized that this irregularity was not a local property. The Levant has been something of a mass producer of consequential events nobody saw coming. Who predicted the rise of Christianity? The Roman chroniclers of that period did not even take note of the new religion. How about the rise of Islam 7 centuries later? Who forecast that a collection of horsemen would spread their empire from the Indian subcontinent to Spain in just a few years? These kinds of discontinuities did not make the historian's profession too easy. The studious examination of the past in the greatest of detail does not teach you much about the mind of history. It only gives you the illusion of understanding it. History and societies do not crawl, they make jumps. They go from fracture to fracture with a few vibrations in between. Yet we like to believe in predictable, small, incremental progression. It struck me then that we are just a great machine for looking backward, and that humans are great at self-delusion. On history running backward. Events present themselves to us in a distorted way. Of the millions of small facts that prevail before an event occurs, only a few will turn out to be relevant later to your understanding of what happened. Because your memory is limited and filtered, you will be inclined to remember those data that subsequently match the facts. During the first phase of the war, I was in a basement, diving into all manner of books. School was closed, and it was raining mortar shells. I wanted to be a philosopher, so I studied theoretical accounts of wars and conflicts, trying to get into the workings of that big machine that generates events. Surprisingly, the book that influenced me most was not written by a thinker, but by a journalist. William Shirer's Berlin Diary. It occurred to me that the journal offered an unusual perspective. I was experiencing a non-theoretical unfolding of history, and I was reading about someone apparently experiencing history as it went along. I realized that if I were to write about the events later, they would seem more historical. There was a difference between the before and the after. The journal was purportedly written without Shirer knowing what was going to happen next. Some comments were quite illuminating, particularly those concerning the French belief that Hitler was a transitory phenomenon. At no time was the extent of the ultimate devastation deemed possible. While we have an unstable memory, a diary provides indelible facts recorded more or less immediately. It allows us to later study events in their own context. One would suppose that people living through the beginning of World War II had an inkling that something momentous was taking place. Not at all. Shirer's diary turned out to be a training program in the dynamics of uncertainty. I wanted to be a philosopher, not knowing at the time what most professional philosophers did for a living. The idea led me to adventure and to mathematical and scientific pursuits instead. Education in a taxicab. I will introduce the third element of the triplet, the curse of learning, as follows. I closely watched my grandfather, who was Minister of Defense in the early days of the war. In spite of his position, he did not seem to know what was going to happen any more than did his driver, Mikhail. But unlike my grandfather, Mikhail used to repeat "God knows" as his main commentary on events, transferring the task of understanding higher up. I noticed that very intelligent and informed persons were at no advantage over cab drivers in their predictions. But there was a crucial difference. Cab drivers did not believe that they understood as much as learned people. Nobody knew anything, but elite thinkers thought that they knew more than the rest because they were elite thinkers. It is not just knowledge, but information that can be of dubious value. I noticed that almost everybody was acquainted with current events in their smallest details. The overlap between newspapers was so large that you would get less and less information the more you read. Yet everyone was eager to become familiar with every fact, listening to every radio station as if the great answer was going to be revealed in the next bulletin. But it was to no avail. I also noticed during the Lebanese War that journalists tended to cluster not necessarily around the same opinions, but frequently around the same framework of analyses. They assign the same importance to the same sets of circumstances and cut reality into the same categories, another manifestation of Platonicity. For instance, while Lebanon in earlier journalism was part of the Levant, the Eastern Mediterranean, it now suddenly became part of the Middle East, as if someone had transported it closer to Saudi Arabia. The island of Cyprus, around 60 miles from my village, suddenly became part of Europe. Categorizing is necessary for humans, but it becomes pathological when the category is seen as definitive. If you selected 100 independent-minded journalists, you would get 100 different opinions. But the process of having these people report in lockstep caused them to converge on opinions and use the same items as causes. If you want to see what I mean by the arbitrariness of categories, check the situation of polarized politics. The next time a Martian visits Earth, try to explain to him why those who favor allowing the elimination of a fetus also oppose capital punishment, or why those who accept abortion are supposed to be favorable to high taxation but against a strong military. I noticed the absurdity of clustering when I was quite young. In that civil war of Lebanon, Christians became pro-free market and the Islamists became socialists, getting support from communist regimes. The best way to prove the arbitrary character of these categories is to remember how frequently they reverse in history. Today's alliance between Christian fundamentalists and the Israeli lobby would certainly seem puzzling to a 19th century intellectual. Libertarians used to be left-wing. What is interesting is that some random event makes one group that supports an issue ally itself with another group that supports another issue, causing the two items to fuse and unify until the surprise of their separation. Any reduction of the world around us can have explosive consequences since it rules out some sources of uncertainty. For instance, you may think that radical Islam is your ally against the threat of communism, and so you may help them develop until they send 2 planes into downtown Manhattan. It was a few years after the beginning of the war, as I was attending the Wharton School, that I was hit with the idea of efficient markets. This idea holds that there is no way to derive profits from traded securities, since these instruments have automatically incorporated all the available information. Public information can therefore be useless. I then completely gave up reading newspapers and watching television, which freed up a considerable amount of time. It was a perfect alibi since I found nothing interesting about the details of the business world. Where is the show? Why someone with plans to become a philosopher would wind up in business school still escapes me. There, I saw that it was not merely some inconsequential politician in a small country who did not know what was going on. What I saw was that in one of the most prestigious business schools in the world, the executives of the most powerful corporations were coming to describe what they did for a living, and it was possible that they too did not know what was going on. I felt in my spine the weight of the epistemic arrogance of the human race. I became obsessive. At the time, I started becoming conscious of my subject, the highly improbable consequential event. And it was not only well-dressed corporate executives who were usually fooled by this concentrated luck, but persons of great learning. My idea is that not only are some scientific results useless in real life because they underestimate the impact of the highly improbable, but that many of them may be actually creating black swans. 8 3/4 pounds later. 4.5 years after my graduation from Wharton, on October 19, 1987, I walked home from the offices of the investment bank Credit Suisse First Boston. I walked slowly, as I was in a bewildered state. That day saw a traumatic financial event, the largest market drop in modern history. It was all the more traumatic in that it took place at a time when we thought we had become sophisticated enough to prevent or at least forecast big shocks. The drop was not even the response to any discernible news. The occurrence of the event lay outside anything one could have imagined on the previous day. It qualified as a black swan. I ran into a colleague on Park Avenue, and as I started talking to him, an anxiety-ridden woman jumped into the conversation. "Hey, do the two of you know what's going on?" People on the sidewalk looked dazed. Earlier, I had seen a few adults silently sobbing in the trading room. I had spent the day at the epicenter of the events. When I got home, my cousin called to tell me that his neighbor committed suicide, jumping from his upper-floor apartment. It didn't even feel eerie. It felt like Lebanon, with a twist. Having seen both, I was struck that financial distress could be more demoralizing than war. I feared a Pyrrhic victory. I had been vindicated intellectually, but I was afraid of being too right and seeing the system crumble under my feet. I didn't really want to be that right, but I realized then and there that I did not give a hoot about the money. I experienced the strangest feeling I have ever had in my life, this deafening trumpet signaling to me that I was right, so loudly that it made my bones vibrate. It was a physical sensation, perhaps a mixture of joy, pride, and terror. And I felt vindicated? How? During the years after my arrival at Wharton, I had developed a precise but strange specialty, betting on rare and unexpected events, those considered inconceivable by the experts. For I was early to embrace the profession of quantitative finance. I became a quant and trader at the same time. A quant is a brand of industrial scientist who applies mathematical models of uncertainty to financial data. Except that I was a quant exactly in reverse. I studied the flaws and the limits of these models, looking for where they break down. I was convinced that I was totally incompetent in predicting market prices, but that others were generally incompetent also, but did not know it. Most traders were just picking pennies in front of a steamroller, exposing themselves to the high-impact rare event, yet sleeping like babies, unaware of it. Mine was the only job you could do if you thought of yourself as risk-hating, risk-aware, and highly ignorant. The four-letter word of independence. That night, on October 19, 1987, I slept for 12 hours straight. It was hard to tell my friends, all hurt in some manner by the crash, about this feeling of vindication. If my employer and the financial system survived until year-end, I would get the equivalent of a fellowship. This is sometimes called FU money, which, in spite of its coarseness, means that it allows you to act like a Victorian gentleman, free from slavery. It is a psychological buffer. It shields you from prostituting your mind and frees you from outside authority. While not substantial by some standards, it literally cured me of all financial ambition. So I stayed in the quant and trading businesses, but organized myself to do minimal but intense work. Never attend business meetings. Avoid the company of achievers and people in suits who don't read books, and take a sabbatical year for every 3 on average to fill up gaps in my scientific and philosophical culture. To slowly distill my single idea, I wanted to become a professional meditator, sit in cafes, sleep as long as I needed, read voraciously, and not owe any explanation to anybody. Limousine philosopher, the war in Lebanon, and the crash of 1987 seemed like identical phenomena. It became obvious to me that nearly everyone had a mental blind spot in acknowledging the role of such events. The problem lay not in the nature of events, but in the way we perceived them. I end this autobiographical prelude with the following story. When people at cocktail parties asked me what I did for a living, I was tempted to answer, I am a skeptical empiricist. But I made things simple by saying that I was a limousine driver. Once, on a transatlantic flight, I found myself upgraded to first class next to an expensively dressed, high-powered lady. She kept trying to start a conversation in broken French. I informed her, in English, that I was a limousine driver, proudly insisting that I only drove very upper-end cars. An icy silence lasted the whole flight, which allowed me to read in peace. Now we begin Chapter 2. Chapter 2, Yevgenia's Black Swan. 5 years ago, Yevgenia Nikolaevna Krasnova was an obscure and unpublished novelist with an unusual background. She was a neuroscientist with an interest in philosophy, and she got it into her stubborn head to express her research and ideas in literary form. She dressed up her theories as stories and mixed them with autobiographical commentary. Foreign dialogue was always written in the original language, with translations appended like movie subtitles. No publisher would have given her the time of day. A few agreed to speak with her. They hoped that she would write a popular science book on consciousness. She received enough attention to get courtesy rejection letters and occasional insulting comments. Publishers were confused by her manuscript. She could not even answer their first question: is this fiction or nonfiction? Nor could she respond to, "Who is this book written for?" on the publisher's proposal forms. She was told, "You need to understand who your audience is." One editor protectively added, "This, my dear friend, will only sell 10 copies, including those bought by your ex-husbands and family members." She had attended a famous writing workshop 5 years earlier and came out nauseated. The writers she met were learning to retrofit what was deemed successful. The workshop instructor told her that her case was utterly hopeless. Yevgenia ended up posting the entire manuscript of her main book, A Story of Recursion, on the web. There it found a small audience, which included the shrewd owner of a small unknown publishing house, who wore pink-rimmed glasses and spoke primitive Russian. He offered to publish her and agreed to her condition to keep her text completely unedited. He offered her a fraction of the standard royalty rate in return for her editorial stricture. He had so little to lose. She accepted since she had no choice. It took 5 years for Yevgenia to graduate from the egomaniac without anything to justify it category to persevering, resolute, painstaking, and fiercely independent. Her book slowly caught fire, becoming one of the great and strange successes in literary history, selling millions of copies. The startup house has since become a big corporation. Her book has been translated into 40 languages. She is said to be a pioneer of something called the Conciliant School. Publishers now have a theory that readers despise writers who pander to them. Today, Yevgenia has stopped marrying philosophers, and she hides from the press. In classrooms, literary scholars discuss the many clues indicating the inevitability of the new style. The distinction between fiction and nonfiction is considered too archaic. It was so evident that we needed to remedy the fragmentation between art and science. After the fact, her talent was so obvious. Many of the editors she later met blamed her for not coming to them, convinced that they would have immediately seen the merit in her work. A prominent scholar will show how the influence of Gregory Bateson, who injected autobiographical scenes into his scholarly research papers, is visible on every page. Yevgenia has never heard of Bateson. Yevgenia's book is a black swan. Let's continue with Chapter 3. Chapter 3, The Speculator and the Prostitute. Yevgenia's rise from obscurity to superstar is possible in only one environment, which I call extremistan. I will soon introduce the central distinction between the black swan-generating province of extremistan and the tame, quiet, and uneventful province of Mediocristan. The best worst advice. When I play back in my mind all the advice people have given me, I see that only a couple of ideas have stuck with me for life. The rest has been mere words. Most consisted of recommendations such as, be measured and reasonable in your statements, contradicting the black swan idea, since empirical reality is not measured. The most important piece of advice was, in retrospect, bad, but it was also paradoxically the most consequential. It came when I was 22. A second-year Wharton student told me to get a profession that is scalable, that is, one in which you are not paid by the hour and thus subject to the limitations of the amount of your labor. It was a very simple way to discriminate among professions, and it led me to the major philosophical problem, the problem of induction, which is the technical name for the black swan. How did career advice lead to such ideas? Some professions, such as dentists, consultants, or massage professionals, cannot be scaled. There is a cap on the number of patients or clients you can see in a given period of time. If you are a prostitute, you work by the hour and are paid by the hour. In these professions, no matter how highly paid, your income is subject to gravity. Your revenue depends on your continuous efforts more than on the quality of your decisions. This kind of work is largely predictable. Yevgenia would not have been able to cross the chasm between underdog and supreme hero overnight had she been a tax accountant. Other professions allow you to add zeros to your output and your income if you do well at little or no extra effort. Being lazy, I immediately drew a conclusion. I separated the idea person who sells an intellectual product from the labor person who sells his work. If you are an idea person, you do not have to work hard, only think intensely. You do the same work whether you produce 100 units or 1,000. In quant trading, the same amount of work is involved in buying 100 shares as in buying 100,000. The same property applies to recording artists or movie actors. You let the sound engineers and projectionists do the work. There is no need to show up at every performance. Similarly, a writer expends the same effort to attract one single listener as she would to capture several 100 million. J.K. Rowling, the author of the Harry Potter books, does not have to write each book again every time someone wants to listen to it. But this is not so for a baker. He needs to bake every single piece of bread to satisfy each additional customer. So the distinction between writer and baker, or speculator and doctor, is a helpful way to look at the world of activities. It separates those professions in which one can add zeros of income from those subjected to gravity. Beware the scalable, but why was the advice from my fellow student bad? If the advice was helpful in creating a classification for ranking uncertainty, it was a mistake as far as choices of profession went. A scalable profession is good only if you are successful. They are more competitive, produce monstrous inequalities, and are far more random, with huge disparities between efforts and rewards. A few can take a large share of the pie, leaving others out entirely at no fault of their own. One category of profession is driven by the mediocre, the average. The other has either giants or dwarves, a very small number of giants and a huge number of dwarves. Let us see what is behind the formation of unexpected giants. The advent of scalability. Consider the fate of Giacomo, an opera singer at the end of the 19th century, before sound recording was invented. He performs in a small town in central Italy. He is shielded from those big egos at La Scala in Milan. It is not yet possible for him to store his work, so his presence is needed at every performance. So the total pie is unevenly split, but only mildly so. Inequalities exist, but let us call them mild. There is no scalability yet. Now consider the effect of the first music recording, an invention that introduced a great deal of injustice. Our ability to reproduce performances allows me to listen on my laptop to the pianist Vladimir Horowitz, now extremely dead, instead of to the local émigré musician, who is now reduced to giving piano lessons to untalented children for close to minimum wage. Horowitz, though dead, is putting the poor man out of business. I believe that the big transition in social life came not with the gramophone, but when someone had the great but unjust idea to invent the alphabet, allowing us to store and reproduce information. It accelerated further with the printing press. The alphabet allowed stories and ideas to be replicated without limit. This implies that those who, for some reason, start getting some attention can quickly reach more minds than others and displace competitors from the bookshelves. In the days of bards and troubadours, everyone had an audience. Today, a few take almost everything, the rest, next to nothing. By the same mechanism, the advent of the cinema displaced neighborhood actors. In pursuits that have a technical component, like being a pianist, talent is easy to ascertain. The inequity comes when someone perceived as being marginally better gets the whole pie. In the arts, things are far more vicious. What we call talent generally comes from success rather than its opposite. A great deal of research has been done on this, most notably by Art Devaney, who studied wild uncertainty in the movies. He showed that much of what we ascribe to skills is an after-the-fact attribution. The movie makes the actor, he claims, and a large dose of nonlinear luck makes the movie. The success of movies depends severely on contagions. It is hard for us to accept that people do not fall in love with works of art only for their own sake, but also to feel that they belong to a community. Scalability and globalization. Whenever you hear a snotty European middlebrow stereotyping Americans, he will often describe them as uncultured, because, unlike his peers, Americans are not into what middlebrows call high culture. Yet the person making these statements is likely to be addicted to his iPod, wear blue jeans, and use Microsoft Word. Well, it so happens that America is currently far more creative than these nations of museum-goers. It is also far more tolerant of bottom-up tinkering and undirected trial and error. And globalization has allowed the United States to specialize in the creative aspect of things, the production of concepts and ideas, that is, the scalable part of the products. The American economy has leveraged itself heavily on idea generation, which explains why losing manufacturing jobs can be coupled with a rising standard of living. Travels inside Mediocristan. This scalable-non-scalable distinction allows us to make a clear-cut differentiation between two varieties of uncertainties, two types of randomness. Let's play the following thought experiment. Assume that you round up 1,000 people randomly selected from the general population. Imagine the heaviest person you can think of and add him to that sample. Assuming he weighs 3 times the average, he will rarely represent more than a very small fraction of the weight of the entire population. You can get even more aggressive. If you pick the heaviest biologically possible human on the planet, he would not represent more than a very negligible amount of the total. In the utopian province of Mediocristan, particular events don't contribute much individually, only collectively. I can state the supreme law of Mediocristan as follows. When your sample is large, no single instance will significantly change the aggregate or the total. The largest observation will remain impressive, but eventually insignificant to the sum. The strange country of extremistan. Now consider by comparison the net worth of the 1,000 people you lined up. Add to them the wealthiest person on the planet, say Bill Gates. Assume his net worth to be close to $80 billion, with the total capital of the others around a few million. How much of the total wealth would he represent? Maybe 99.9%? Indeed, all the others would represent no more than a rounding error for his net worth. For someone's weight to represent such a share, he would need to weigh 50 million pounds. Try it again with book sales. Line up 1,000 authors. Then add the living writer who currently has the most readers, J.K. Rowling. Her several hundred million books sold will dwarf the remaining 1,000 authors. Let us call these social matters, as they are man-made, as opposed to physical ones, like the size of waistlines. In extremistan, inequalities are such that one single observation can disproportionately impact the aggregate, or the total. So while weight, height, and calorie consumption are from Mediocristan, wealth is not. Almost all social matters are from extremistan. Social quantities are informational, not physical. Money in a bank account is something important, but certainly not physical. It is just a number. Look at the implication for the black swan. Extremistan can produce black swans, and does, since a few occurrences have had huge influences on history. This is the main idea of this audiobook. Extremistan in knowledge. If a Martian came to Earth and measured the heights of the denizens of this planet, he could safely stop at 100 humans to get a good picture of the average height. If you live in Mediocristan, you can be comfortable with what you have measured. It is not possible to have a black swan surprise such that a single event can dominate a phenomenon. But if you are dealing with quantities from extremistan, you will have trouble figuring out the average from any sample, since it can depend so much on one single observation. In extremistan, one unit can easily affect the total in a disproportionate way. In this world, you should always be suspicious of the knowledge you derive from data. Wild and mild. Let's look at the differences shaping up between Mediocristan and extremistan. Matters that seem to belong to Mediocristan include height, weight, calorie consumption, and income for a baker, a small restaurant owner, a prostitute, or an orthodontist. These are subject to what we call type 1 randomness. Matters that seem to belong to extremistan include wealth, income, book sales per author, celebrity name recognition, populations of cities, deaths in war, sizes of companies, and financial markets. These are subject to what we call type 2 randomness. The extremistan list is much longer. The tyranny of the accident. Let's rephrase the general distinction. Mediocristan is where we must endure the tyranny of the collective, the routine, the obvious, and the predicted. Extremistan is where we are subjected to the tyranny of the singular, the accidental, the unseen, and the unpredicted. As hard as you try, you will never lose a lot of weight in a single day. If you work as a dentist, you will never get rich in a single day. But if you are subject to extremistan-based speculation, you can gain or lose your fortune in a single minute. Let's compare the two dynamics. In Mediocristan, things are non-scalable. Randomness is mild or type 1. The most typical member is mediocre. Winners get a small segment of the total pie. It is more likely to be found in our ancestral environment and is impervious to the black swan. It is subject to gravity, corresponds to physical quantities, and is close to utopian equality. The total is not determined by a single instance. When you observe for a while, you can get to know what's going on. It's the tyranny of the collective, and it's easy to predict. History crawls. In extremistan, things are scalable. Randomness is wild or type 2. The most typical is either a giant or a dwarf. There is no typical member. There are winner-take-almost-all effects. It is more likely to be found in our modern environment and is vulnerable to the black swan. There are no physical constraints on what a number can be. It corresponds to numbers like wealth and is dominated by extreme inequality. The total will be determined by a small number of extreme events. It takes a long time to know what's going on. It's the tyranny of the accidental, and it's hard to predict from past information. History makes jumps. This framework is only a rough approximation. Please do not simplify it beyond what's necessary. Extremistan does not always imply black swans. Some events can be rare and consequential, but somewhat predictable. I call this special case of gray swans Mandelbrottian randomness. You can still experience severe black swans in Mediocristan, though not easily. You may forget that something is random, think that it is deterministic, then have a surprise. Most black swans result from this tunneling disease. Let's move on to Chapter 4. Chapter 4, 1001 Days, or How Not to Be a Sucker. This brings us to the black swan problem in its original form. Imagine someone of authority and rank, operating in a place where rank matters, say, a government agency or a large corporation. He could be a verbose political commentator, a company chairman discussing the bright future ahead, or a professor who does not laugh at your jokes. He takes what he knows a little too seriously. Say that a prankster surprises him one day by surreptitiously sliding a thin feather up his nose during a moment of relaxation. For a brief moment, before he regains his bearings, you will see disarray in his face. An equally effective prank would be to drop an ice cube down someone's collar when he expects it least. I had to stop these pranks as I got deeper into adulthood, but I am often involuntarily hit with such an image when bored out of my wits in meetings with serious-looking business persons talking about random events with plenty of because in their conversation. Reality provides such forced revisions of beliefs at quite a high frequency. The entire knowledge-seeking enterprise is based on taking conventional wisdom and shattering it into pieces with new, counterintuitive evidence. Scientists may be in the business of laughing at their predecessors, but few realize that someone will laugh at their beliefs in the near future. How to learn from the turkey. The philosopher Bertrand Russell presents a particularly toxic variant of my surprise jolt in his illustration of the problem of induction. How can we logically go from specific instances to reach general conclusions? How do we know what we know? Consider a turkey that is fed every day. Every single feeding will firm up the bird's belief that it is the general rule of life to be fed every day by friendly members of the human race. On the afternoon of the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, something unexpected will happen to the turkey. It will incur a revision of belief. The turkey problem can be generalized to any situation where the same hand that feeds you can be the one that wrings your neck. What can a turkey learn about what is in store for it tomorrow from the events of yesterday? A lot, perhaps, but certainly a little less than it thinks. Consider that the turkey's experience may have a negative value. It learned from observation, as we are all advised to do. Its confidence increased as the number of friendly feedings grew, and it felt increasingly safe, even though the slaughter was more and more imminent. Consider that the feeling of safety reached its maximum when the risk was at its highest. But the problem is even more general than that. Something has worked in the past until it unexpectedly no longer does, and what we have learned from the past turns out to be at best irrelevant or false, at worst viciously misleading. If you observe a hypothetical variable for 1,000 days and then derive conclusions concerning the properties of the pattern, you might be in for a surprise on the 1,001st day when a big change takes place that is completely unprepared for by the past. Consider the surprise of the Great War. After the Napoleonic conflicts, the world had experienced a period of peace that would lead any observer to believe in the disappearance of severely destructive conflicts. Yet surprise! It turned out to be the deadliest conflict up until then in the history of mankind. We worry too late, after the fact. Mistaking a naive observation of the past as something definitive is the one and only cause of our inability to understand the black swan. As phrased by Hobbes, from like antecedents flow like consequence. Those who believe in the unconditional benefits of past experience should consider this pearl of wisdom allegedly voiced by a famous ship's captain. In 1907, E.J. Smith, captain of the RMS Titanic, said, "But in all my experience, I have never been in any accident of any sort worth speaking about. I have seen but one vessel in distress in all my years at sea. I never saw a wreck and never have been wrecked, nor was I ever in any predicament that threatened to end in disaster of any sort." Captain Smith's ship sank in 1912 in what became the most talked-about shipwreck in history. Trained to be dull. Similarly, think of a bank chairman whose institution makes steady profits over a long time, only to lose everything in a single reversal of fortune. In the summer of 1982, large American banks lost close to all their past earnings, about everything they ever made in the history of American banking. They had been lending to South and Central American countries that all defaulted at the same time. So it took just one summer to figure out that this was a sucker's business. All that while the bankers led everyone, especially themselves, into believing that they were conservative. They are not conservative, just phenomenally skilled at self-deception. The travesty repeated itself a decade later with the real estate collapse of the early 1990s. The Federal Reserve Bank protected them at our expense. When conservative bankers make profits, they get the benefits. When they are hurt, we pay the costs. Another recent event is the almost instant bankruptcy, in 1998, of a hedge fund called Long-Term Capital Management, or LTCM. It used the methods of two Nobel economists, who were called geniuses, but were in fact using phony, bell curve-style mathematics while convincing themselves that it was great science. One of the largest trading losses ever in history took place in almost the blink of an eye, with no warning signal. A black swan is relative to knowledge. From the standpoint of the turkey, the non-feeding of the 1,001st day is a black swan. For the butcher, it is not, since its occurrence is not unexpected. So you can see here that the black swan is a sucker's problem. It occurs relative to your expectation. You can eliminate a black swan by science, if you're able, or by keeping an open mind. Of course, you can also create black swans with science, by giving people confidence that the black swan cannot happen. This is when science turns normal citizens into suckers. Note that these events do not have to be instantaneous surprises. Some historical fractures have lasted a few decades, like the computer. Some black swans can come from the slow building up of incremental changes in the same direction. In general, positive black swans take time to show their effect while negative ones happen very quickly. It is much easier and much faster to destroy than to build. A brief history of the black swan problem. This turkey problem, also known as the problem of induction, is a very old one, but for some reason it is likely to be called Hume's problem by your local philosophy professor. David Hume was a jovial bon vivant, eager for literary fame and pleasant conversation. Strangely, during his day, he became rich and famous by writing a best-selling history of England. His philosophical works, to which we now attach his fame, fell dead-born off the presses. Hume wrote with such clarity that he puts to shame almost all current thinkers. But the problem is older than the interesting Scotsman. Let's go back into the past. Sextus the Empirical, the violently anti-academic writer Sextus Empiricus, operated close to a millennium and a half before Hume and formulated the turkey problem with great precision. We know very little about him. We surmise that he lived in Alexandria in the 2nd century of our era. He belonged to a school of medicine called empirical, since its practitioners doubted theories and relied on past experience as guidance in their treatment, though not putting much trust in it. Sextus represented the ideas of the school of the Pyrrhonian skeptics, who were after some form of intellectual therapy resulting from the suspension of belief. Do you face the possibility of an adverse event? Don't worry. Who knows? It may turn out to be good for you. The Pyrrhonian skeptics were docile citizens who followed customs and traditions, but taught themselves to systematically doubt everything and thus attain a level of serenity. Among the surviving works of Sextus is a diatribe with the beautiful title Adversos Mathematicos, sometimes translated as Against the Professors. Much of it could have been written last Wednesday night. Al-Ghazali. The third major thinker who dealt with the problem was the 11th century Arabic language skeptic Al-Ghazali, known in Latin as Al-Ghazal. His name for a class of dogmatic scholars was Gabi, literally the imbeciles. Al-Ghazal wrote his own Against the Professors, a diatribe called Tahafut al-Falasifa, which I translate as the incompetence of philosophers. Al-Ghazal's attack on scientific knowledge started a debate with Averroes, the medieval philosopher who ended up having the most profound influence of any medieval thinker. In its aftermath, many Arab religious thinkers integrated and exaggerated Al-Ghazal's skepticism of the scientific method, preferring to leave causal considerations to God. The West embraced Averroes's rationalism. Many thinkers blame the Arabs' later abandonment of scientific method on Al-Ghazal's huge influence. The skeptic, friend of religion. Skepticism can make some religious arguments more appealing. This idea of relying on faith, not reason, was known as fideism. So there is a tradition of black swan skeptics who found solace in religion, best represented by Pierre Bayle, a French-speaking Protestant philosopher who built an extensive philosophical architecture related to the Pyrrhonian skeptics. Bayle's writings exerted considerable influence on Hume. Indeed, the most complete exposition of the ideas of skepticism, until recently, remains the work of a powerful Catholic bishop, Pierre Daniel Huet, who wrote his philosophical treatise on the weaknesses of the human mind in 1690, a remarkable book that tears through dogmas and questions human perception. Huet presents arguments against causality that are quite potent. He states, for instance, that any event can have an infinity of possible causes. I don't want to be a turkey, but promoting philosophical skepticism is not quite the mission of this audiobook. I am interested in deeds and true empiricism. This was not written by a Sufi mystic or even a skeptic in the ancient sense, but by a practitioner whose principal aim is to not be a sucker in things that matter, period. Hume was radically skeptical in the philosophical cabinet, but abandoned such ideas when it came to daily life. I am doing here the exact opposite. I am skeptical in matters that have implications for daily life. All I care about is making a decision without being the turkey. Many people have asked me, how do you, Taleb, cross the street given your extreme risk consciousness? Of course, I am not advocating total risk phobia. All I will be showing you in this audiobook is how to avoid crossing the street blindfolded. They want to live in Mediocristan. You can see that it is extremely convenient for us to assume that we live in Mediocristan. Why? Because it allows you to rule out these black swan surprises. The black swan problem either does not exist or is of small consequence if you live in Mediocristan. Wishful thinking. We do not live in Mediocristan. so the black swan needs a different mentality. As we cannot push the problem under the rug, we will have to dig deeper into it. Now there are other themes arising from our blindness to the black swan. First, we focus on pre-selected segments of the scene and generalize from it to the unseen. Second, we fool ourselves with stories that cater to our thirst for distinct patterns. Third, we behave as if the black swan does not exist. Fourth, what we see is not necessarily all that is there. And fifth, we tunnel, focusing on a few well-defined sources of uncertainty at the expense of others. I will discuss each of these points in the next 5 chapters. If you're finding this discussion on the black swan problem and the limits of our knowledge as fascinating as I do, consider supporting my future projects. A great way to do that is by trying a free 30-day Audible trial. It helps me continue this work, and you might just discover your next favorite audiobook, perhaps another unexpected gem. Now, let's get back to the book. Now we begin Chapter 5. Chapter 5, Confirmation. As much as it is ingrained in our habits and conventional wisdom, confirmation can be a dangerous error. Assume I told you that I had evidence that O.J. Simpson was not a criminal. Look, the other day I had breakfast with him and he didn't kill anybody. I am serious. I did not see him kill a single person. Doesn't that confirm his innocence? If I said such a thing, you would certainly call a shrink, since you might think that my logic represents an immediate danger to society. You would have the same reaction if I told you that I took a nap the other day on the railroad track and was not killed. Hey, look at me. I am alive, I would say, and that is evidence that lying on train tracks is risk-free. Yet consider the following. Look again at the turkey story. Someone who observed the turkey's first 1,000 days would tell you that there is no evidence of the possibility of large events, that is, black swans. You are likely to confuse that statement with the statement that there is evidence of no possible black swans. I call this confusion the round-trip fallacy, since these statements are not interchangeable. Such confusion partakes of a trivial but crucial logical error. Many people confuse the statement, almost all terrorists are Muslims, with almost all Muslims are terrorists. Assume that the first statement is true, that 99% of terrorists are Muslims. This would mean that only about 1,000th of 1% of Muslims are terrorists. So the logical mistake makes you unconsciously overestimate the odds of a randomly drawn Muslim person being a terrorist by close to 50,000 times. The reader might see in this round-trip fallacy the unfairness of stereotypes. John Stuart Mill once complained, "I never meant to say that the conservatives are generally stupid. I meant to say that stupid people are generally conservative." This problem is chronic. If you tell people that the key to success is not always skills, they think that you are telling them that it is never skills, always luck. Zoogles are not all boogles. All zoogles are boogles. You saw a boogle. Is it a zoogle? Not necessarily, since not all boogles are zoogles. A person can get very high scores on the SATs and still feel a chill of fear when someone from the wrong side of town steps into the elevator. This inability to automatically transfer knowledge from one situation to another is a quite disturbing attribute of human nature. Let us call it the domain specificity of our reactions. Our intuitions depend on the context in which the matter is presented. The classroom is a domain. Real life is another. Knowledge, even when it is exact, does not often lead to appropriate actions because we tend to forget what we know or forget how to process it properly. Statisticians, it has been shown, tend to leave their brains in the classroom and engage in the most trivial inferential errors once they are let out on the streets. For another illustration of how we can be ludicrously domain-specific, go to a luxury sports club and look at the number of people who, after riding the escalator for a couple of floors, head directly to the stairmasters. This domain specificity of our inferences and reactions works both ways. Some problems we can understand in their applications but not in textbooks. Others we are better at in the textbook. We tend to use different mental machinery in different situations. This asymmetry is best visible in cancer detection. Take doctors examining a patient for signs of cancer. It is not feasible to examine every single cell, so the doctor takes a sample by scanning the body. Then she makes an assumption about what she did not see. I was once taken aback when a doctor told me after a routine cancer checkup, "Stop worrying, we have evidence of cure." I asked, "Why?" He said, "There is evidence of no cancer." "How do you know?" I asked. He replied, "The scan is negative." An acronym used in the medical literature is NED, which stands for no evidence of disease. There is no such thing as END, evidence of no disease. Yet my experience discussing this matter with plenty of doctors is that many slip into the round-trip fallacy. Doctors in the 1960s looked down at mother's milk as something primitive, as if it could be replicated by their laboratories, not realizing that mother's milk might include useful components that eluded their scientific understanding. This was a simple confusion of absence of evidence of the benefits of mother's milk with evidence of absence of the benefits. Many people paid the price for this naive inference. Likewise with tonsils. The removal of tonsils may lead to a higher incidence of throat cancer, but for decades doctors never suspected that this useless tissue might actually have a use that escaped their detection. Evidence. By a mental mechanism I call naive empiricism, we have a natural tendency to look for instances that confirm our story and our vision of the world. These instances are always easy to find. You take past instances that corroborate your theories and you treat them as evidence. For instance, a diplomat will show you his accomplishments, not what he failed to do. Even in testing a hypothesis, we tend to look for instances where the hypothesis proved true. Of course, we can easily find confirmation. All we have to do is look. I can find confirmation for just about anything. Negative empiricism. The good news is that there is a way around this naive empiricism. A series of corroborative facts is not necessarily evidence. Seeing white swans does not confirm the non-existence of black swans. There is an exception, however. I know what statement is wrong, but not necessarily what statement is correct. If I see a black swan, I can certify that all swans are not white. If I see someone kill, then I can be practically certain that he is a criminal. If I don't see him kill, I cannot be certain that he is innocent. We can get closer to the truth by negative instances, not by verification. It is misleading to build a general rule from observed facts. We do not have to be complete skeptics, just semi-skeptics. It is true that 1,000 days cannot prove you right, but one day can prove you to be wrong. The person credited with promoting this idea of one-sided semi-skepticism is Sir Karl Popper. He may be the only philosopher of science who is actually read and discussed by actors in the real world. As I am writing these lines, a black and white picture of him is hanging on the wall of my study. He writes to us, empirical decision-makers who hold that uncertainty is our discipline. Popper generated a large-scale theory around this asymmetry, based on a technique called falsification. To falsify is to prove wrong, meant to distinguish between science and non-science. Popper's far more powerful and original idea is the open society, one that relies on skepticism as a modus operandi. But Popper's biggest idea was his insight concerning the fundamental, severe, and incurable unpredictability of the world. Of course, it is not so easy to falsify, that is, to state that something is wrong with full certainty. Imperfections in your testing method may yield a mistaken no, but it remains the case that you know what is wrong with a lot more confidence than you know what is right. Popper introduced the mechanism of conjectures and refutations, which works as follows. You formulate a bold conjecture and you start looking for the observation that would prove you wrong. This is the alternative to our search for confirmatory instances. If you think the task is easy, you will be disappointed. Few humans have a natural ability to do this. Counting to 3, cognitive scientists have studied our natural tendency to look only for corroboration. They call this vulnerability the confirmation bias. The first experiment I know of concerning this phenomenon was done by the psychologist P.C. Wason. He presented subjects with the 3-number sequence 2, 4, 6, and asked them to try to guess the rule generating it. Their method was to produce other 3-number sequences, to which the experimenter would respond yes or no. The correct rule was numbers in ascending order, nothing more. Very few subjects discovered it because in order to do so, they had to offer a series in descending order, to which the experimenter would say no. Wason noticed that the subjects had a rule in mind, but gave him examples aimed at confirming it instead of trying to supply series that were inconsistent with their hypothesis. There are exceptions, among them figure chess grandmasters who actually do focus on where a speculative move might be weak. Rookies, by comparison, look for confirmatory instances. The speculator George Soros, when making a financial bet, keeps looking for instances that would prove his initial theory wrong. This, perhaps, is true self-confidence, the ability to look at the world without the need to find signs that stroke one's ego. Sadly, the notion of corroboration is rooted in our intellectual habits. Consider this comment by the writer John Updike about a thesis by Julian Jaynes. We are astounded but compelled to follow this remarkable thesis through all the corroborative evidence. Jaynes's thesis may be right, but Mr. Updike, the central problem of knowledge is that there is no such animal as corroborative evidence. Saw another red mini. The following point further illustrates the absurdity of confirmation. If you believe that witnessing an additional white swan will bring confirmation that there are no black swans, then you should also accept that the sighting of a red Mini Cooper should confirm that there are no black swans. Why? Just consider that the statement, all swans are white, is equivalent to all non-white objects are not swans. What confirms the latter statement should confirm the former. Therefore, the sighting of a non-white object that is not a swan should bring such confirmation. This argument is known as Hempel's raven paradox. My friend the mathematician Bruno Dupier once pointed to a red mini and shouted, "Look, Nassim, look, no black swan." Not everything. We are not naive enough to believe that someone will be immortal because we have never seen him die. The problem of naive generalization does not plague us everywhere. Such smart pockets of inductive skepticism tend to involve events that we have encountered in our natural environment. It seems that we are endowed with specific and elaborate inductive instincts. Studies of infant behavior show that we come equipped with mental machinery that causes us to selectively generalize from experiences. By doing so, we are not learning from a mere 1,000 days, but benefiting from the learning of our ancestors. Back to Mediocristan, and we may have learned things wrong from our ancestors. I speculate that we probably inherited the instincts adequate for survival in East Africa, but these instincts are certainly not well adapted to the present, intensely informational and statistically complex environment. Indeed, our environment is a bit more complex than we seem to realize. The modern world, being extremistan, is dominated by rare events. It can deliver a black swan after thousands and thousands of white ones, so we need to withhold judgment for longer than we are inclined to. It is biologically impossible to run into a human several hundred miles tall, so our intuitions rule these events out. But the sales of a book or the magnitude of social events do not follow such strictures. Furthermore, the sources of black swans today have multiplied beyond measurability. In the primitive environment, they were limited to newly encountered wild animals, new enemies, and abrupt weather changes. Our instinct to make inferences rather quickly and to tunnel, that is, focus on a small number of sources of uncertainty, remains rather ingrained in us. This instinct is our predicament. Now for Chapter 6. Chapter 6, the narrative fallacy. On the causes of my rejection of causes. During the fall of 2004, I attended a conference on aesthetics and science in Rome. At lunch, a prominent professor from a university in southern Italy greeted me with extreme enthusiasm. I had listened earlier that morning to his impassioned presentation. He was so charismatic and so convincing that although I could not understand much of what he said, I found myself fully agreeing with everything. At some point during his speech, he turned all red with anger, thus convincing me that he was definitely right. He came to me at lunch to congratulate me for my work. We stood together near the buffet table, blocking the other delegates. "I am a huge fan of your ideas," he said. "You show how stupid we are to systematically try to explain skills." He stopped, then added in a calmer tone, "But, my dear friend, let me tell you something. Had you grown up in a Protestant society where people are told that efforts are linked to rewards, you would never have seen the world in such a manner. You were able to see luck and separate cause and effect because of your Eastern Orthodox Mediterranean heritage. He was so convincing that, for a minute, I agreed with his interpretation. We like stories, we like to summarize, and we like to simplify. The first of the problems of human nature we examine here is what I call the narrative fallacy. The fallacy is associated with our vulnerability to overinterpretation and our predilection for compact stories over raw truths. It severely distorts our mental representation of the world. Notice how my thoughtful Italian fellow traveler shared my militancy against overinterpretation, yet was unable to see me and my work without a reason, a cause, tagged to both. He had to invent a cause. Furthermore, he was not aware of his having fallen into the causation trap, nor was I immediately aware of it myself. The narrative fallacy addresses our limited ability to look at sequences of facts without weaving an explanation into them. Explanations bind facts together. They make them all the more easily remembered. They help them make more sense. Where this propensity can go wrong is when it increases our impression of understanding. Splitting brains. Counter to what everyone believes, not theorizing is an act. Theorizing can correspond to the absence of willed activity, the default option. It takes considerable effort to see facts while withholding judgment and resisting explanations. This theorizing disease is rarely under our control. It is largely anatomical, part of our biology, so fighting it requires fighting one's own self. Even from an anatomical perspective, it is impossible for our brain to see anything in raw form without some interpretation. In an experiment, psychologists asked women to select from among 12 pairs of nylon stockings the ones they preferred. The researchers then asked the women their reasons. Texture, feel, and color featured among the reasons. All the pairs of stockings were, in fact, identical. The women supplied post hoc or after-the-fact explanations. Does this suggest that we are better at explaining than at understanding? A series of famous experiments on split-brain patients gives us convincing biological evidence of the automatic aspect of the act of interpretation. Split-brain patients have no connection between the left and the right sides of their brains. You literally have two different persons in one body, and you can communicate with each one of them separately. Now say that you induce such a person to perform an act, raise his finger, laugh, or grab a shovel. If you ask the right hemisphere to perform the action, then ask the other hemisphere for an explanation, the patient will invariably offer some interpretation. I was pointing at the ceiling in order to, or I saw something interesting on the wall. If you do the opposite, instruct the isolated left hemisphere of a right-handed person to perform an act and ask the right hemisphere for the reasons, you will be plainly told, I don't know. Note that the left hemisphere is where language and deduction generally reside. There appears to be a sense-making organ in us. To see an illustration of our biological dependence on a story, consider the following experiment. First, listen to this. A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. Do you notice anything unusual? Listen again. A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. The word "the" is written twice. Our propensity to impose meaning in concepts blocks our awareness of the details making up the concept. If you zap people's left hemispheres, they become more realistic. Their minds become better at seeing the objects themselves, cleared of theories, narratives, and prejudice. Why is it hard to avoid interpretation? It is key that much of it takes place outside of our awareness. You interpret pretty much as you perform other automatic activities, like breathing. A little more dopamine. We have more physiological evidence of our ingrained pattern seeking, thanks to our growing knowledge of the role of neurotransmitters. It appears that pattern perception increases along with the concentration of the chemical dopamine in the brain. A higher concentration of dopamine appears to lower skepticism and result in greater vulnerability to pattern detection. An injection of L-Dopa, a substance used to treat patients with Parkinson's disease, seems to increase such activity. It turns out that one of the side effects of L-Dopa is that a small minority of patients become compulsive gamblers, as they start seeing what they believe to be clear patterns in random numbers. This shows that some aspects of what we call knowledge are an ailment. Andrei Nikolaevich's rule. There is another, even deeper reason for our inclination to narrate, and it is not psychological. It has to do with the effect of order on information storage. First, information is costly to obtain. Second, information is also costly to store. Finally, information is costly to manipulate and retrieve. Consider a 500-page book. If the words are purely random, you will not be able to summarize it without losing something significant. You need 100,000 words to carry the exact message of a random 100,000 words. Now consider the opposite, a book filled with the repetition of a single sentence. The entire book can be accurately compressed into that one sentence. By finding the pattern, you no longer need to memorize it all. You just store the pattern. A pattern is more compact than raw information. We humans have a hunger for rules because we need to reduce the dimension of matters so they can get into our heads. The more random information is, the more difficult to summarize. The more you summarize, the more order you put in, the less randomness. Hence, the same condition that makes us simplify pushes us to think that the world is less random than it actually is. And the black swan is what we leave out of simplification. Both the artistic and scientific enterprises are the product of our need to reduce dimensions and inflict some order on things. A novel, a story, a myth, or a tale all have the same function. They spare us from the complexity of the world and shield us from its randomness. A better way to die. To view the potency of narrative, consider the following statement. The king died and the queen died. Compare it to the king died and then the queen died of grief. This exercise, presented by the novelist E.M. Forster, shows the distinction between mere succession of information and a plot. But notice the hitch here. Although we added information to the second statement, we effectively reduced the dimension of the total. The second sentence is much lighter to carry and easier to remember. We now have one single piece of information in place of two. This is the definition and function of a narrative. To see how the narrative can lead to a mistake in the assessment of the odds, give someone a well-written detective story. Now question your subject about the probabilities of each character's being the murderer. Unless she keeps an exact tally, the percentages will add up to well over 100%. The better the writer, the higher that number. Remembrance of things not quite past. Our tendency to impose narrativity and causality are symptoms of the same disease, dimension reduction. But memory and the arrow of time can get mixed up. Narrativity can viciously affect the remembrance of past events. We will tend to more easily remember those facts from our past that fit a narrative, while we tend to neglect others that do not appear to play a causal role. We recall events in our memory, all the while knowing what happened subsequently. It is literally impossible to ignore posterior information. This simple inability to remember the true sequence of events will make history appear in hindsight to be far more explainable than it actually was. Memory is a self-serving dynamic revision machine. You remember the last time you remembered the event, and, without realizing it, change the story at every subsequent remembrance. We continuously re-narrate past events in the light of what appears to make logical sense after these events occur. The madman's narrative. We have far too many possible ways to interpret past events for our own good. Consider the behavior of paranoid people. Someone hit with such a disorder can muster the most insignificant of details and construct an elaborate and coherent theory of why there is a conspiracy against him. In a famous argument, the logician W.V. Quine showed that there exist families of logically consistent interpretations and theories that can match a given series of facts. Such insight should warn us that mere absence of nonsense may not be sufficient to make something true. This does not mean that we cannot talk about causes. There are ways to escape the narrative fallacy. How? By making conjectures and running experiments, or by making testable predictions. Narrative and therapy. If narrativity causes us to see past events as more predictable and less random than they actually were, then we should be able to make it work for us as therapy against some of the stings of randomness. Say some unpleasant event, such as a car accident, leaves you with a bad lingering aftertaste. You are tortured by the thought that you could have avoided it. How can you get rid of such a persistent throb? Don't try to willingly avoid thinking about it. A more appropriate solution is to make the event appear more unavoidable, with a narrative. Patients who spend 15 minutes every day writing an account of their daily troubles feel better about what has befallen them. Things appear as if they were bound to happen. To be wrong with infinite precision. We harbor a crippling dislike for the abstract. One day in December 2003, when Saddam Hussein was captured, Bloomberg News flashed the following headline at 1:01 p.m. U.S. Treasuries rise, Hussein capture may not curb terrorism. Whenever there is a market move, the news media feel obligated to give the reason. Half an hour later, they had to issue a new headline. As U.S. Treasury bonds fell in price, Bloomberg News had a new reason for the fall: Saddam's capture. At 1:31 p.m., they issued the next bulletin: U.S. Treasuries fall, Hussein capture boosts allure of risky assets. So it was the same cause explaining one event and its exact opposite. Clearly, this can't be. A cause is proposed to make you swallow the news and make matters more concrete. The problem of overcausation does not lie with the journalist, but with the public. We want to be told stories, and there is nothing wrong with that, except that we should check more thoroughly whether the story provides consequential distortions of reality. Dispassionate science. Now, if you think that science is an abstract subject free of sensationalism and distortions, I have some sobering news. Empirical researchers have found evidence that scientists too are vulnerable to narratives, emphasizing titles and sexy attention-grabbing punchlines over more substantive matters. They too are human and get their attention from sensational matters. The sensational and the black swan. Let us see how narrativity affects our understanding of the black swan. Take the following experiment. Forecasting professionals were asked to imagine the following scenarios and estimate their odds. 1. A massive flood somewhere in America in which more than 1,000 people die. 2. An earthquake in California causing massive flooding in which more than 1,000 people die. Respondents estimated the first event to be less likely than the second. An earthquake in California, however, is a readily imaginable cause, which greatly increases the mental availability, hence the assessed probability of the flood scenario. Likewise, if I asked you how many cases of lung cancer are likely to take place in the country, you would supply some number. Now, if instead I asked you how many cases of lung cancer are likely to take place because of smoking, odds are that you would give me a much higher number. Adding the because makes these matters far more plausible. This can lead to pathologies in our decision-making. For example, people are more likely to pay for terrorism insurance than for plane insurance, which also covers terrorism. Black swan blindness. How is it that some black swans are overblown in our minds when the topic of this audiobook is that we mainly neglect them? The answer is that there are two varieties of rare events: the narrated black swans, those that are present in the current discourse and that you are likely to hear about on television, and those nobody talks about, since they escape models. I can safely say that it is entirely compatible with human nature that the incidences of black swans would be overestimated in the first case, but severely underestimated in the second one. We learn from repetition at the expense of events that have not happened before. Events that are non-repeatable are ignored before their occurrence and overestimated after. After a black swan, such as September 11, 2001, people expect it to recur when in fact the odds of that happening have arguably been lowered. We like to think about specific and known black swans when in fact the very nature of randomness lies in its abstraction. The economist Hyman Minsky sees the cycles of risk-taking in the economy as following a pattern. Stability and absence of crises encourage risk-taking, complacency, and lowered awareness of the possibility of problems. Then a crisis occurs, resulting in people being shell-shocked. Both Minsky's school and his opponents, the libertarian Austrian economists, have the same analysis, except that the first group recommends governmental intervention, while the second believes civil servants should not be trusted. The pull of the sensational. Abstract statistical information does not sway us as much as the anecdote, no matter how sophisticated the person. In the late 1970s, a toddler fell into a well in Italy. The whole of Italy was concerned with his fate. The child's cries produced acute pains of guilt. His picture was prominently displayed on magazines and newspapers. Meanwhile, the civil war was raging in Lebanon. While in the midst of their mess, the Lebanese were also absorbed in the fate of that Italian child. 5 miles away, people were dying from the war. But the fate of the Italian child ranked high among the interests of the population. As Stalin supposedly said, "One death is a tragedy, a million is a statistic. Statistics stay silent in us." Terrorism kills, but the biggest killer remains the environment, responsible for close to 13 million deaths annually. But terrorism causes outrage, which makes us overestimate its likelihood. You are on a plane on your way to New York City. You are sitting next to an insurance salesman who tells you that his cousin's brother-in-law's business partner's twin brother was mugged and killed in Central Park. Well, you are likely to avoid Central Park during your stay. You know you can get crime statistics from the web rather than anecdotal information from a salesman. But you can't help it. Likewise, the death of a relative in a motorcycle accident is far more likely to influence your attitude toward motorcycles than volumes of statistical analyses. I ride my red Vespa around town, since no one in my immediate environment has recently suffered an accident. Although I am aware of this problem in logic, I am incapable of acting on it. The shortcuts. These defects in reasoning have been catalogued by a school of research called the Society of Judgment and Decision-Making, associated with Daniel Kahneman and Amos Tversky. They have mapped our activities into a dual mode of thinking, which they separate as System 1 and System 2. System 1, the experiential one, is effortless, automatic, fast, and opaque. It is what we call intuition and performs these quick acts of prowess. It is highly emotional, precisely because it is quick. It produces shortcuts called heuristics that allow us to function rapidly and effectively. Now, these shortcuts are certainly virtuous, but at times they can lead us into severe mistakes. System 2, the cogitative one, is what we normally call thinking. It is what you use in a classroom, as it is effortful, reasoned, slow, and logical. It makes fewer mistakes than the experiential system. Most of our mistakes in reasoning come from using System 1 when we are in fact thinking that we are using System 2. The main property of System 1 is our lack of awareness of using it. Recall the round-trip error. You have to make an effort using System 2 to override your first reaction. Clearly, Mother Nature makes you use the fast System 1 to get out of trouble. Emotions are the weapon System 1 uses to direct us and force us to act quickly. Neurobiologists show how the emotional system often reacts to danger long before we are consciously aware of it. Much of the trouble with human nature resides in our inability to use much of System 2. Beware the brain. Neurobiologists make a similar distinction, differentiating between the cortical part of the brain, which we are supposed to use for thinking, and the fast-reacting limbic brain, which is the center of emotions. As a skeptical empiricist, I do not want to focus solely on specific organs in the brain, since we do not observe brain functions very well. For an example that justifies skepticism, let's consider the intelligence of birds. I kept reading that the cortex is where animals do their thinking. Well, it turns out that some birds, such as parrots, have a high level of intelligence, but it correlates with the size of another part of the brain, called the hyperstriatum. So neurobiology can sometimes fool you into a Platonified reductive statement. I prefer the experiments of empirical psychology to the theories-based MRI scans of neurobiologists. How to avert the narrative fallacy. I'll conclude by saying that our misunderstanding of the black swan can be largely attributed to our using System 1, narratives, and the sensational, which imposes on us a wrong map of the likelihood of events. On a day-to-day basis, we are not introspective enough to realize that we understand what is going on a little less than we should. In Mediocristan, narratives seem to work, but not in extremistan, where you do not have repetition and where you need to remain suspicious of the sneaky past and avoid the easy narrative. The way to avoid the ills of the narrative fallacy is to favor experimentation over storytelling, experience over history, and clinical knowledge over theories. Being empirical is just a mindset that favors a certain class of knowledge over others. Another approach is to predict and keep a tally of the predictions. Finally, we can use a narrative for a good purpose. Only a diamond can cut a diamond. We can use our ability to convince with a story that conveys the right message. So far, we have discussed two internal mechanisms behind our blindness to black swans: the confirmation bias and the narrative fallacy. The next chapters will look into an external mechanism, a defect in the way we receive and interpret recorded events, and a defect in the way we act on them. Let's start Chapter 7. Chapter 7. Living in the Antichamber of Hope. Assume that your activities depend on a black swan surprise. That is, you are a reverse turkey. Intellectual, scientific, and artistic activities belong to the province of extremistan, where there is a severe concentration of success, with a very small number of winners claiming a large share of the pot. Acknowledging the role of this concentration causes us to be punished twice. We live in a society where the reward mechanism is based on the illusion of the regular. Our hormonal reward system also needs tangible and steady results. The world has changed too fast for our genetic makeup. We are alienated from our environment. Peer cruelty. Every morning, you leave your cramped apartment to go to your laboratory. You return in the late evening, and people ask if you had a good day, just to be polite. Of course, you did not have a good day. You found nothing. But your finding nothing is very valuable, since it is part of the process of discovery. Meanwhile, your brother-in-law is a salesman for a Wall Street firm and keeps getting large, steady commissions. He is doing very well, you hear, particularly from your father-in-law, with a small pensive silence after the utterance, which makes you realize that he just made a comparison. Holidays can be terrible. You run into your brother-in-law at family reunions and invariably detect unmistakable signs of frustration on the part of your wife, who briefly fears that she married a loser. What should you do? Move to Australia or switch brothers-in-laws? You work on a project that does not deliver immediate or steady results, while people around you work on projects that do. You are in trouble. Such is the lot of scientists, artists, and researchers. Many people labor in life under the impression that they are doing something right, yet they may not show solid results for a long time. They need a capacity for continuously adjourned gratification to survive a steady diet of peer cruelty without becoming demoralized. They look like idiots to their cousins. They look like idiots to their peers. They need courage to continue. No confirmation comes to them. Then bang! The lumpy event comes that brings the grand vindication. Or it may never come. Believe me, it is tough to deal with the social consequences of the appearance of continuous failure. We are social animals. Hell is other people. Where the relevant is the sensational. Our intuitions are not cut out for nonlinearities. In a primitive environment, process and result are closely connected. You are thirsty. Drinking brings you adequate satisfaction. In a not-so-primitive environment, when you engage in building a bridge, more work will lead to more apparent results, so your mood is propped up by visible, continuous feedback. In a primitive environment, the relevant is the sensational. This applies to our knowledge. When we try to collect information about the world, we tend to be guided by our biology, and our attention flows effortlessly toward the sensational. Furthermore, we think that if two variables are causally linked, then a steady input in one should always yield a result in the other. Our emotional apparatus is designed for linear causality. But modern reality rarely gives us the privilege of a satisfying, linear, positive progression. You may think about a problem for a year and learn nothing. Then, unless you are disheartened and give up, something will come to you in a flash. Nonlinearities. The situation can get a little more tragic. The world is more nonlinear than we think. With linearities, relationships between variables are clear and constant. If you have more money in the bank, you get more interest. Nonlinear relationships can vary. Take the relationship between pleasure and drinking water. If you are in a state of painful thirst, then a bottle of water increases your well-being significantly. But what if I gave you a cistern of water? Your well-being becomes rapidly insensitive to further quantities. These nonlinear relationships are ubiquitous in life. Linear relationships are truly the exception. I tried to take a fresh look around me to catalog what I could see during my day that was linear. I could not find anything. You play tennis every day with no improvement, then suddenly you start beating the pro. Your child does not seem to want to speak. Then suddenly the child starts composing elaborate sentences. Linear progression is not the norm. Process over results. We favor the sensational and the extremely visible. This affects the way we judge heroes. There is little room in our consciousness for heroes who do not deliver visible results, or those who focus on process rather than results. However, those who claim that they value process over result are not telling the whole truth. We often hear the semi-lie that writers do not write for glory, that artists create for the sake of art. True, these activities can generate a steady flow of self-satisfaction, but this does not mean that artists do not crave some form of attention. It does not mean that writers do not wake up early Saturday morning to check if the New York Times book review has featured their work. Where it gets painful is when you see one of your peers, whom you despise, heading to Stockholm for his Nobel reception. Most people engaged in these concentrated pursuits spend most of their time waiting for the big day that usually never comes. True, this takes your mind away from the pettiness of life, but this does not mean that the person is impervious to other pains, those issuing from disrespect. Often these black swan hunters feel shame at not contributing. It is my great hope someday to see science and decision-makers rediscover that our highest currency is respect. Even economically, the individual black swan hunters are not the ones who make the bucks. Some blindness to the odds or an obsession with their own positive black swan is necessary for entrepreneurs to function. The person involved in such gambles is paid in a currency other than material success: hope. Human nature, happiness, and lumpy rewards. Let me distill the main idea behind what researchers call hedonic happiness. Making $1 million in 1 year, but nothing in the preceding 9, does not bring the same pleasure as having the total evenly distributed over the same period. That is, $100,000 every year for 10 years. Your pleasure system will be saturated rather quickly. Your happiness depends far more on the number of instances of positive feelings than on their intensity. Plenty of mildly good news is preferable to one single lump of great news. Sadly, it may be even worse for you to make $10 million, then lose back 9, than to make nothing at all. From a narrowly defined hedonic calculus, it does not pay to shoot for one large win. Mother Nature destined us to derive enjoyment from a steady flow of pleasant, small, but frequent rewards. The problem is that we do not live in an environment where results are delivered in a steady manner. The same property in reverse applies to our unhappiness. It is better to lump all your pain into a brief period rather than have it spread out over a longer one. But some people find it possible to transcend the asymmetry of pains and joys and live with hope. The Antichamber of Hope. For Yevgenia Krasnova, a person could love one book, at most a few. Those who talk about books as commodities are inauthentic. A novel you like resembles a friend. You read it and reread it, getting to know it better. Yevgenia once even walked out on a school teacher because he analyzed her favorite book and thus violated her rule. This book she has as a friend is Il Deserto dei Tartari by Dino Buzzati, a novel well known in Italy and France, but one that nobody she knows in America had heard of. Yevgenia encountered the book when she was 13. She was so bored in the country that she could not even read. Then one afternoon she opened the book and was sucked into it. Inebriated by hope. Giovanni Drogo is a man of promise. He has just graduated from the military academy, but things do not turn out as planned. His initial 4-year assignment is a remote outpost, the Bastiani Fortress, protecting the nation from the Tartars. It is not too desirable a position. Drogo thinks his assignment is temporary, a way to pay his dues before more appealing positions present themselves. What is Drogo to do in this hole? He discovers a loophole, a way to be transferred after only 4 months. At the very last minute, however, Drogo takes a glance at the desert from a window and decides to extend his stay. Something in the walls of the fort and the silent landscape ensnares him. The appeal of waiting for the attackers, the big battle with the ferocious Tartars, gradually becomes his only reason to exist. Drogo spends the rest of his life extending his stay, delaying the beginning of his life in the city. 35 years of pure hope, spent in the grip of the idea that one day the attackers will emerge and help him rise to the occasion. At the end of the novel, we see Drogo dying in a roadside inn as the event for which he has waited all his life takes place. He has missed it. The sweet trap of anticipation. Yevgenia read the book numerous times, yet she never had the heart to reread the painful ending. I presented the Black Swan as the outlier, the important event that is not expected to happen. But consider the opposite, the unexpected event that you very badly want to happen. Drogo is obsessed by the possibility of an unlikely event. That rare occurrence is his reason for being. At 13, little did Yevgenia know that she would spend an entire life playing Giovanni Drogo in the Antichamber of hope. She did not mind the sweet trap of anticipation. To her, it was a life worth living, in the cathartic simplicity of a single purpose. Indeed, be careful what you wish for. She may have been happier before the Black Swan of her success than after. When you need the Bastiani fortress. Note that there was no brother-in-law around in Drogo's social network. He was lucky to have companions in his mission, a community at the gate of the desert intently looking together at the horizon. We are local animals, interested in our immediate neighborhood. It may be a banality that we need others for many things, but we need them far more than we realize, particularly for dignity and respect. If we look at the history of ideas, we see schools of thought occasionally forming, producing unusual work unpopular outside the school. A school allows someone with unusual ideas to find company and create a microcosm insulated from others. The members of the group can be ostracized together, which is better than being ostracized alone. If you engage in a Black Swan-dependent activity, it is better to be part of a group. El Desierto de los Tartaros. Yevgenia met Nero Tulip in Venice. He was a trader who lived between London and New York. Yevgenia realized that she was going to see a bit more of Nero. They met again in New York. Her husband, a philosophy professor, had too much time on his hands and became clingy. The clingier he got, the more stifled Yevgenia felt. She dumped him and saw more of Nero openly. Nero had a stiff gait since he was recovering from a helicopter crash. He had spent months immobile in a London hospital. He can draw the ceiling with its 14 cracks from memory. Nero claimed that he was comfortable in Italian when he drank, so Yevgenia gave him a copy of Il Deserto. Nero did not read novels. Nero and Yevgenia were like night and day. Yevgenia went to bed at dawn, working on her manuscripts. Nero rose at dawn, like most traders. Yevgenia smoked. Nero was mindful of his health. Yevgenia hung around intellectuals. Nero felt comfortable with street-smart traders who had never been to college. Yevgenia never understood how a classicist like Nero could socialize with people like that. A few months later, after he was done with Yevgenia, he opened Il Deserto and was sucked into it. Yevgenia had the prescience that, like her, Nero would identify with Giovanni Drogo. He did. Nero, in turn, bought cases of the English translation and handed copies to anyone who said a polite hello to him. Bleed or blow up. Let us separate the world into two categories. Some people are like the turkey, exposed to a major blow-up without being aware of it, while others play reverse turkey, prepared for big events that might surprise others. In some strategies, you gamble dollars to win a succession of pennies while appearing to be winning all the time. In others, you risk a succession of pennies to win dollars. Nero called the businesses exposed to blow-ups dubious businesses. Against that background, Nero engaged in a strategy that he called bleed. You lose steadily, daily, for a long time, except when some event takes place for which you get paid disproportionately well. No single event can make you blow up. Some changes in the world can produce extraordinarily large profits that pay back such bleed for years. Of all the people he knew, Nero was the least genetically designed for such a strategy. His brain disagreed so heavily with his body that he found himself in a state of continuous warfare. It was the exposure to a high level of information that poisoned Nero's life. He could sustain the pain if he saw only weekly performance numbers instead of updates every minute. He refused to look at any printout of his track record that was shorter than 10 years. In close to 20 years of trading, Nero had only 4 good years. For him, one was more than enough. All he needed was 1 good year per century. Investors were no problem for him. They needed his trading as insurance. He just had to exhibit a mild degree of contempt toward those he wanted to shed. He made sure after a long string of losses that they did not think he was apologetic. The problem with business people, Nero realized, is that if you act like a loser, they will treat you as a loser. When he worked as a trader for an investment bank, Nero had to face the typical employee evaluation form. He found the evaluation absurd because it encouraged traders to game the system by working for short-term profits at the expense of possible blow-ups. So one day, Nero sat down and listened calmly to the evaluation. When he was handed the form, he tore it into small pieces in front of his boss. He did this very slowly. The boss watched him blank with fear. Nero knew that he would either be fired or left alone. He was left alone. Let's start Chapter 8. Chapter 8, Giacomo Casanova's Unfailing Luck, the Problem of Silent Evidence. Another fallacy in the way we understand events is that of silent evidence. History hides both black swans and its black swan-generating ability from us. The story of the drowned worshippers. More than 2,000 years ago, the Roman orator Cicero presented the following story. One Diagoras, a non-believer in the gods, was shown painted tablets bearing the portraits of some worshippers who prayed, then survived a subsequent shipwreck. The implication was that praying protects you from drowning. Diagoras asked, where were the pictures of those who prayed, then drowned? The drowned worshippers, being dead, would have a lot of trouble advertising their experiences from the bottom of the sea. This can fool the casual observer into believing in miracles. We call this the problem of silent evidence. The idea is simple, yet potent and universal. Silent evidence pervades everything connected to the notion of history. By history, I mean any succession of events seen with the effect of posteriority. This bias extends to the ascription of factors in the success of ideas, to the illusion of skill in many professions, to success in artistic occupations, and most severely in our perception of the nature of extreme events. It is so easy to avoid looking at the cemetery while concocting historical theories. We shall call this distortion a bias, the difference between what you see and what is there. This bias has been rediscovered here and there throughout the past century across disciplines, often to be rapidly forgotten. As drowned worshippers do not write histories of their experiences, so it is with the losers in history, whether people or ideas. The cemetery of letters. The Phoenicians, we are often reminded, produced no literature, although they allegedly invented the alphabet. Commentators discuss their Philistinism from the basis of this absence of a written legacy. Well, it now seems that the Phoenicians wrote quite a bit, but using a perishable brand of papyrus that did not stand the assaults of time. Manuscripts had a high rate of extinction. Those not copied simply disappeared. The neglect of silent evidence is endemic to the way we study comparative talent. We may enjoy what we see, but there is no point reading too much into success stories because we do not see the full picture. Recall the winner-take-all effect. Notice the large number of people who call themselves writers but are operating the cappuccino machines at Starbucks. What we call literary heritage is a minute proportion of what has been produced cumulatively. How it invalidates the identification of talent can be derived immediately. Say you attribute the success of the novelist Honoré de Balzac to his superior realism or insights. These may be deemed superior qualities that lead to superior performance if, and only if, those who lack what we call talent also lack these qualities. But what if there are dozens of comparable masterpieces that happen to perish? If there are indeed many perished manuscripts with similar attributes, then your idol Balzac was just the beneficiary of disproportionate luck. My point is not that Balzac is untalented, but that he is less uniquely talented than we think. We do not see the tons of rejected manuscripts because these writers have never been published. Consider the number of actors who have never passed an audition but would have done very well had they had that lucky break. Balzac outlined the entire business of silent evidence in his novel Lost Illusions. Lucien de Rubempré, a provincial genius, goes to Paris to start a literary career. Success is presented cynically, as the product of wile and promotion, or the lucky surge of interest for reasons completely external to the works themselves. Lucien's manuscript is rejected by a publisher who has never read it. Later, when Lucien's reputation has developed, the very same manuscript is accepted by another publisher who did not read it either. The work itself was a secondary consideration. How to become a millionaire in 10 steps. Numerous studies of millionaires aimed at figuring out the skills required for success follow a similar methodology. They take a population of hotshots and study their attributes. They look at what those big guns have in common: courage, risk-taking, optimism, and so on, and infer that these traits help you to become successful. Now take a look at the cemetery. It is quite difficult to do so because people who fail do not seem to write memoirs. The graveyard of failed persons will be full of people who shared the following traits: courage, risk-taking, optimism, just like the population of millionaires. There may be some differences in skills, but what truly separates the two is for the most part a single factor: luck. Plain luck. My approach has been to manufacture cohorts of purely random investors, and by simple computer simulation show how it would be impossible to not have these geniuses produced just by luck. Since you do not observe the cemetery of failed investors, you will think that it is a good business and that some operators are considerably better than others. By the mechanism of retrospective determinism, we will find the cause. A health club for rats. The second and more vicious variety of the problem of silent evidence is as follows. I once read an article discussing the mounting threat of the Russian mafia and its displacement of the traditional mafia. The article explained their toughness as a result of their being hardened by their Gulag experiences. The Gulag was a network of labor camps in Siberia. Many deportees did not survive. Hardened by the Gulag? It took me a while to figure out the nonsense in it. The following thought experiment will give the intuition. Assume you have a large, assorted population of rats. You put them in a large vat and subject them to increasingly higher levels of radiation. At every level, those that are naturally stronger will survive. The dead will drop out of your sample. You will progressively have a stronger and stronger collection of rats. Note the central fact. Every single rat, including the strong ones, will be weaker after the radiation than before. An observer would be led to believe that treatment in my laboratory is an excellent health club replacement. His logic would be, hey, these rats are stronger than the rest of the rat population. What do they have in common? They all came from Taleb's workshop. Not many people will have the temptation to go look at the dead rats. Vicious bias. There is a vicious attribute to the bias. It can hide best when its impact is largest. Owing to the invisibility of the dead rats, the more lethal the risks, the less visible they will be. The more injurious the treatment, the larger the difference between the surviving rats and the rest, and the more fooled you will be about the strengthening effect. More hidden applications. We can keep going with this argument. It has such universality that once we get the bug, it is hard to look at reality with the same eyes again. The stability of species. For a long time, scientists took the number of extinct species as that implied from an analysis of the extant fossils. But this number ignores the silent cemetery of species that came and left without leaving traces. This implies that our biodiversity was far greater than it seemed at first. A more worrisome consequence is that the rate of extinction may be far greater than we think. Life is a great deal more fragile than we have allowed for. Does crime pay? Newspapers report on the criminals who get caught. There is no section in the newspaper recording the stories of those who committed crimes but have not been caught. Our representation of the standard criminal might be based on the properties of those less intelligent ones who were caught. The evolution of the swimmer's body. What do the popular expressions "a swimmer's body" and "beginner's luck" have in common? There is a belief among gamblers that beginners are almost always lucky. This statement is actually empirically true. Does this mean that each one of us should become a gambler for a while, then stop? No. The same optical illusion prevails. Those who start gambling will be either lucky or unlucky. The lucky ones will continue gambling. The others, discouraged, will stop and will not show up in the sample. Those who continue gambling will remember having been lucky as beginners. The dropouts will no longer be part of the surviving gamblers' community. There's an analogy with what is called a swimmer's body. I was often told that runners looked anorexic, cyclists bottom-heavy, and weightlifters a little primitive. I inferred that I should spend some time in the pool to get those elongated muscles. Now suspend the causality. Assume that a person's genetics allows for a certain type of body shape. Those born with a natural tendency to develop a swimmer's body become better swimmers. These are the ones you see at the pools. But they would have looked pretty much the same if they lifted weights. What you see and what you don't see. Katrina, the devastating hurricane that hit New Orleans in 2005, got plenty of politicians on television making promises of rebuilding. It was so noble on their part. Did they promise to do so with their own money? No, it was with public money. Consider that such funds will be taken away from somewhere else. That somewhere else will be less mediatized. It may be privately funded cancer research. Few seem to pay attention to the victims of cancer lying lonely in a state of untelevised depression. They are the ones who need us the most. The 19th century humanist Frédéric Bastiat offered the following idea. We can see what governments do and therefore sing their praises, but we do not see the alternative. The unseen consequences can be, and generally are, more meaningful. Governments are great at telling you what they did, but not what they did not do. Let us apply this reasoning to September 11, 2001. Around 2,500 people were directly killed. Their families benefited from support. But according to researchers, during the remaining 3 months of the year, close to 1,000 people died as silent victims. How? Those who were afraid of flying and switched to driving ran an increased risk of death. These families got no support. They did not even know that their loved ones were also the victims of bin Laden. Our neglect of silent evidence kills people daily. Assume that a drug saves many people from an ailment but runs the risk of killing a few, with a net benefit to society. Would a doctor prescribe it? He has no incentive to do so. The lawyers of the person hurt by the side effects will go after the doctor, while the lives saved by the drug might not be accounted for anywhere. A life saved is a statistic. A person hurt is an anecdote. Statistics are invisible. Anecdotes are salient. The Teflon-style protection of Giacomo Casanova. This brings us to the gravest of all manifestations of silent evidence, the illusion of stability. The bias lowers our perception of the risks we incurred in the past, particularly for those of us who were lucky to have survived them. The adventurer Giacomo Casanova, the legendary seducer of women, seems to have had a Teflon-style trait. Misfortune did not stick to him. He felt that every time he got into difficulties, his lucky star would pull him out of trouble. He would somehow meet someone in extremis who offered him a financial transaction or a new patron. Consider the following. Of all the colorful adventurers who have lived on our planet, many were occasionally crushed, and a few did bounce back repeatedly. It is those who survive who will tend to believe that they are indestructible. They will have a long and interesting enough experience to write books about it. Until, of course, how does this relate to the dynamics of history? Consider what is generally called the resilience of New York City. For seemingly transcendental reasons, every time it gets close to the brink of disaster, the city manages to pull back and recover. Some people truly believe that this is an internal property of New York. But think of cities as little Giacomo Casanovas. Let's put a collection of cities in a simulator of history. Rome, Athens, Carthage, Byzantium, and New York. Some cities will survive the harsh conditions. As to others, we know that history might not be too kind. I am sure that Carthage had its local, no less eloquent defenders saying, "Our enemies have tried to destroy us many times, but we always came back more resilient than before. We are now invincible." This bias causes the survivor to be an unqualified witness of the process. I am a risk taker. Consider the restaurant business in a competitive place like New York City. One has to be foolish to open one, owing to the enormous risks involved. The cemetery of failed restaurants is very silent. Does this mean that it makes sense to open a restaurant in such a competitive neighborhood? Certainly not, yet people do it out of the foolish risk-taking trait that pushes us into such adventures. We are often told that we humans have an optimistic bent, and that it is supposed to be good for us. We have enough evidence to confirm that we humans are an extremely lucky species, and that we got the genes of the risk-takers, the foolish risk-takers, that is. I'm not dismissing the idea of risk-taking. I am only critical of the encouragement of uninformed risk-taking. The psychologist Danny Kahneman has given us evidence that we generally take risks not out of bravado, but out of ignorance and blindness to probability. We got here by accident, but that does not mean that we should continue to take the same risks. We are mature enough a race to realize this point, enjoy our blessings, and try to preserve what we got by luck. I have two further points. First, the belief that we are built to understand nature and that our decisions are the result of our own choices. I beg to disagree. So many instincts drive us. Second, the idea that we are here, that this is the best of all possible worlds, and that evolution did a great job seems rather bogus in the light of the silent evidence effect. The fools and the blind risk-takers are often the ones who win in the short term. Worse, in a black swan environment, they can also win in the long term. I am a black swan, the anthropic bias. I want to stay closer to Earth, but it would be useful to take a peek at what is called the anthropic cosmological argument, as it points out the gravity of our misunderstanding of historical stability. Some people reason that the odds of any of us being in existence are so low that our being here cannot be attributed to an accident of fate. The world seems to have been built to the specifications that would make our existence possible. However, our presence in the sample completely vitiates the computation of the odds. The problem with the universe and the human race is that we are the surviving Casanovas. When you start with many adventurers, there is bound to be a survivor, and if you're here talking about it, you are likely to be that particular one. So we can no longer naively compute odds without considering that the condition that we are in existence imposes restrictions on the process that led us here. My being here is a consequential, low-probability occurrence, and I tend to forget it. Let us return to the touted recipes for becoming a millionaire. A successful person will try to convince you that his achievements could not possibly be accidental, just as a gambler who wins at roulette 7 times in a row will explain that the odds are 1 in several million. But if you take into account the quantity of gamblers out there, it becomes obvious that such strokes of luck are bound to happen, and if you're talking about them, they have happened to you. The reference point argument is as follows. Do not compute odds from the vantage point of the winning gambler, but from all those who started in the cohort. The cosmetic because. This greatly weakens the notion of because that is often propounded by scientists and misused by historians. We have to accept the fuzziness of the familiar because. There may not be a visible because. Frequently there is nothing. But silent evidence masks this fact. Whenever our survival is in play, the very notion of because is severely weakened. Apply this reasoning to the question, why didn't the bubonic plague kill more people? People will supply quantities of cosmetic explanations. Now try the weakened causality argument. Had the bubonic plague killed more people, the observers, us, would not be here to observe. So it may not necessarily be the property of diseases to spare us humans. The main identifiable reason for our survival might simply be inaccessible to us. I'm not saying causes do not exist. All I am saying is that it is not so simple. Be suspicious of the because and handle it with care, particularly in situations where you suspect silent evidence. We have seen several varieties of the silent evidence that cause deformations in our perception of empirical reality, making it appear more explainable and more stable than it actually is. We are made to be superficial, to heed what we see and not heed what does not vividly come to mind. We wage a double war against silent evidence. The unconscious part of our inferential mechanism will ignore the cemetery, even if we are intellectually aware of the need to take it into account, out of sight, out of mind. We harbor a natural, even physical scorn of the abstract. Let's start the next part of the audiobook. Part 2, we just can't predict. When I ask people to name 3 recently implemented technologies that most impact our world today, they usually propose the computer, the internet, and the laser. All 3 were unplanned, unpredicted, and unappreciated upon their discovery, and remained unappreciated well after their initial use. They were consequential. They were black swans. Of course, we have this retrospective illusion of their partaking in some master plan. You would expect our record of prediction to be horrible. The world is far, far more complicated than we think, which is not a problem, except when most of us don't know it. We tend to tunnel while looking into the future, making it business as usual, black swan free, when in fact there is nothing usual about the future. We have seen how good we are at narrating backward. For many people, knowledge has the remarkable power of producing confidence instead of measurable aptitude. I find it scandalous that in spite of the empirical record, we continue to project into the future as if we were good at it, using tools and methods that exclude rare events. Prediction is firmly institutionalized in our world. From Yogi Berra to Henri Poincaré, the great baseball coach Yogi Berra has a saying, "It is tough to make predictions, especially about the future." While he did not produce writings that would allow him to be considered a philosopher, Berra can claim to know something about randomness. He was a practitioner of uncertainty. In fact, many thinkers have examined our inherent limitations in this regard, from the philosophers Jacques Hadamard and Henri Poincaré to Friedrich von Hayek to Karl Popper. We can safely call this the Berra-Hadamard-Poincaré-Hayek-Popper conjecture, which puts structural built-in limits to the enterprise of predicting. "The future ain't what it used to be," Berra later said. He seems to have been right. The gains in our ability to model the world may be dwarfed by the increases in its complexity, implying a greater role for the unpredicted. Before going into the limits of prediction, we will discuss our track record in forecasting and the relation between gains in knowledge and the offsetting gains in confidence. Let's begin Chapter 10. Chapter 10, The Scandal of Prediction. One March evening, a few men and women were standing on the esplanade overlooking the bay outside the Sydney Opera House. It was close to the end of the summer in Sydney, but the men were wearing jackets despite the warm weather. I had come to look at the Sydney Opera House, a building that adorns every Australian tourist brochure. That evening walk was a pilgrimage. While Australians were under the illusion that they had built a monument to distinguish their skyline, what they had really done was to construct a monument to our failure to predict, to plan, and to come to grips with our unknowledge of the future. The Australians had actually built a symbol of the epistemic arrogance of the human race. The story is as follows. The Sydney Opera House was supposed to open in early 1963 at a cost of $7 million Australian dollars. It finally opened its doors more than 10 years later, and although it was a less ambitious version than initially envisioned, it ended up costing around $104 million. This opera house story is the mildest of all the distortions we will discuss. This chapter has 2 topics. First, we are demonstrably arrogant about what we think we know. We have a built-in tendency to think that we know a little bit more than we actually do. Second, we will look at the implications of this arrogance for all the activities involving prediction. Why on earth do we predict so much? Worse, why don't we talk about our record in predicting? Why don't we see how we almost always miss the big events? I call this the scandal of prediction. On the vagueness of Catherine's lover count, let us examine what I call epistemic arrogance, our hubris concerning the limits of our knowledge. True, our knowledge does grow, but it is threatened by greater increases in confidence, which make our increase in knowledge at the same time an increase in confusion, ignorance, and conceit. Take a room full of people. Randomly pick a subject, for instance, the number of lovers of Catherine II of Russia. Ask each person in the room to independently estimate a range of possible values for that number, set in such a way that they believe that they have a 98% chance of being right and less than a 2% chance of being wrong. For example, I am 98% confident that Catherine II of Russia had between 34 and 63 lovers. You can make inferences about human nature by counting how many people in your sample guessed wrong. It is not expected to be much higher than 2 out of 100. Now, the results. Legend has it that the researchers who first noticed this phenomenon came out befuddled. The 2% error rate turned out to be close to 45% in the population being tested. The first sample consisted of Harvard Business School students, a breed not particularly renowned for their humility. Later studies document a smaller degree of arrogance in other populations. Janitors and cab drivers are rather humble. Politicians and corporate executives, alas. Are we 22 times too comfortable with what we know? It seems so. The intended 2% error rate usually turns out to be between 15% and 30%. I have tested myself and sure enough, failed, even while consciously trying to be humble. I once asked a workshop in London to take a stab at a range for the number of books in Umberto Eco's library, which contains 30,000 volumes. Of the 60 attendees, not a single one made the range wide enough to include the actual number. This case may be an aberration, but the distortion is exacerbated with quantities that are out of the ordinary. Epistemic arrogance bears a double effect. We overestimate what we know and underestimate uncertainty by compressing the range of possible uncertain states. The applications of this distortion extend beyond the mere pursuit of knowledge. Literally any decision pertaining to the future is likely to be infected by it. Black Swan blindness redux. The simple test above suggests the presence of an ingrained tendency in humans to underestimate outliers, or black swans. This miscalculation problem is a little more subtle. Outliers are very fragile to estimation errors. As we saw in Chapter 6, there are conditions under which people overestimate the unusual or some specific unusual event. So my general point is that these events are very fragile to miscalculation, with a general severe underestimation mixed with an occasional severe overestimation. The errors get worse with the degree of remoteness to the event. The longer the odds, the larger the epistemic arrogance. Guessing and predicting. There is no effective difference between my guessing a variable that is not random, but for which my information is partial, like Catherine's lovers, and predicting a random one, like tomorrow's unemployment rate. In this sense, guessing and predicting are the same thing. To further appreciate the connection, assume that instead of guessing the number of lovers, you are estimating the population growth for the next century, the stock market returns, or the social security deficit. We are now getting into dangerous waters. Most professionals who make forecasts are also afflicted with this mental impediment. Information is bad for knowledge. Let us discuss one main effect of information, impediment to knowledge. If you study the life of the tycoon Aristotle Onassis, you would notice an interesting regularity. Work, in the conventional sense, was not his thing. He did not even bother to have a desk. His main tool was a notebook, which contained all the information he needed. He spent his life trying to socialize with the rich and famous. He generally woke up at noon. Let us go beyond the anecdote. The statement that additional knowledge of the minutiae of daily business can be useless, even toxic, is testable. Show two groups of people a blurry image of a fire hydrant. For one group, increase the resolution slowly, in 10 steps. For the second, do it faster, in 5 steps. Stop at a point where both groups have been presented an identical image and ask each of them to identify what they see. The members of the group that saw fewer intermediate steps are likely to recognize the hydrant much faster. Moral: the more information you give someone, the more hypotheses they will formulate along the way, and the worse off they will be. The problem is that our ideas are sticky. Once we produce a theory, we are not likely to change our minds, so those who delay developing their theories are better off. This is due to the confirmation bias and belief perseverance. In 1965, Stuart Oskamp supplied clinical psychologists with successive files, each containing an increasing amount of information about patients. The psychologists' diagnostic abilities did not grow with the additional information. They just got more confident in their original diagnosis. Finally, in another experiment, the psychologist Paul Slovic asked bookmakers to select from 88 variables in past horse races those that they found useful in computing the odds. They were given the 10 most useful variables, then asked to predict. Then they were given 10 more and asked to predict again. The increase in the information set did not lead to an increase in their accuracy. Their confidence, on the other hand, went up markedly. Information proved to be toxic. The expert problem, or the tragedy of the empty suit. So far, we have not questioned the authority of the professionals, but rather their ability to gauge the boundaries of their own knowledge. Epistemic arrogance does not preclude skills. A plumber will almost always know more about plumbing than an essayist, but their probabilities will be off, and you may know much more on that score than the expert. I will separate two cases: arrogance in the presence of some competence, and arrogance mixed with incompetence, the empty suit. There are some professions in which you know more than the experts. What moves and what does not move? The psychologist James Shanto undertook the task of finding out which disciplines have experts and which have none. Experts who tend to be experts include livestock judges, astronomers, test pilots, soil judges, chess masters, physicists, and accountants. Experts who tend to be not experts include stockbrokers, clinical psychologists, psychiatrists, college admissions officers, court judges, counselors, intelligence analysts, economists, financial forecasters, and political scientists. Simply, things that move and therefore require knowledge do not usually have experts, while things that don't move seem to have some experts. Professions that deal with the future and base their studies on the non-repeatable past have an expert problem. I am not saying that no one who deals with the future provides any valuable information, but rather that those who provide no tangible added value are generally dealing with the future. The problem with experts is that they do not know what they do not know. Lack of knowledge and delusion about the quality of your knowledge come together. How to have the last laugh. We can also learn about prediction errors from trading activities. We quants have ample data about economic and financial forecasts. A couple of times a week at 8:30 in the morning, my screen would flash some economic number. I never had a clue what these numbers meant, but people got all excited about what these figures were going to mean. Data vendors allow you to take a peek at forecasts by leading economists, people in suits who work for venerable institutions. But these stars are foolish enough to publish their projected numbers for posterity to observe. An elementary empirical test is to compare these star economists to a hypothetical cab driver. You create a synthetic agent, someone who takes the most recent number as the best predictor of the next. Then you compare the error rates of the hotshot economists and your synthetic agent. The problem is that when you are swayed by stories, you forget about the necessity of such testing. Events are outlandish. The problem with prediction comes mainly from the fact that we are living in extremistan. Our predictors may be good at predicting the ordinary, but not the irregular. All you need to do is miss one interest rates move to have all your subsequent forecasts rendered completely ineffectual. What matters is not how often you are right, but how large your cumulative errors are. And these cumulative errors depend largely on the big surprises. Not only do predictors miss them, but they are quite ashamed to say anything outlandish. And yet events, it turns out, are almost always outlandish. A few researchers have examined the work and attitude of security analysts. A study comparing them with weather forecasters documented that the analysts are worse at predicting, while having a greater faith in their own skills. Another research paper scrutinized 2,000 predictions by security analysts. It showed that these brokerage house analysts predicted nothing, a naive forecast would not do markedly worse. Worse yet, the forecaster's errors were significantly larger than the average difference between individual forecasts, which indicates herding. I was almost right. The psychologist Philip Tetlock studied the business of political and economic experts. He asked various specialists to judge the likelihood of a number of events occurring within a specified time frame. The study revealed that experts' error rates were many times what they had estimated. There was no difference in results whether one had a PhD or an undergraduate degree. Well-published professors had no advantage over journalists. The only regularity Tetlock found was the negative effect of reputation on prediction. Those who had a big reputation were worse predictors than those who had none. But Tetlock's focus was on why the experts did not realize that they were not so good at their own business. There seemed to be a logic to such incompetence, mostly in the form of belief defense. You tell yourself that you were playing a different game. Let's say you failed to predict the fall of the Soviet Union. It is easy to claim that you were excellent at understanding the political workings, but that these Russians were skilled at hiding crucial economic elements. It is not your skills that are to blame. You invoke the outlier. Something happened that was outside the scope of your science. It was a black swan, and you are not supposed to predict black swans. The almost right defense. Retrospectively, it is easy to feel that it was a close call. These experts were lopsided. On the occasions when they were right, they attributed it to their own depth of understanding. When wrong, it was either the situation that was to blame, or they did not recognize that they were wrong and spun stories around it. We humans are the victims of an asymmetry in the perception of random events. We attribute our successes to our skills and our failures to external events. We feel responsible for the good stuff, but not for the bad. This causes us to think that we are better than others. The other effect of this asymmetry is that we feel a little unique. Consider the unrealistic expectations about the future on the part of people tying the knot. Or consider how many people who have abruptly lost their job deemed it likely to occur, even a few days before. The hedgehog and the fox. Tetlock distinguishes between two types of predictors, the hedgehog and the fox. The hedgehog knows one thing, the fox knows many things. Many of the prediction failures come from hedgehogs who are mentally married to a single big black swan event. The hedgehog is someone focusing on a single, improbable event, falling for the narrative fallacy. I am not recommending that anyone become a hedgehog, rather be a fox with an open mind. I know that history is going to be dominated by an improbable event. I just don't know what that event will be. Reality? I found no formal, Tetlock-like comprehensive study in economics journals, but I found no paper trumpeting economists' ability to produce reliable projections. The articles I could find collectively show no convincing evidence that economists as a community have an ability to predict. Biros Makrodakis ran competitions between forecasters who practice a scientific method called econometrics. He made people forecast in real life and then judged their accuracy. He reached the sad conclusion that statistically sophisticated or complex methods do not necessarily provide more accurate forecasts than simpler ones. The problem is that we focus on the rare occasion when these methods work and almost never on their far more numerous failures. Someone may counter that economists' forecasts create feedback that cancels their effect. I agree with this point, but I do not believe that it is the cause of the economists' failure to predict. The world is far too complicated for their discipline. Economics is the most insular of fields. It quotes least from outside itself. Other than that, it was okay. We will now address another constant in human nature, a systematic error made by project planners. Plans fail because of what we have called tunneling, the neglect of sources of uncertainty outside the plan itself. A nonfiction writer gets a book contract with a final date for delivery 2 years from now. 2 years later, he calls to explain that he will be a little delayed. He projected his own schedule, but he tunneled as he did not forecast that some external events would emerge to slow him down, like the disasters on September 11th, trips to assist his ailing mother, and a broken engagement. Other than that, it was all within his plan. The unexpected has a one-sided effect with projects. The unexpected almost always pushes in a single direction, higher costs and a longer time to completion. Researchers have tested how students estimate the time needed to complete their projects. In one test, optimistic students promised 26 days, pessimistic ones 47 days. The average actual time to completion turned out to be 56 days. The beauty of technology, Excel spreadsheets. In the pre-computer days, projections remained vague and qualitative. The activity of projecting was effortful and marred with self-doubt. But things changed with the spreadsheet. When you put an Excel spreadsheet into computer-literate hands, you get a sales projection effortlessly extending to infinity. A classical mental mechanism called anchoring seems to be at work here. You lower your anxiety about uncertainty by producing a number, then you anchor on it. We use reference points in our heads and start building beliefs around them because less mental effort is needed. The character of prediction errors. Like many biological variables, life expectancy is from Mediocristan. It is not scalable, since the older we get, the less likely we are to live. When a newborn female reaches her 79th birthday, her life expectancy is another 10 years. At 90, she should have another 4.7 years. As she lives beyond the expected date of death, the number of additional years to go decreases. With human projects and ventures, you will witness the exact opposite effect. Let's say a project is expected to terminate in 79 days. On the 79th day, if the project is not finished, it will be expected to take another 25 days. But on the 90th day, it should have about 58 days to go. On the 100th, 89 days. As you see, the longer you wait, the longer you will be expected to wait. This subtle but extremely consequential property of scalable randomness is unusually counterintuitive. We misunderstand the logic of large deviations from the norm. Don't cross a river if it is, on average, 4 feet deep. Corporate and government projections have an additional flaw. They do not attach a possible error rate to their scenarios. Even in the absence of black swans, this omission would be a mistake. Forecasting without incorporating an error rate uncovers 3 fallacies. The first fallacy, variability matters. For planning purposes, the accuracy in your forecast matters far more than the forecast itself. Don't cross a river if it is 4 feet deep on average. The policies we need should depend far more on the range of possible outcomes than on the expected final number. The second fallacy lies in failing to take into account forecast degradation as the projected period lengthens. We do not realize the full extent of the difference between near and far futures. Our forecast errors have traditionally been enormous. The third fallacy, and perhaps the gravest, concerns a misunderstanding of the random character of the variables being forecast. Owing to the black swan, these variables can accommodate far more optimistic or pessimistic scenarios than are currently expected. Even if you agree with a given forecast, you have to worry about the real possibility of significant divergence from it. It is the worst case that matters when engaging in a policy. Get another job. The 2 typical replies I face when I question forecasters' business are, what should he do? Do you have a better way for us to predict? And if you're so smart, show me your own prediction. My suggestion, get another job. People who are trapped in their jobs who forecast simply because that's my job, knowing it is ineffectual, are not what I would call ethical. Anyone who causes harm by forecasting should be treated as either a fool or a liar. At New York's JFK Airport, you can find gigantic newsstands with walls full of magazines. I wonder how long it would take to read every single one of them. Sadly, all this knowledge would not help the reader to forecast what is to happen tomorrow. Actually, it might decrease his ability to forecast. There is another aspect to the problem of prediction, its inherent limitations, arising from the very nature of information itself. Let's begin Chapter 11. Chapter 11, How to Look for Bird Poop. We've seen that we tend to both tunnel and think narrowly, and that our prediction record is highly overestimated. We will now go deeper into the structural limitations on our ability to predict. How to look for bird poop. In the summer of 1998, I worked at a financial institution that wanted to be rigorous and farsighted. The trading unit had 5 managers who had to meet throughout the summer to formulate the 5-year plan. To a fellow deeply skeptical of the central planner, the notion was ludicrous. Growth within the firm had been organic and unpredictable, bottom up, not top down. The managers sat down to brainstorm about the medium-term future. But then an event occurred that was not in the previous 5-year plan, the black swan of the Russian financial default of 1998. It had such an effect on the firm that none of the 5 managers was still employed there a month later. Yet I am confident that today their replacements are still meeting to work on the next 5-year plan. We never learn. Inadvertent discoveries. The classical model of discovery is as follows. You search for what you know, say, a new way to reach India, and find something you didn't know was there, America. If you think that the inventions we see around us came from someone sitting in a cubicle and concocting them according to a timetable, think again. Almost everything of the moment is the product of serendipity. The term was coined from a fairy tale, the 3 princes of Serendip. These princes were always making discoveries by accident or sagacity of things which they were not in quest of. In other words, you find something you are not looking for, and it changes the world. Sir Francis Bacon commented that the most important advances are the least predictable ones, those lying out of the path of the imagination. The novelist Arthur Koestler wrote a book called The Sleepwalkers, describing discoverers as sleepwalkers stumbling upon results and not realizing what they have in their hands. Take this dramatic example. Alexander Fleming was cleaning up his laboratory when he found that penicillium mold had contaminated one of his old experiments. He thus happened upon the antibacterial properties of penicillin. True, Fleming was looking for something, but the actual discovery was simply serendipitous. Furthermore, it took a very long time for health officials to realize the importance of what they had on their hands. In 1965, 2 radio astronomers at Bell Labs were bothered by a background noise, a hiss. The noise could not be eradicated, even after they cleaned the bird excrement out of their antenna, since they were convinced that bird poop was behind the noise. It took a while for them to figure out that what they were hearing was the trace of the birth of the universe. This discovery revived the Big Bang Theory. The 2 fellows were looking for bird poop. Not only were they not looking for anything like the evidence of the Big Bang, but, as usual, they did not immediately see the importance of their find. We have a paradox. Not only have forecasters failed to foresee the drastic changes brought about by unpredictable discoveries, but incremental change has turned out to be generally slower than expected. When a new technology emerges, we either grossly underestimate or severely overestimate its importance. Thomas Watson, the founder of IBM, once predicted that there would be no need for more than just a handful of computers. A solution waiting for a problem. Engineers tend to develop tools for the pleasure of developing tools. It so happens that some of these tools bring us more knowledge. The computer was not built to allow us to develop new visual mathematics, but it happened to do so. Nor was it invented to let you chat with friends in Siberia, but it has caused some long-distance relationships to bloom. The laser is a prime illustration of a tool made for no real purpose that then found applications that were not even dreamed of. It was a typical solution looking for a problem. Charles Townes, the alleged inventor of the laser, was asked if he had had detached retinas on his mind. He had not. He was satisfying his desire to split light beams. Just consider the effects of the laser: compact discs, eyesight corrections, microsurgery, all unforeseen applications. Keep searching. In the summer of 2005, I was the guest of a biotech company that had found inordinate success. A scientist managed the company and had the instinct to just let scientists look wherever their instinct took them. Commercialization came later. My hosts understood that research involves a large element of serendipity. Viagra, which changed the social mores of retired men, was meant to be a hypertension drug. Another hypertension drug led to a hair growth medication. The best way to get maximal exposure is to keep researching. Louis Pasteur said, "Luck favors the prepared." To predict the spread of a technology implies predicting a large element of fads and social contagion, which lie outside the objective utility of the technology itself. How to predict your predictions. This brings us to Sir Karl Popper's attack on historicism. His insight concerns the limitations in forecasting historical events and the need to downgrade soft areas such as history and social science to a level slightly above entertainment. Popper's central argument is that in order to predict historical events, you need to predict technological innovation, itself fundamentally unpredictable. If you expect that you will know tomorrow with certainty that your boyfriend has been cheating on you, then you know today with certainty that your boyfriend is cheating on you and will take action today. There is a law in statistics called the law of iterated expectations. If I expect to expect something at some date in the future, then I already expect that something at present. Consider the wheel again. If you are a Stone Age thinker called on to predict the future, you must project the invention of the wheel, or you will miss the action. Now, if you can prophesy the invention of the wheel, you already know what a wheel looks like, and thus you already know how to build a wheel. So you are already on your way. The mere knowledge that something has been invented often leads to a series of inventions of a similar nature. The information that the solution exists is itself a big piece of the solution. By the same logic, we are not easily able to conceive of future inventions. On the day when we are able to foresee inventions, we will be living in a state where everything conceivable has been invented. My argument is trivial, so why don't we take it into account? The answer lies in a pathology of human nature. We see flaws in others and not in ourselves. The ninth billiard ball. Henri Poincaré was perhaps the last great thinking mathematician. He was the first known big-gun mathematician to understand that there are fundamental limits to our equations. He introduced nonlinearities, small effects that can lead to severe consequences, an idea that later became popular as chaos theory. Poincaré's reasoning was simple. As you project into the future, you may need an increasing amount of precision about the dynamics of the process, since your error rate grows very rapidly. He showed this in the three-body problem. If you have only 2 planets in a system, you can predict their behavior. But add a third body, say a comet, ever so small. Initially, it will cause no drift. Later, with time, its effects may become explosive. Small differences in where this tiny body is located will eventually dictate the future of the behemoth planets. This multiplicative difficulty can be illustrated with billiard balls on a table. If you know a set of basic parameters, it is rather easy to predict what would happen at the first hit. The second impact becomes more complicated, but possible. The problem is that to correctly compute the ninth impact, you need to take into account the gravitational pull of someone standing next to the table. And to compute the 56th impact, every single elementary particle of the universe needs to be present in your assumptions. An electron at the edge of the universe must figure in the calculations. In a dynamical system, the ability to project into the future is subjected to a fundamental limitation. In the 1960s, the meteorologist Edward Lorenz rediscovered Poincaré's results on his own. He was producing a computer model of weather dynamics and ran a simulation. Later, he tried to repeat the same simulation and got wildly different results. He realized that the divergence arose from a small rounding in the input parameters. This became known as the butterfly effect, since a butterfly moving its wings in India could cause a hurricane in New York 2 years later. They still ignore Hayek. A potent application in the social world comes from the economist Friedrich Hayek. He is one of the rare members of his profession to focus on true uncertainty and the limitations of knowledge. In 1974, he received the Nobel Prize in Economics. His acceptance speech was called The Pretense of Knowledge, and he mostly railed about other economists. He argued against the use of the tools of hard science in the social ones. For Hayek, a true forecast is done organically by a system, not by a central planner. One single institution cannot aggregate knowledge, but society as a whole will be able to integrate these multiple pieces of information. Hayek attacked socialism as a product of what I have called nerd knowledge or Platonicity. He aptly called this scientism. My only criticism of Hayek is that he makes a hard distinction between social sciences and physics. He was right about the social sciences, but what he said about the weaknesses of social knowledge applies to all knowledge. Why? Because of the confirmation problem. Physics has been successful, but it is a narrow field of hard science, and people tend to generalize that success to all science. How not to be a nerd? Let us dig deeper into the problem of knowledge. Do nerds tunnel? Do they focus on crisp categories and miss sources of uncertainty? Think of a bookworm picking up a new language. He will learn it by reading a grammar book. He will have the impression that some higher authority set the linguistic regulations. In reality, languages grow organically. Grammar is something people codify into a book. While the scholastic-minded will memorize declensions, the aplatonic non-nerd will acquire the language by picking up potential girlfriends in bars or talking to cab drivers. Thinkers of the Austrian school, to which Hayek belonged, used the designations tacit or implicit for that part of knowledge that cannot be written down. They made the distinction between know-how and know-what. To clarify, Platonic is top-down, formulaic, and closed-minded. Aplatonic is bottom-up, open-minded, skeptical, and empirical. Prediction and free will. If you know all possible conditions of a physical system, you can project its behavior into the future. But this only concerns inanimate objects. It is another matter to project a future when humans are involved, if you consider them endowed with free will. If I can predict all of your actions, then you may not be as free as you think. If you believe in free will, you can't truly believe in social science and economic projection. You cannot predict how people will act. Except, of course, if there is a trick. You simply assume that individuals will be rational in the future and thus act predictably. A rational individual will perform a unique set of actions in specified circumstances. In orthodox economics, rationality became a straitjacket. Economists ignored the fact that people might prefer to do something other than maximize their economic interests. This led to mathematical techniques such as optimization, on which Paul Samuelson built much of his work. It involves complicated mathematics and raises a barrier to entry by non-mathematically trained scholars. This optimization set back social science by reducing it to an attempt at an exact science, an intellectual fraud. Tragically, before the proliferation of empirically blind idiot savants, interesting work had been begun by true thinkers, the likes of J.M. Keynes, Friedrich Hayek, and the great Benoit Mandelbrot, all of whom were displaced because they moved economics away from the precision of second-rate physics. The grewness of emerald. Recall the turkey problem. You look at the past and derive some rule about the future. The same past data can confirm a theory and also its exact opposite. If you survive until tomorrow, it could mean that either you are more likely to be immortal or you are closer to death. So not only can the past be misleading, but there are also many degrees of freedom in our interpretation of past events. The philosopher Nelson Goodman called this the riddle of induction. If you project from the past in a linear way, you continue a trend, but possible future deviations from the course of the past are infinite. Let's say that you observe an emerald. It was green yesterday. It is green again today. This would confirm the green property. But to Goodman, the emerald's color history could equally confirm the GRU property. The emerald's GRU property is to be green until a specified date, and then blue thereafter. The riddle of induction is another version of the narrative fallacy. You face an infinity of stories that explain what you have seen. That great anticipation machine. So, why on earth do we plan? The answer has to do with human nature. Planning may come with the package of what makes us human, our consciousness. There's supposed to be an evolutionary dimension to our need to project matters into the future. The philosopher Daniel Dennett proposes that the most potent use of our brain is the ability to project conjectures into the future and play the counterfactual game. We can let our conjectures die in our stead. This ability frees us from immediate first-order natural selection. For Dennett, our brains are anticipation machines. Why do we listen to experts and their forecasts? A candidate explanation is that society reposes on specialization. We have a natural tendency to listen to the expert, even in fields where there may be no experts. Let's move on to Chapter 12. Chapter 12, Epistemocracy, a Dream. Someone with a low degree of epistemic arrogance is not too visible. We are not predisposed to respect humble people, those who try to suspend judgment. Now contemplate epistemic humility. Think of someone tortured by the awareness of his own ignorance. He lacks the courage of the idiot, yet has the rare guts to say, "I don't know." He does not mind looking like a fool. I will call such a person an epistemocrat. The province where the laws are structured with this kind of human fallibility in mind, I will call an epistemocracy. The major modern epistemocrat is Montaigne. Monsieur de Montaigne, epistemocrat. At the age of 38, Michel de Montaigne retired to his estate in southwestern France. His idea was to write a modest collection of attempts, that is, essays. The very word essay conveys the tentative, the speculative, and the non-definitive. The tower that became his study was inscribed with Greek and Latin sayings, almost all referring to the vulnerability of human knowledge. Montaigne's subject was himself, but as a means to discover things about the entire human race. Among the inscriptions was a remark by the poet Terence, "I am a man, and nothing human is foreign to me." Montaigne is quite refreshing to read because he fully accepted human weaknesses and understood that no philosophy could be effective unless it took into account our deeply ingrained imperfections. It is not that he was ahead of his time. It would be better said that later scholars were backward. He was a thinking, ruminating fellow, and his ideas did not spring up in his tranquil study, but while on horseback. He was a doer. He had been a magistrate, a businessman, and the mayor of Bordeaux before he retired. He was also an anti-dogmatist, a skeptic with charm, someone who wanted to be a man in the great classical tradition. Democracy. Everyone has an idea of utopia. To me, utopia is an epistemocracy, a society in which anyone of rank is an epistemocrat and where epistemocrats manage to be elected. It would be a society governed from the basis of the awareness of ignorance, not knowledge. Alas, one cannot assert authority by accepting one's own fallibility. People need to be blinded by knowledge. We are made to follow leaders who can gather people together because the advantages of being in groups trump the disadvantages of being alone. It has been more profitable for us to bind together in the wrong direction than to be alone in the right one. The black swan asymmetry allows you to be confident about what is wrong, not about what you believe is right. Karl Popper was once asked whether one could be skeptical about skepticism. He answered that he threw students out of his lectures for asking far more intelligent questions than that one. The past past and the past's future. Some truths only hit children. Adults get sucked into the minutiae of practical life and abandon these insights. One of these truths concerns the difference in texture between the past and the future. The only way you can imagine a future similar to the past is by assuming that it will be an exact projection of it, hence predictable. The notion of a future mixed with chance is a mental operation our mind cannot perform. There is an asymmetry between past and future, and it is too subtle for us to understand naturally. The first consequence of this asymmetry is that, in people's minds, the relationship between the past and the future does not learn from the relationship between the past and the past previous to it. When we think of tomorrow, we do not frame it in terms of what we thought about yesterday on the day before yesterday. Because of this introspective defect, we fail to learn from our past predictions. When we think of tomorrow, we just project it as another yesterday. This mental block has other manifestations. Go to the primate section of the Bronx Zoo, where you can see masses of tourists laughing at the caricature of humans that the lower primates represent. Now imagine being a member of a higher-level species. You would certainly laugh at the people laughing at the non-human primates. An element in the mechanics of how the human mind learns from the past makes us believe in definitive solutions. Yet we don't consider that those who preceded us thought that they too had definitive solutions. This mental block about the future appears to resemble autism. Autistic people cannot put themselves in the shoes of others. Just as autism is called mind blindness, This inability to think dynamically, to position oneself with respect to a future observer, we should call future blindness. Prediction, misprediction, and happiness. I searched the literature of cognitive science for research on future blindness and found nothing. But in the literature on happiness, I did find an examination of our chronic errors in predicting what will make us happy. You are about to buy a new car. It is going to change your life and bring you to a permanently elevated plateau of contentment. Yet you forget that the last time you bought a car, you also had the same expectations. You do not anticipate that the effect of the new car will eventually wane and that you will revert to the initial condition. Psychologists have studied this kind of misprediction. We overestimate the effects of both pleasant and unpleasant future events on our lives. This predicament is called anticipated utility, or affective forecasting. We have evidence of a mental block in the way we fail to learn from our past errors in projecting the future of our affective states. We grossly overestimate the length of the effect of misfortune on our lives. You think that the loss of your fortune will be devastating, but you are probably wrong. You will adapt to anything, as you probably did after past misfortunes. Hellenes and the reverse prophecies. If you are in the business of being a seer, you are judged on the merits of your predictions. Hellenes in the Iliad was a different kind of seer. He was able to predict the past with great precision, without having been given any details of it. He predicted backward. Our problem is not just that we do not know the future. We do not know much of the past either. The melting ice cube. Consider the following thought experiment. Operation 1. Imagine an ice cube and consider how it may melt over the next 2 hours. Try to envision the shape of the resulting puddle. Operation 2. Consider a puddle of water on the floor. Now try to reconstruct the shape of the ice cube it may once have been. The second operation is harder. The first direction from the ice cube to the puddle is called the forward process. The second direction, the backward process, is much more complicated. The forward process is used in physics and engineering, the backward process in non-repeatable historical approaches. The limitations that prevent us from unfrying an egg also prevent us from reverse engineering history. Now, let me increase the complexity by assuming nonlinearity. Take the butterfly in India paradigm. A small input in a complex system can lead to large results. A single butterfly flapping its wings in New Delhi may be the certain cause of a hurricane in North Carolina. However, given the observation of a hurricane, it is dubious that you could figure out the cause with any precision. The process from the butterfly to the hurricane is simpler than the reverse process. Once again, incomplete information. Take a personal computer. You can use a spreadsheet to generate a random sequence. The computer program responds to a complicated equation that produces numbers that seem random. If you know the equation, you can predict the sequence. It is almost impossible, however, for a human to reverse engineer the equation and predict further sequences. This brings me to a greater problem with the historian's craft. Randomness is incomplete information, what I called opacity. Non-practitioners of randomness do not understand the subtlety. They bug me about whether the randomness I address is true randomness or deterministic chaos. There is no functional difference in practice between the two. The mere fact that a person is talking about the difference implies that he has never made a meaningful decision under uncertainty. What they call knowledge. History is like a museum where one can go to see the repository of the past. It is a wonderful mirror in which we can see our own narratives. I am fond of literary history. Ancient history satisfies my desire to build my own identity. I even prefer the accounts of older, patently less accurate books to modern ones. History is useful for the thrill of knowing the past, provided it remains a harmless narrative. One should learn under severe caution. We can get negative confirmation from history, which is invaluable, but we get plenty of illusions of knowledge along with it. The empirical doctor's approach was to know history without theorizing from it. This clean approach to the past they called epillogism. But most historians have another opinion. Consider What is History by Edward Hallett Carr. You will catch him explicitly pursuing causation as a central aspect of his job. You see the same with all theoreticians of history. The more we try to turn history into anything other than an enumeration of accounts, the more we get into trouble. Let us now see what to do about future and past blindness. Remarkably, there are extremely practical measures we can take. Let's begin Chapter 13. Chapter 13, Appels the Painter, or What Do You Do If You Cannot Predict? Advice is cheap, very cheap. It is not a good habit to stuff one's text with quotations from prominent thinkers, except to make fun of them. So I chose the following statement by Bertrand Russell, precisely because I disagree with it. He said, "The demand for certainty is one which is natural to man, but is nevertheless an intellectual vice. But so long as men are not trained to withhold judgment in the absence of evidence, they will be led astray by cocksure prophets." I disagree because I do not believe in the track record of advice-giving philosophy, nor do I believe that virtues can be easily taught. Why? Because we have to deal with humans as humans. We cannot teach people to withhold judgment. Judgments are embedded in the way we view objects. I do not see a tree. I see a pleasant or an ugly tree. Philosophers since Aristotle have taught us that we are deep-thinking animals. It took a while to discover that we more readily narrate backward to give ourselves the illusion of understanding. We forget to philosophize when under strain. I'll end this section on prediction with 2 lessons. Being a fool in the right places. The lesson for the small is, be human. Accept that being human involves some amount of epistemic arrogance. Do not try to always withhold judgment. Opinions are the stuff of life. Just be a fool in the right places. What you should avoid is unnecessary dependence on large-scale harmful predictions. Be fooled in small matters, not in the large. Do not listen to economic forecasters, but do make your own forecast for the picnic. Know how to rank beliefs, not according to their plausibility, but by the harm they may cause. Be prepared. If you shed the idea of full predictability, there are plenty of things to do. Knowing that you cannot predict does not mean that you cannot benefit from unpredictability. The bottom line, be prepared. The idea of positive accident. Recall the empirics, the Greek school of empirical medicine. They considered that you should be open-minded in your medical diagnoses to let luck play a role. By luck, a patient might be cured, so the treatment can then be used on subsequent patients. The positive accident was their central method of medical discovery. This same point can be generalized to life. Maximize the serendipity around you. Sextus Empiricus retold the story of Apelles the painter, who, while doing a portrait of a horse, was attempting to depict the foam from the horse's mouth. After trying very hard, he gave up, and in irritation threw the sponge he used for cleaning his brush at the picture. Where the sponge hit, it left a perfect representation of the foam. Trial and error means trying a lot. We have psychological and intellectual difficulties with trial and error, and with accepting that series of small failures are necessary in life. My colleague Mark Spitznagel understood that you need to love to lose. American culture encourages the process of failure, unlike the cultures of Europe and Asia, where failure is met with stigma. America's specialty is to take these small risks for the rest of the world. Volatility and risk of black swan. People are often ashamed of losses, so they engage in strategies that produce very little volatility but contain the risk of a large loss, like collecting nickels in front of steamrollers. People hate volatility, thus engage in strategies exposed to blow-ups. Furthermore, this trade-off between volatility and risk can show up in careers that give the appearance of being stable. When laid off, the employee faces a total void. On the other hand, consultants can have volatile earnings but face a lower risk of starvation, since their skills match demand. Dictatorships that do not appear volatile face a larger risk of chaos than, say, Italy, which has been in a state of continual political turmoil. Barbell strategy. I am trying here to generalize to real life the notion of the barbell strategy I used as a trader. If you know that you are vulnerable to prediction errors, and if you accept that most risk measures are flawed, then your strategy is to be as hyper-conservative and hyper-aggressive as you can be, instead of being mildly aggressive or conservative. Put a portion, say 85 to 90%, in extremely safe instruments, like treasury bills. The remaining 10 to 15% you put in extremely speculative bets, like options or venture capital style portfolios. That way, no black swan can hurt you at all beyond your floor. Instead of having medium risk, you have high risk on one side and no risk on the other. Nobody knows anything. The legendary screenwriter William Goldman was said to have shouted, "Nobody knows anything," in relation to the prediction of movie sales. The answer to how someone as successful as Goldman can figure out what to do without making predictions stands business logic on its head. He knew that he could not predict individual events, but he was well aware that the unpredictable, a movie turning into a blockbuster, would benefit him immensely. So the second lesson is more aggressive. You can actually take advantage of the problem of prediction. I suspect that the most successful businesses are precisely those that know how to work around inherent unpredictability. Here are the modest tricks. First, make a distinction between positive and negative contingencies. Learn to distinguish between undertakings in which the lack of predictability can be beneficial and those where it can cause harm. William Goldman was in the movies, a positive black swan business. A negative black swan business is one where the unexpected can hit hard. If you are in the military, catastrophe insurance, or banking, you face only downside. For your exposure to the positive black swan, you do not need any precise understanding of the structure of uncertainty. I find it hard to explain that when you have a very limited loss, you need to get as aggressive as you can be. Second, don't look for the precise and the local. Do not be narrow-minded. Pasteur understood that you do not look for something particular every morning, but work hard to let contingency enter your working life. Do not try to predict precise black swans. It tends to make you more vulnerable to the ones you did not predict. Invest in preparedness, not in prediction. Third, seize any opportunity. They are rare. Many people do not realize that they are getting a lucky break. Collect as many free non-lottery tickets as you can. Work hard in chasing such opportunities. This makes living in big cities invaluable because you increase the odds of serendipitous encounters. Fourth, beware of precise plans by governments. Let governments predict, but do not set much store by what they say. Remember that the interest of these civil servants is to survive and self-perpetuate, not to get to the truth. Fifth, do not waste your time trying to fight forecasters, stock analysts, and economists, except to play pranks on them. People will continue to predict foolishly, especially if they are paid for it. The great asymmetry. All these recommendations have one point in common: asymmetry. Put yourself in situations where favorable consequences are much larger than unfavorable ones. The notion of asymmetric outcomes is the central idea of this audiobook. I will never get to know the unknown, but I can always guess how it might affect me, and I should base my decisions around that. This is often called Pascal's wager. He argued that he did not know whether God exists, but he had nothing to gain from being an atheist if God does not exist, whereas he had plenty to lose if God does. This justifies belief. The idea behind Pascal's wager has fundamental applications. It stands the entire notion of knowledge on its head. It eliminates the need for us to understand the probabilities of a rare event. We can focus on the payoff and benefits of an event if it takes place. I don't know the odds of an earthquake, but I can imagine how San Francisco might be affected by one. This idea that in order to make a decision, you need to focus on the consequences, which you can know, rather than the probability, which you can't know, is the central idea of uncertainty. You can build an overall theory of decision-making on this idea. All you have to do is mitigate the consequences. In the end, we are being driven by history, all the while thinking that we are doing the driving. I'll sum up this long section on prediction by stating that we can narrow down the reasons we can't figure out what's going on. There are our epistemic arrogance and future blindness, the Platonic notion of categories, and flawed tools of inference. In the next section, we will go deeper into these tools. Now we'll begin Part 3. Part 3, those gray swans of extremistan. It's time to deal in some depth with 4 final items that bear on our black swan. First, I will show how the world is moving deeper into extremistan. Second, I will get into the Gaussian bell curve as a contagious and severe delusion. Third, I will present what I call Mandelbrotchen, or fractal randomness. We can turn these black swans into gray swans, so to speak, reducing their surprise effect. Finally, I will present the ideas of those philosophers who focus on phony uncertainty. Let's begin Chapter 14. Chapter 14, From Mediocristan to Extremistan and Back. Let us see how an increasingly man-made planet can evolve away from mild into wild randomness. The world is unfair. Is the world that unfair? I have spent my entire life studying randomness. The more that time passes, the worse things seem to me, the more scared I get. Every morning the world appears to me more random than it did the day before, and humans seem to be even more fooled by it. Two soft scientists propose intuitive models for the development of this inequity. Let me start with the economist Sherwin Rosen. In the early 80s, he wrote papers about the economics of superstars. He conveyed his sense of outrage that a basketball player could earn over $1 million a year. Today, celebrities and sports stars get contracts worth hundreds of millions of dollars. The extreme is about 20 times higher than it was 2 decades ago. According to Rosen, this inequality comes from a tournament effect. Someone who is marginally better can easily win the entire pot. People prefer to pay $10 for a recording featuring Horowitz to $9 for a struggling pianist. So it looks like a tournament where the winner grabs the whole thing. But the role of luck is missing in Rosen's argument. Random outcomes can also explain success. A person can get slightly ahead for entirely random reasons. Because we like to imitate one another, we will flock to him. The world of contagion is so underestimated. I am using a Macintosh after years of using Microsoft-based products. The Apple technology is vastly better, yet the inferior software won the day. How? Luck. The Matthew effect. More than a decade before Rosen, the sociologist of science Robert K. Merton presented his idea of the Matthew effect, by which people take from the poor to give to the rich. He looked at the performance of scientists and showed how an initial advantage follows someone through life. Let's say someone writes an academic paper quoting 50 people. Another researcher working on the same subject will randomly cite 3 of those 50. Merton showed that many academics cite references without having read the original work. So a third researcher, reading the second article, selects 3 of the previously referenced authors for his citations. These 3 authors will receive more and more attention. The difference between the winning 3 and the others is mostly luck. Academic success is partly a lottery. Those who got a good push in the beginning of their scholarly careers will keep getting persistent cumulative advantages. It is easier for the rich to get richer, for the famous to become more famous. In sociology, this is called cumulative advantage. It can apply to companies, businessmen, actors, and writers. Failure is also cumulative. Losers are likely to also lose in the future. The advent of the modern media has accelerated these cumulative advantages. The sociologist Pierre Bourdieu noted a link between the increased concentration of success and the globalization of culture and economic life. Lingua franca. The theory of preferential attachment is ubiquitous. It can explain why city size is from extremistan, why vocabulary is concentrated among a small number of words, or why bacteria populations can vary hugely. In the 1940s, the Harvard linguist George Zipf examined the properties of language and came up with a regularity now known as Zipf's law. The more you use a word, the less effortful you will find it to use that word again. This explains why out of 60,000 main words in English, only a few hundred constitute the bulk of what is used. Likewise, the more people aggregate in a particular city, the more likely a stranger will be to pick that city. The big get bigger and the small stay small. A great illustration is the mushrooming use of English as a lingua franca. People need to use one single language when they are having a conversation. So whatever language appears to have the upper hand will suddenly draw people in droves. Even members of the Swiss army use English as a lingua franca. Ideas and contagions. The same model can be used for the contagions and concentration of ideas, but there are some restrictions. Ideas do not spread without some form of structure. There seem to be basins of attraction directing us to certain beliefs. The anthropologist Dan Sperber has proposed the idea of the epidemiology of representations. Ideas spread because they have for carriers self-serving agents who are interested in them and interested in distorting them. To be contagious, a mental category must agree with our nature. Nobody is safe in extremistan. There is something extremely naive about all these models. For instance, although Merton's idea includes luck, it misses an additional layer of randomness. In all these models, the winner stays a winner, but a winner could be unseated by someone new. Nobody is safe. Preferential attachment theories are intuitively appealing, but they do not account for the possibility of being supplanted by newcomers. How did Rome, with a population of 1.2 million, end up with a population of 12,000 in the 3rd century? How did Baltimore become a relic? A Brooklyn Frenchman. When I started trading, I befriended a fellow named Vincent, who taught me a few tricks. Among his sayings were, "Trading may have princes, but nobody stays a king, and the people you meet on the way up, you will meet again on the way down." There were theories when I was a child about class warfare and struggles against powerful monster corporations. Anyone with intellectual hunger was fed these theories, but one had only to look around to see that these large corporate monsters dropped like flies. Take a cross-section of the dominant corporations at any time. Many of them will be out of business a few decades later. Of the 500 largest U.S. companies in 1957, only 74 were still part of that group 40 years later. Almost all these corporations were in the most capitalist country, the United States. The more socialist a country's orientation, the easier it was for the large corporate monsters to stick around. Why did capitalism destroy these ogres? The real reason includes a large share of chance. Another corporation may luck out with a blockbuster product and displace the current winners. Capitalism is the revitalization of the world thanks to the opportunity to be lucky. Luck is the grand equalizer. The socialist governments protected their monsters and killed potential newcomers in the womb. Everything is transitory. Luck both made and unmade Carthage, it both made and unmade Rome. In the arts, fads do the same job. A newcomer may benefit from a fad, then he too becomes history. The long tail. I have said that nobody is safe in extremistan. This has a converse. Nobody is threatened with complete extinction either. Our current environment allows the little guy to bide his time. This idea was revived by Chris Anderson, who packaged it as the long tail. The web produces acute concentration. A large number of users visit just a few sites like Google. But before Google, Alta Vista dominated. What Anderson saw is that the web also enables the formation of a reservoir of proto-Googles waiting in the background. It allows people with a technical specialty to find a small, stable audience. Recall Yevgenia Krasnova. Thanks to the internet, she bypassed conventional publishers. A web bookstore can carry a near infinite number of books. An author can sit there, be available in search engines, and perhaps benefit from an occasional epidemic. The long tail implies that the small guys collectively should control a large segment of culture and commerce. This is the double tail, a large tail of the small guys, a small tail of the big guys, with some of the small guys rising to knock out the winners. The long tail could free us from dominant political parties, from the academic system, from the press, anything in the hands of self-serving authority. It will help foster cognitive diversity. Naive globalization. We are gliding into disorder, but not necessarily bad disorder. This implies that we will see more periods of calm and stability, with most problems concentrated into a small number of black swans. Consider the nature of past wars. The 20th century was not the deadliest, but it brought something new, the beginning of extremistan warfare. A small probability of a conflict degenerating into total decimation of the human race. A similar effect is taking place in economic life. Globalization creates interlocking fragility, while giving the appearance of stability. It creates devastating black swans. We have never lived before under the threat of a global collapse. Financial institutions have been merging into a smaller number of very large banks. Almost all banks are now interrelated. When one falls, they all fall. We will have fewer but more severe crises. A network is an assemblage of nodes connected by links. Networks have a natural tendency to organize themselves around a concentrated architecture. A few nodes are extremely connected, others barely so. This makes networks robust to random insults, but it also makes them more vulnerable to black swans. Just consider what would happen if there is a problem with a major node. The electricity blackout in the northeastern United States in 2003 is a perfect example. But banks are in a far worse situation. The financial industry has no significant long tail. We would be far better off if there were a different ecology in which financial institutions went bust and were rapidly replaced by new ones. Reversals away from extremistan. There is a mounting tension between our society, full of concentration, and our classical idea of the golden mean. It is conceivable that efforts may be made to reverse such concentration. Before Christianity, in many societies the powerful had many wives, preventing those at the bottom from accessing wombs. But Christianity reversed this with the one-man, one-woman rule. Later, Islam limited the number of wives to 4. This provides social stability since there is no pool of angry, sexually deprived men at the bottom. But I find the emphasis on economic inequality, at the expense of other types, extremely bothersome. Fairness is not exclusively an economic matter. It is pecking order that matters. The superstars will always be there. The disproportionate share of the very few in intellectual influence is even more unsettling than the unequal distribution of wealth. It has been shown that those at the top of the pecking order live longer, even when adjusting for disease. Social rank alone can affect longevity. Actors who win an Oscar tend to live 5 years longer than their peers who don't. People live longer in societies that have flatter social gradients. Winners kill their peers. I do not know how to remedy this. Is insurance against your peers' demoralizing success possible? Should the Nobel Prize be banned? Extremistan is here to stay, so we have to live with it. Now we'll start Chapter 15. Chapter 15, the bell curve, that great intellectual fraud. Forget everything you heard in college statistics or probability theory. If you never took such a class, even better. Let us start from the very beginning. The Gaussian and the Mandelbrottian. I was transiting through the Frankfurt airport in December 2001. I had time to kill and bought some dark European chocolate. The cashier handed me a 10 Deutschmark bill. The Deutschmark was going to be put out of circulation in a matter of days. I kept it as a valedictory. As I was eating my chocolate, I almost choked. I noticed that the bill bore the portrait of Carl Friedrich Gauss and a picture of his Gaussian bell curve. The striking irony is that the last possible object that can be linked to the German currency is precisely such a curve. The Reichsmark went from 4 per dollar to 4 trillion per dollar in a few years during the 1920s, an outcome that tells you that the bell curve is meaningless as a description of the randomness in currency fluctuations. All you need to reject the bell curve is for such a movement to occur once. Yet there was the bell curve, and next to it Herr Professor Dr. Gauss. Shockingly, the bell curve is used as a risk measurement tool by regulators and central bankers. The increase and the decrease. The main point of the Gaussian is that most observations hover around the average. The odds of a deviation decline faster and faster as you move away from it. If you must have only one single piece of information, this is it. The dramatic increase in the speed of decline in the odds as you move away from the center. Assume the average height is 5 feet 7 inches. The odds of someone being taller than 5 feet 10 is 1 in 6. Taller than 6 feet 2 is 1 in 44. Taller than 6 feet 6 is 1 in 740. Taller than 7 feet 1 is 1 in 3.5 million. Taller than 7 feet 5 is 1 in 1 billion. Taller than 7 feet 9 is 1 in 780 billion. As you can see, the odds drop precipitously. This is what allows you to ignore outliers. The Mandelbrottian. By comparison, look at the odds of being rich in Europe. Assume that wealth there is scalable, or Mandelbrottian. The odds of having more than 1 million euros is 1 in 62.5. More than 2 million is 1 in 250. More than 4 million is 1 in 1,000. More than 8 million is 1 in 4,000. The speed of the decrease here remains constant. When you double the amount of money, you cut the incidence by a factor of 4, no matter the level. This illustrates the difference between Mediocristan and extremistan. Another term for the scalable is power laws. Just knowing that we are in a power law environment does not tell us much, because we have to measure the coefficients in real life, which is much harder than with a Gaussian framework. What to remember? Remember this: the Gaussian variations face a headwind that makes probabilities drop at a faster and faster rate, while scalable or Mandelbrottian variations do not have such a restriction. That's pretty much all you need to know. In the Gaussian framework, inequality decreases as the deviations get larger. Not so with the scalable. Inequality stays the same throughout. The inequality among the super-rich is the same as the inequality among the simply rich. Take a random sample of any two people from the U.S. population who jointly earn $1 million per annum. In Mediocristan, the most likely breakdown is $500,000 each. In extremistan, it would be $50,000 and $950,000. The situation is even more lopsided with book sales. If two authors sold a total of 1 million copies, the most likely combination is $993,000 for one and $7,000 for the other. Extremistan and the 80-20 rule. Have you ever heard of the 80-20 rule? It is the common signature of a power law. Vilfredo Pareto made the observation that 80% of the land in Italy was owned by 20% of the people. Some use the rule to imply that 80% of the work is done by 20% of the people. This can be rephrased as the 50-0-1 rule. 50% of the work comes from 1% of the workers. The two formulae are exactly the same. How? If there is inequality, then those who constitute the 20% in the 80-20 rule also contribute unequally. This trickles down to about 1 in 100, contributing a little more than half the total. The 80-20 rule is only metaphorical. In the U.S. book business, the proportions are more like 97-20. Grass and trees. Measures of uncertainty that are based on the bell curve simply disregard the possibility of sharp jumps and are therefore inapplicable in extremistan. Using them is like focusing on the grass and missing out on the gigantic trees. Although unpredictable large deviations are rare, their impact is so dramatic that they cannot be dismissed. The traditional Gaussian way of looking at the world begins by focusing on the ordinary. But there is a second way, which takes the exceptional as a starting point. How coffee drinking can be safe. No single observation in Mediocristan will impact your total. This property becomes more significant as your population increases. The averages become more and more stable. I have never seen a coffee cup jump 2 feet from my desk. It will take more than a mild coffee addiction to witness such an event. Yet physical reality makes it possible. Particles jump around all the time. How come the coffee cup does not? The reason is that for the cup to jump would require that all of its trillions of particles jump in the same direction in lockstep. This is not going to happen in the lifetime of this universe. The safety of my coffee cup illustrates how the randomness of the Gaussian is tameable by averaging. Casino operators understand this well. They never let one gambler make a massive bet, instead preferring to have plenty of gamblers make series of bets of limited size. The variations in the casino's returns will be ridiculously small. The consequence is that variations around the average of the Gaussian are not truly worrisome. They are small and they wash out. Love of certainties. If you ever took a statistics class and wondered what standard deviation meant, there is nothing to worry about. The notion is meaningless outside of Mediocristan. The Gaussian family are the only distributions that the standard deviation and the average are sufficient to describe. Other notions that have little significance outside of the Gaussian are correlation and regression, yet they are deeply ingrained in our methods. The problem with statistical measures like correlation is that if you take any historical series from extremistan and break it up into subsegments, the correlation will exhibit severe instability. It will depend on the period for which it was computed. Yet people talk about correlation as if it were something real. How to cause catastrophes. If you use the term statistically significant, beware of the illusions of certainties. Odds are that someone has looked at his observation errors and assumed that they were Gaussian. The book Catastrophe by Judge Richard Posner bemoans civil servants' misunderstandings of randomness and recommends that government policymakers learn statistics from economists. Judge Posner appears to be trying to foment catastrophes. He is not aware of the distinction between Mediocristan and extremistan. Quetelet's average monster. The bell curve was mainly the concoction of a gambler, Abraham de Moivre. But it is Adolphe Quetelet who counts as one of the most destructive fellows in the history of thought. He came up with the notion of a physically average human, l'homme moyen. The problem was that Quetelet had a normative idea to make the world fit his average, in the sense that the average, to him, was the normal. It would be wonderful to be able to ignore the contribution of the unusual, the non-normal, the black swan, to the total. But we must leave that dream for utopia. Second, there was a serious empirical problem. Quetelet saw bell curves everywhere. He was blinded by them. And I have learned that once you get a bell curve in your head, it is hard to get it out. Later, the thinker Frank Isidro Edgeworth would refer to this grave mistake of seeing bell curves everywhere as Quetelesmus. Golden mediocrity. Quetelet provided a much-needed product for the ideological appetites of his day. He lived during the post-Enlightenment era, a contemporary of early socialist thinkers like Saint-Simon, Proudhon, and Karl Marx. Everyone at this time was longing for the golden mean, a state of all-embracing mediocrity in wealth, height, weight, and so on. This longing was a mix of wishful thinking and a desire for harmony and Platonic purity. I always remember my father saying in medio stet virtus, which is Latin for virtue lies in moderation. For a long time, that was the ideal. Mediocrity, in that sense, was even considered golden. But Quetelet took the idea to a different level. Collecting statistics, he started creating standards of means. Chest size, height, the weight of babies at birth, very little escaped his standards. Deviations from the norm, he found, became exponentially more rare as the size of the deviation increased. Then, having created this idea of the physical characteristics of the average man, he switched to social matters. The average man had his habits, his consumption, his methods. Through this construct of the physically and morally average man, Quetelet created a range of deviance from the average. This positioned all people either to the left or right of the center, and it truly punished those who found themselves at the extreme ends of the statistical bell curve. They became abnormal. How this inspired Marx, who cites Quetelet, is obvious. Societal deviations, like the distribution of wealth, must be minimized. God's error. A much more worrisome aspect of the discussion is that in Quetelet's day, the Gaussian distribution was called the law of errors, since one of its earliest applications was the distribution of errors in astronomic measurements. Are you as worried as I am? Divergence from the mean was treated precisely as an error. No wonder Marx fell for Quetelet's ideas. This concept took off very quickly. The ought was confused with the is, and this with the stamp of approval of science. The notion of the average man is steeped in the culture of the nascent European middle class, the post-Napoleonic shopkeeper's culture, which was wary of excessive wealth and intellectual brilliance. One has to give some credit to the scientific establishment of Quetelet's day. They did not buy his arguments at once. The philosopher, mathematician, economist Augustin Cournot, for starters, did not believe that one could establish a standard human on purely quantitative grounds. The average man, said Cournot, would be a monster. I will explain his point as follows. Assuming there is something desirable in being an average man, he must have some specialty in which he would be more gifted than other people. He cannot be average in everything. A pianist would be better than average at playing the piano, but worse than the norm at, say, horseback riding. The notion of a man deemed average is different from that of a man who is average in everything he does. In fact, an exactly average human would have to be half male and half female. Quetelet completely missed that point. Poincaré to the rescue. The great thinker Poincaré himself was quite suspicious of the Gaussian. I suspect that he felt queasy when it and similar approaches were presented to him. Poincaré wrote that one of his friends, an unnamed eminent physicist, complained to him that physicists tended to use the Gaussian curve because they thought mathematicians believed it was a mathematical necessity. And mathematicians used it because they believed that physicists found it to be an empirical fact. Eliminating unfair influence. Let me state here that, except for the grocery store mentality, I truly believe in the value of middleness and mediocrity. What humanist does not want to minimize the discrepancy between humans? Nothing is more repugnant than the inconsiderate ideal of the Übermensch. My true problem is epistemological. Reality is not Mediocristan, so we should learn to live with it. The Greeks would have deified it. The list of people walking around with the bell curve stuck in their heads, thanks to its Platonic purity, is incredibly long. Sir Francis Galton, Charles Darwin's first cousin, was perhaps one of the last independent gentleman scientists. He lived in the Victorian era, when heirs and persons of leisure could, among other choices, become thinkers or scientists. Unfortunately, doing science for the love of knowledge does not necessarily mean you will head in the right direction. Upon encountering the normal distribution, Galton fell in love with it. He was said to have exclaimed that if the Greeks had known about it, they would have deified it. His enthusiasm may have contributed to the prevalence of the use of the Gaussian. Galton was blessed with no mathematical baggage, but he had a rare obsession with measurement. He built the quincunx, a pinball machine that shows the development of the bell curve. True, Galton applied the bell curve to areas like genetics, where its use was justified, but his enthusiasm helped thrust nascent statistical methods into social issues. Yes, no, only please. Let me discuss here the extent of the damage. If you're dealing with qualitative inference, such as in psychology or medicine, looking for yes-no answers where magnitudes don't apply, then you can assume you're in Mediocristan without serious problems. The impact of the improbable cannot be too large. You have cancer or you don't. You are pregnant or you are not. Degrees of deadness or pregnancy are not relevant. But if you are dealing with aggregates, where magnitudes do matter, such as income, your wealth, or book sales, then you will have a problem and get the wrong distribution if you use the Gaussian. It does not belong there. One single number can disrupt all your averages. One single loss can eradicate a century of profits. You can no longer say, this is an exception. The statement, well, I can lose money is not informational unless you can attach a quantity to that loss. This explains why empirical psychology and its insights on human nature, which I presented earlier, are robust to the mistake of using the bell curve. They are also lucky, since most of their variables allow for the application of conventional Gaussian statistics. When measuring how many people in a sample have a bias, these studies generally elicit a yes-no type of result. No single observation can disrupt their overall findings. Now I'll offer a one-of-a-kind presentation of the bell curve idea from the ground up. A literary thought experiment on where the bell curve comes from. Imagine a large pinball machine. When you launch a ball, it has an equal chance of falling to the right or left every time it hits a pin. If you launch 32 balls, you'd expect many of them to land in the center columns, and fewer balls as you move away from the center. Now let's try a thought experiment. A man flips a coin. After each toss, he takes a step to the left or a step to the right, depending on whether the coin came up heads or tails. This is called a random walk. You could also say that instead of taking steps, you win or lose $1 at every turn, and you keep track of the total amount in your pocket. Assume I set you up in a fair wager. Heads, you make $1. Tails, you lose $1. At the first flip, you will either win or lose. At the second flip, the number of possible outcomes doubles. You could have win-win, win-lose, lose-win, or lose-lose. Each of these cases has equal odds, but the combination of a single win and a single loss has twice the chance of happening, because win-lose and lose-win both result in breaking even. This is the key to the Gaussian. The middle outcomes wash out. So after 2 rounds, you have a 25% chance of being up $2, a 25% chance of being down $2, but a 50% chance of being even. Let's do another round. The third flip again doubles the number of cases to 8. You could have 3 wins in a row or 3 losses in a row, but you have 3 different ways to end up with a net of 1 win and 3 different ways to end up with a net of 1 loss. Play one more round, the fourth. There will be 16 equally likely outcomes. You will have 1 case of 4 wins, 1 case of 4 losses, 4 cases of 2 wins, 4 cases of 2 losses, and 6 break-even cases. You can already see that in this type of randomness, extremes are exceedingly rare. Let's keep playing and go all the way to 40 flips. You'll have over 1 trillion possible combinations. Of these, only 1 will be up 40 and only 1 will be down 40. The rest will hover around the middle, around 0. The odds of getting 40 heads in a row are so small that if you perform this 40-flip trial once per hour, you could expect to wait close to 4 million lifetimes to see it happen just once. And if you play 1 additional round, for a total of 41, getting 41 straight heads would take 8 million lifetimes. This is a key attribute of non-scalable randomness. Extreme deviations decrease at an increasing rate. We are not yet fully in a Gaussian bell curve, but we are getting dangerously close. We are in what I call proto-Gaussian territory, but you can see the gist. The familiar bell shape is starting to emerge. How do we get even closer to the perfect Gaussian bell curve? By refining the process. We can either flip 40 times for $1 a flip, or 4,000 times for 10 cents a flip. The overall risk is about the same in both situations. Let's keep going. We can flip 40,000 times for a penny. As a Platonic form, the pure Gaussian curve is what happens when we have an infinity of tosses per round, with each bet infinitesimally small. We have moved from a simple bet to something completely abstract. We have moved from observations into the realm of mathematics, where things have a purity to them. Now, something completely abstract is not supposed to exist, so please do not even make an attempt to understand a perfect bell curve. Just be aware of its use. Think of it as a thermometer. You are not supposed to understand what temperature means in order to talk about it. You just need to know the correspondence between temperature and comfort. Likewise, the Gaussian bell curve is set so that about 68% of observations fall between -1 and +1 standard deviation from the average. Standard deviation is just a number you scale things to. It's often nicknamed sigma. The odds of falling below -4 sigmas are the same as those of exceeding 4 sigmas, here about 1 in 32,000. As you can see, the main point of the Gaussian is that most observations hover around the mediocre mean, while the odds of a deviation decline faster and faster as you move away from it. You can safely ignore outliers. This property also generates the supreme law of Mediocristan. The contribution of large deviations to the total will be vanishingly small. Those comforting assumptions. Note the central assumptions we made in the coin flip game that led to the proto-Gaussian randomness. First central assumption, the flips are independent of one another. The coin has no memory. If you introduce memory or skills in flipping, the entire Gaussian business becomes shaky. We've already discussed preferential attachment and cumulative advantage, where winning today makes you more likely to win in the future. In real life, probabilities are often dependent on history, which is why the first central assumption fails. Second central assumption, no wild jump. The step size in our random walk was always known, namely $1. There was no uncertainty about the size of the step. We did not encounter situations in which the move varied wildly. Remember that if either of these two assumptions is not met, your moves will not cumulatively lead to the bell curve. Depending on what happens, they can lead to the wild Mandelbrottian-style randomness. The ubiquity of the Gaussian. One of the problems I face is that whenever I tell people that the Gaussian bell curve is not ubiquitous in real life, they require me to prove it. Yet nobody has managed to prove the opposite. Whenever I suggest a process that is not Gaussian, I am asked to justify my suggestion and give them the theory behind it. My technique is the opposite. I try to know the bell curve as intimately as I can and identify where it can and cannot hold. I know where Mediocristan is. To me, it is frequently the users of the bell curve who do not understand it well and have to justify it, not the other way around. This ubiquity of the Gaussian is not a property of the world, but a problem in our minds, stemming from the way we look at it. The next chapter will address the scale invariance of nature and the properties of the fractal. The chapter after that will probe the misuse of the Gaussian in socioeconomic life. I sometimes get a little emotional because I've spent a large part of my life thinking about this problem. I have not been able to find anyone in the business and statistical world who was intellectually consistent in that he both accepted the black swan and rejected the Gaussian tools. Many people accepted my black swan idea, but could not take it to its logical conclusion, which is that you cannot use one single measure for randomness called standard deviation. It took me close to a decade and a half to find the thinker who made many swans gray, the great Benoit Mandelbrot. Now we'll start Chapter 16. Chapter 16, The Aesthetics of Randomness. The Poet of Randomness. It was a melancholic afternoon when I smelled the old books in Benoit Mandelbrot's library. This was on a hot day in August 2005, and the heat exacerbated the musty odor of the glue of old French books, bringing on powerful olfactory nostalgia. The odor was that of French literature, of my parents' library, of the hours spent in bookstores as a teenager. The afternoon was also gloomy because Mandelbrot was moving away, exactly when I had become entitled to call him at crazy hours just because I had a question. He had decided to move to the Boston area, and since he was leaving his oversized house, he had invited me to come take my pick of his books. I filled up a box with French titles. After having mentioned his name throughout this audiobook, I will finally introduce Mandelbrot, principally as the first person with an academic title with whom I ever spoke about randomness without feeling defrauded. With Mandelbrot, it was different. It was as if we both originated from the same country, meeting after years of frustrating exile, and were finally able to speak in our mother tongue. He is the only flesh-and-bones teacher I ever had. He speaks an unusually precise and formal French. He is tall, overweight, and has a strong physical presence. From the outside, one would think that what Mandelbrot and I have in common is wild uncertainty, but our major conversations revolve around matters literary and aesthetic, or historical gossip about people of extraordinary intellectual refinement. Like me, Mandelbrot takes an interest in urbane individuals who combine traits generally thought not to coexist. Although Mandelbrot often expressed amazement at high-flying erudites, he did not seem eager to trumpet his association with those we consider great scientists. It took me a while to discover that he had worked with an impressive list of scientists in seemingly every field. But when I asked him about a particular famous hotshot, a Nobel laureate, he replied, "He is the prototypical good student, with good grades, no depth, and no vision." His scale was inverted. The Platonicity of triangles. Now, why am I calling this business Mandelbrotian, or fractal, randomness? Every piece of the puzzle has been previously mentioned by someone else, but it was Mandelbrot who connected the dots, linked randomness to geometry, and took the subject to its natural conclusion. "I had to invent my predecessors, so people take me seriously," he once told me. The scientific association with a big idea goes to the one who connects the dots, not the one who makes a casual observation. So let me describe Mandelbrotian geometry. The geometry of nature. Triangles, squares, circles, and the other geometric concepts that made many of us yawn in the classroom may be beautiful, but they seem more present in the minds of architects and school teachers than in nature itself. Mountains are not triangles, trees are not circles, straight lines are almost never seen anywhere. Mother Nature did not attend high school geometry courses. Her geometry is jagged, but with a logic of its own. Consider that the great Galileo wrote, "The great book of nature is written in mathematical language and the characters are triangles, circles, and other geometric figures." Was Galileo legally blind? Even he was not capable of taking a clean look at Mother Nature. He should have known that triangles are not easily found in nature. We are so easily brainwashed. We are either blind or illiterate or both. That nature's geometry is not Euclid's was so obvious and almost nobody saw it. This physical blindness is identical to the ludic fallacy that makes us think casinos represent randomness. Tality. Fractal is a word Mandelbrot coined to describe the geometry of the rough and broken, from the Latin fractus, the origin of fractured. Fractality is the repetition of geometric patterns at different scales, revealing smaller and smaller versions of themselves. Small parts resemble to some degree the whole. The veins in leaves look like branches. Branches look like trees. Rocks look like small mountains. There is no qualitative change when an object changes size. If you look at the coast of Britain from an airplane, it resembles what you see when you look at it with a magnifying glass. This character of self-affinity implies that one simple rule of iteration can be used to build shapes of seemingly great complexity. Mandelbrot designed the mathematical object now known as the Mandelbrot set, the most famous object in the history of mathematics. It generates pictures of ever-increasing complexity by using a deceptively minuscule recursive rule. You can look at the set at smaller and smaller resolutions without ever reaching the limit. You will continue to see recognizable shapes. The shapes are never the same, yet they bear a strong family resemblance. These objects play a role in aesthetics. Most computer-generated objects are now based on some version of the Mandelbrottian fractal. We can also see fractals in architecture, paintings, and music. Fractals initially made Mandelbrot a pariah in the mathematical establishment. French mathematicians were horrified. Images? But the general public got the point. Mandelbrot's book, The Fractal Geometry of Nature, made a splash when it came out a quarter-century ago. He became known as the rock star of mathematics. The computer age helped him become one of the most influential mathematicians in history, long before his acceptance by the ivory tower. His work offers an unusual attribute. It is remarkably easy to understand. Mandelbrot came to France from Warsaw in 1936. Owing to a clandestine life during Nazi-occupied France, he was spared some of the conventional Gallic education, becoming largely self-taught. He later settled in the United States, working most of his life as an industrial scientist. A visual approach to extremistan Mediocristan. I'm looking at the rug in my study. If I examine it with a microscope, I will see a very rugged terrain, but when I look at it from a standing position, it appears uniform. The rug at eye level corresponds to Mediocristan and the law of large numbers. I am seeing the sum of undulations, and these iron out. This is like Gaussian randomness. The Gaussian is not self-similar. Now, consider a trip up a mountain. No matter how high you go, it will remain jagged. When you are flying above the Alps, you will still see jagged mountains in place of small stones. So some surfaces are not from Mediocristan, and changing the resolution does not make them much smoother. Pearls to swine. What does fractal geometry have to do with the distribution of wealth, the size of cities, or returns in the financial markets? The key here is that the fractal has numerical or statistical measures that are somewhat preserved across scales. As we saw in Chapter 15, the super-rich are similar to the rich, only richer. Wealth is scale independent. In the 1960s, Mandelbrot presented his ideas on the prices of commodities and financial securities to the economics establishment. In 1963, the dean of the University of Chicago Graduate School of Business, George Shultz, offered him a professorship. Shultz later called him one evening to rescind the offer. At the time of this writing, 44 years later, nothing has happened in economics and social science statistics, except for some cosmetic fiddling that treats the world as if we were subject only to mild randomness. Some papers were written offering evidence that Mandelbrot was wrong by people who do not get the central argument of this book. Because of the asymmetry with induction, it is easier to reject a bell curve than to accept it. Why? Because a single event can destroy the argument that we face a Gaussian bell curve. In sum, 4 decades ago, Mandelbrot gave pearls to economists, which they rejected because the ideas were too good for them. It was, as the saying goes, pearls before swine. In the rest of this chapter, I will explain how I can endorse Mandelbrot fractals as a representation of much of randomness without necessarily accepting their precise use. Fractals should be the default, the framework. They do not solve the black swan problem, but they significantly mitigate it by making such large events conceivable. It makes them gray. The logic of fractal randomness with a warning. Let's look at the logic of a fractal distribution. If wealth doubles from 1 million to 2 million, the incidence of people with at least that much money is cut by a certain factor, which is the power exponent. Let's call the number of occurrences higher than a certain level an exceedance. One main property of these fractals is that the ratio of two exceedances is going to be the ratio of the two numbers to the negative power of the exponent. Let's say you think that only 96 books a year will sell more than 250,000 copies, and that the exponent is around 1.5. You can extrapolate to estimate that around 34 books will sell more than 500,000 copies. We can continue and note that around 12 books should sell more than 1 million copies. Let me show you the different measured exponents for a variety of phenomena. For the frequency of use of words, the exponent is about 1.2. For book sales, it's about 1.5. For market moves, it's 3 or lower. For the net worth of Americans, it's about 1.1. Let me tell you up front that these exponents mean very little in terms of numerical precision. We do not observe these parameters. We simply guess them from statistical information, which makes it hard to know the true parameters. The lower the exponent, the higher the contribution of the top 1% and 20% to the total. But look how sensitive the process is. Between an exponent of 1.1 and 1.3, the share of the top 1% goes from 66% to 34%. Just a 0.2 difference in the exponent changes the result dramatically, and such a difference can come from a simple measurement error. So keep in mind that the exponent is an approximation, that it is hard to compute, and that you will have a monstrous sampling error. More significantly, this exponent begins to apply at some number called crossover. It may start at 200,000 books, or perhaps only 400,000 books. How do you know where the crossover point is? This is a problem. My colleagues and I worked with around 20 million pieces of financial data. We never agreed on exactly what the exponent was, but what we did know, that the distribution is scalable and fractal, was sufficient for us to operate and make decisions. The problem of the upper bound. Some people have researched and accepted the fractal up to a point. They argue that wealth, book sales, and market returns all have a certain level when things stop being fractal. They propose truncation. I agree that there is a level where fractality might stop, but where? Saying that there is an upper limit, but I don't know how high it is, and saying there is no limit carry the same consequences in practice. Proposing an upper limit is highly unsafe. Beware the precision. I have learned from experience that whichever exponent I try to measure will be likely to be overestimated. What you see is likely to be less black swanish than what you do not see. I call this the masquerade problem. Let's say I generate a process that has an exponent of 1.7. If I ask you what the exponent is, odds are that you will compute something like 2.4. You would do so even if you had 1 million data points. The reason is that it takes a long time for some fractal processes to reveal their properties, and you underestimate the severity of the shock. The water puddle revisited. We have trouble knowing the parameters of whichever model we assume runs the world. So with extremistan, the problem of induction pops up again, even more significantly. Simply, if a mechanism is fractal, it can deliver large values, but how often they should occur will be hard to know with any precision. This is similar to the water puddle problem. Plenty of ice cubes could have generated it. I have read 3 popular science books that summarize research in complex systems. All 3 authors present the world of social science as full of power laws. They also claim universality of many of these phenomena. I almost agree with this notion of universality. Finally, all 3 authors encourage us to apply techniques from statistical physics, and I couldn't agree more. But all 3 authors, by producing precision, fall into the trap of not differentiating between the forward and the backward processes. To me, the greatest scientific sin. They are not alone. Complexity theory should make us more suspicious of scientific claims of precise models of reality. It does not make all the swans white, it makes them gray, and only gray. We don't have the luxury of sitting down to read the equation that governs the universe. We just observe data and make an assumption about what the real process might be. As events present themselves to us, we compare what we see to what we expected. It is a humbling process. From representation to reality. While many study psychology or mathematics and look for ways to apply their ideas to business, I suggest the opposite. Study the intense, uncharted uncertainty in the markets as a means to get insights about the nature of randomness that is applicable to psychology, probability, and even statistical physics. You will see the sneaky manifestations of the narrative fallacy, the ludic fallacy, and the errors of Platonicity. When I first met Mandelbrot, I asked him why he would take an interest in such a vulgar topic as finance. His answer was, data, a gold mine of data. Working with such abundant data humbles us. It provides the intuition of the following error: traveling the road between representation and reality in the wrong direction. The problem of the circularity of statistics is as follows. Say you need past data to discover whether a probability distribution is Gaussian or fractal. You will need to establish whether you have enough data. How do we know if we have enough data? From the probability distribution. So we need the data to tell us what the probability distribution is, and a probability distribution to tell us how much data we need. This causes a severe regress argument. This regress does not occur if you assume beforehand that the distribution is Gaussian. The Gaussian yields its properties rather easily. Extremistan distributions do not. So selecting the Gaussian appears to be convenient. Once again, beware the forecasters. Plenty of fashionable models attempt to explain the genesis of extremistan. The first class includes the simple rich-get-richer model. The second concerns percolation models, which address the terrain in which an individual operates. Most models attempt to be precisely predictive. I find this infuriating. They are nice tools for illustrating the genesis of extremistan, but the generator of reality does not appear to obey them closely enough to make them helpful in precise forecasting. But let us see what we can take home from these models. Once again, a happy solution. First, in assuming a scalable model, I accept that an arbitrarily large number is possible. Say that the Da Vinci Code sold around 60 million copies. Although we have never known a lay book to sell 200 million copies, we can consider that the possibility is not zero. For every 3 Da Vinci Code-style bestsellers, there might be 1 super bestseller. Second, a mountain is somewhat similar to a stone. It has an affinity with a stone, but it is not identical. The word to describe such resemblances is self-affine. The distribution of wealth above $1 billion is not exactly the same as that below $1 billion, but the two distributions have affinity. Third, I said earlier that there have been plenty of papers in econophysics aiming at calibration, at pulling numbers from the world of phenomena. Many try to be predictive. Alas, we are not able to predict transitions into crises or contagions. Where is the gray swan? I've written this entire book about the black swan. This is not because I'm in love with the black swan. As a humanist, I hate it. I would like to eliminate many black swans, or at least to mitigate their effects. Fractal randomness is a way to reduce these surprises, to make some of the swans appear possible, to make us aware of their consequences, to make them gray. But fractal randomness does not yield precise answers. The benefits are as follows. If you know that the stock market can crash, as it did in 1987, then such an event is not a black swan. The crash of 1987 is not an outlier if you use a fractal with an exponent of 3. If you know that biotech companies can deliver a mega blockbuster drug, then it won't be a black swan. Thus, Mandelbrot's fractals allow us to account for a few black swans, but not all. A gray swan concerns modelable extreme events. A black swan is about unknown unknowns. Mandelbrot deals with gray swans. I deal with the black swan. He domesticated many of my black swans, but not all of them. But he shows us a glimmer of hope, a way to start thinking about the problems of uncertainty. You are indeed much safer if you know where the wild animals are. Now we'll begin Chapter 17. Chapter 17, Locke's Madmen, or Bell Curves in the Wrong Places. I have in my house two studies, one real, with interesting books, the other non-literary, where I relegate matters prosaic. In the non-literary study is a wall full of books on statistics and the history of statistics, books I never had the fortitude to burn. I find them largely useless outside of their academic applications. Not one of these books deals with extremistan. Not one. Several 100,000 students in business schools and social science departments, as well as people in the business world, continue to study scientific methods, all grounded in the Gaussian, all embedded in the ludic fallacy. This chapter examines disasters stemming from the application of phony mathematics to social science. Only 50 years. Let us return to the story of my business life. In the last 50 years, the 10 most extreme days in the financial markets represent half the returns. 10 days in 50 years. Meanwhile, we are mired in chit-chat. Clearly, anyone who wants more proof that markets are from extremistan needs to have his head examined. Dozens of papers show the inadequacy of the Gaussian family of distributions. But people have a hard time making the leap to the consequences of this knowledge. The strangest thing is that people in business usually agree with me, but when they go to the office the next day, they revert to the Gaussian tools. Their minds are domain-dependent. Furthermore, the Gaussian tools give them numbers, which seem to be better than nothing. The clerk's betrayal. Right after the stock market crash of 1987, when I stated that those using sigmas as a measure of risk were charlatans, everyone agreed with me. If the world of finance were Gaussian, an episode such as the crash would take place every several billion lifetimes of the universe. According to the circumstances of 1987, people accepted that rare events take place. They were just unwilling to give up on the Gaussian as a central measurement tool. Hey, we have nothing else, they said. Unbeknownst to me, 1987 was not the first time the idea of the Gaussian was shown to be lunacy. Mandelbrot proposed the scalable to the economics establishment around 1960. One of the influential economists of the day, Paul Kuttner, wrote, "Mandelbrot, like Prime Minister Churchill before him, promised us not utopia, but blood, sweat, toil, and tears. If he is right, almost all our statistical tools are obsolete or meaningless." I propose two corrections. First, I would replace almost all with all. Second, I disagree with the blood and sweat business. I find Mandelbrot's randomness considerably easier to understand. Anyone can become president. Now a brief history of the Nobel Prize in Economics. An activist family member of Alfred Nobel calls the prize a public relations coup by economists. True, the prize has gone to some valuable thinkers like Daniel Kahneman and Friedrich Hayek, but the committee has gotten into the habit of handing out Nobels to those who bring rigor with pseudoscience. After the stock market crash, they rewarded two theoreticians, Harry Markowitz and William Sharpe, who built beautifully Platonic models on a Gaussian base, contributing to modern portfolio theory. Simply, if you remove their Gaussian assumptions, you are left with hot air. The Nobel Committee could have tested their models. They work like quack remedies sold on the internet, but nobody in Stockholm seems to have thought of it. After that award, I made a prediction. In a world in which these two get the Nobel, anything can happen. Anyone can become president. So the Bank of Sweden and the Nobel Academy are largely responsible for giving credence to the use of the Gaussian. It seemed better to teach students a theory based on the Gaussian than to teach them no theory at all. It looked more scientific. So the Gaussian pervaded our business and scientific cultures. If you read a mutual fund prospectus, it will supply you with some quantitative summary claiming to measure risk based on the bell curve. More horror. Things got a lot worse in 1997. The Swedish Academy gave another round of Gaussian-based Nobels to Myron Scholes and Robert C. Merton, who had improved on an old mathematical formula and made it compatible with the existing grand Gaussian theories. The formula was now usable. It had a list of forgotten precursors, like the mathematician Ed Thorpe, but people believed that Scholes and Merton invented it. The formula was my bread and butter. Traders know its wrinkles better than academics, but few could express their ideas in technical terms. Scholes and Merton made the formula dependent on the Gaussian, but their precursors subjected it to no such restriction. I attended conferences in finance and mathematics. Not once did I find a speaker, Nobel or no Nobel, who understood what he was talking about when it came to probability. They did deep work in mathematics, but when you asked where they got their probabilities, their explanations made it clear that they had fallen for the ludic fallacy. The psychologist Philip Tetlock reported that he was struck by the presence of an acute state of cognitive dissonance in the audiences of my talks. Almost all people who attacked my thinking attacked a deformed version of it, like it is all random and unpredictable, or got mixed up by showing me how the bell curve works in some physical domains. The only comment I found unacceptable was, "You are right, but you cannot throw the baby out with the bathwater," meaning that I needed to accept their reductive Gaussian distribution while also accepting that large deviations could occur. They didn't realize the incompatibility of the two approaches. Not one of these users of portfolio theory in 20 years of debates explained how they could accept the Gaussian framework as well as large deviations. Not one. Confirmation. Along the way, I saw enough of the confirmation error to make Karl Popper stand up with rage. People would find data in which there were no jumps and show me a proof that one could use the Gaussian. The entire statistical business confused absence of proof with proof of absence. Furthermore, people did not understand the asymmetry involved. You need one single observation to reject the Gaussian, but millions of observations will not fully confirm its validity. But suddenly I got the most unexpected vindication. It was just a black swan. Robert Merton Jr. and Myron Scholes were founding partners in the large speculative trading firm Long-Term Capital Management, or LTCM. They were considered geniuses. The ideas of portfolio theory inspired their risk management. Then, during the summer of 1998, a combination of large events took place that lay outside their models. It was a black swan. LTCM went bust and almost took down the entire financial system with it. They managed to enlarge the ludic fallacy to industrial proportions. The ideas of Merton and Scholes were starting to go bust. Many friends and I thought that the portfolio theorists would suffer the fate of tobacco companies. They were endangering people's savings. None of that happened. Instead, MBAs and business schools went on learning portfolio theory, and the option formula went on bearing the name Black-Scholes-Merton instead of reverting to its true owners. How to prove things. Robert Merton the Younger is a representative of the school of neoclassical economics, which represents the dangers of Platonified knowledge. He starts with rigidly Platonic, completely unrealistic assumptions, such as Gaussian probabilities. Then he generates theorems and proofs. The math is tight and elegant, but the whole edifice is like a game that is entirely closed. A scholar who applies such methodology resembles Locke's definition of a madman. Someone reasoning correctly from erroneous premises. Where matters get confusing is when someone like Merton tries to be mathematical and airtight rather than focus on fitness to reality. I much prefer a sophisticated craft focused on tricks to a failed science looking for certainties. Skeptical empiricism advocates the opposite method. I care about the premises more than the theories. I want to be broadly right rather than precisely wrong. Elegance in theories is often indicative of weakness. A theory is like medicine, often useless, sometimes necessary, always self-serving, and on occasion lethal, so it needs to be used with care. The distinction between my model modern, skeptical empiricist and what Samuelson's followers represent can be generalized across disciplines. Let us now examine a category of people expected to be more thoughtful: the philosophers. Now for Chapter 18. Chapter 18, The Uncertainty of the Phony. This final chapter of Part 3 focuses on a major ramification of the ludic fallacy, how those whose job it is to make us aware of uncertainty fail us and divert us into bogus certainties. Fallacy redux. I have insisted that the sterilized randomness of games does not resemble randomness in real life. The dice average out so quickly that I can say with certainty that the casino will beat me in the near long run. The more you extend the period, the more randomness drops out of these gambling constructs. The ludic fallacy is present in random walks, dice throwing, coin flipping, and similar examples. These setups generate a quality of randomness that does not even qualify as randomness. Proto-randomness would be a more appropriate designation. At their core, all theories built around the ludic fallacy ignore a layer of uncertainty. Worse, their proponents do not know it. Find the phony. One severe application of this focus on small uncertainty concerns the greater uncertainty principle. It states that in quantum physics, one cannot measure certain pairs of values with arbitrary precision. You will hit a lower bound of measurement. So there is an incompressible uncertainty that will forever remain. I find it ludicrous to present the uncertainty principle as having anything to do with uncertainty. Why? First, this uncertainty is Gaussian. On average, it will disappear. We may always remain uncertain about the future positions of small particles, but these uncertainties are very small and very numerous, and they average out. Most other types of randomness do not average out. Political, social, and weather events do not have this handy property, and we patently cannot predict them. So when you hear experts presenting the problems of uncertainty in terms of subatomic particles, odds are that the expert is a phony. This may be the best way to spot one. I am sitting here in New York, trying to go to my ancestral village in Lebanon. Beirut's airport is closed owing to conflict. I can't figure out if my house will be standing. I face true limits of knowledge. Can someone explain to me why I should care about subatomic particles that, anyway, converge to a Gaussian? People can't predict how long their marriages will last, yet it's subatomic particles that they cite as limits of prediction. They're ignoring a mammoth standing in front of them in favor of matter even a microscope would not allow them to see. Can philosophers be dangerous to society? I will go further. People who worry about pennies instead of dollars can be dangerous to society. They mean well, but they are a threat to us. They are wasting our studies of uncertainty by focusing on the insignificant. Our resources are limited. Those who distract us increase the risk of black swans. I looked for financial economists with philosophical bents to see how their critical thinking allows them to handle this problem. I found one who got a PhD in philosophy, then another in finance. He seemed to have compartmentalized his ideas on uncertainty. The problem of induction, or the offensive assumption of the Gaussian, did not hit him as true problems. His numerous textbooks drilled Gaussian methods into students' heads, as though their author had forgotten that he was a philosopher. The problem of practice. As much as I rail against the bell curve, my principal problem is not so much with statisticians. We should be far less tolerant of philosophers, with their bureaucratic apparatchiks closing our minds. Philosophers have duties beyond those of other professions. How many Wittgensteins can dance on the head of a pin? A number of semi-shabbily dressed people gather in a room, silently looking at a guest speaker. They are all professional philosophers. The speaker reads in a monotone voice. He is hard to follow. The discussion revolves around some philosophical debate about Martians invading your head and controlling your will. Wittgenstein is occasionally mentioned. Every Friday, the paychecks of these philosophers will hit their bank accounts. A fixed proportion of their earnings will go into the stock market in the form of an automatic investment into the university's pension plan. These people are professionally employed in the business of questioning what we take for granted, yet they believe blindly in the stock market and in the abilities of their pension plan manager. Why? Because experts tell them so. They doubt their own senses, but not for a second do they doubt their automatic purchases in the stock market. This domain dependence of skepticism is no different from that of medical doctors. Where is Popper when you need him? As a practitioner, my thinking is rooted in the belief that you cannot go from books to problems, but the reverse, from problems to books. A scholar should not be a library's tool for making another library. Karl Popper said, "Genuine philosophical problems are always rooted outside philosophy, and they die if these roots decay." These roots are easily forgotten by philosophers who study philosophy instead of being forced into philosophy by the pressure of non-philosophical problems. Such thinking may explain Popper's success outside philosophy and his relative failure inside of it. Note that I do not want to be drawn into philosophical debates with my black swan idea. I am a no-nonsense practitioner. My entire point is that we are, epistemologically speaking, putting the cart before the horse and risk using the wrong mathematics and being blinded by it. The bishop and the analyst. I am most often irritated by those who attack the bishop but somehow fall for the securities analyst, those who exercise their skepticism against religion but not against economists. Using the confirmation bias, these people will tell you that religion was horrible for mankind by counting deaths from the Inquisition, but they will not show you how many people were killed by nationalism or social science under Stalinism. Even priests don't go to bishops when they feel ill. Their first stop is the doctors. But we stop by the offices of many pseudoscientists and experts without alternative. Easier than you think, the problem of decision under skepticism. There is a problem with induction and the black swan. In fact, matters are far worse. We may have no less of a problem with phony skepticism. I can't do anything to stop the sun from non-rising tomorrow. I can't do anything about whether or not there is an afterlife. But I have plenty of ways to avoid being a sucker. It is not much more difficult than that. I conclude part 3 by reiterating that my antidote to black swans is precisely to be non-commoditized in my thinking. But beyond avoiding being a sucker, this attitude lends itself to a protocol of how to act. Let us examine what to do or not do with this in the concluding section of this audiobook. Now we'll start part 4. Part 4, the end. Chapter 19, half and half, or how to get even with the black swan. It is now time for a few last words. Half the time I am a hyperskeptic. The other half I hold certainties and can be intransigent about them. Of course, I am hyperskeptic where others are gullible, and gullible where others seem skeptical. I am skeptical about confirmation, though only when errors are costly, not about disconfirmation. Having plenty of data will not provide confirmation, but a single instance can disconfirm. Half the time I hate black swans, the other half I love them. I like the randomness that produces the texture of life, the positive accidents, the success of Appel's The Painter. Half the time I am hyper-conservative in the conduct of my own affairs. The other half I am hyper-aggressive. My conservatism applies to what others call risk-taking, and my aggressiveness to areas where others recommend caution. I worry less about small failures, more about large, potentially terminal ones. I worry far more about the promising stock market than I do about speculative ventures. The former present invisible risks, the latter offer no surprises. I worry less about advertised and sensational risks, more about the vicious hidden ones. I worry less about terrorism than about diabetes. In the end, this is a trivial decision-making rule. I am very aggressive when I can gain exposure to positive black swans, when a failure would be of small moment, and very conservative when I am under threat from a negative black swan. I am very aggressive when an error in a model can benefit me, and paranoid when the error can hurt. This is exactly what other people do not do. Half the time I am intellectual, the other half I am a no-nonsense practitioner. I am no-nonsense and practical in academic matters, and intellectual when it comes to practice. Half the people I know call me irreverent, half call me fawning. Half the time I hate Nietzsche, the other half I like his prose. When missing a train is painless, I once received another piece of life-changing advice. My classmate in Paris, Jean-Olivier Tedesco, pronounced, as he prevented me from running to catch a subway, "I don't run for trains." Snub your destiny. I have taught myself to resist running to keep on schedule. In refusing to run to catch trains, I have felt the true value of elegance and aesthetics in behavior, a sense of being in control of my time, my schedule, and my life. Missing a train is only painful if you run after it. Likewise, not matching the idea of success others expect from you is only painful if that's what you are seeking. You stand above the rat race and the pecking order, not outside of it, if you do so by choice. Quitting a high-paying position if it is your decision, will seem a better payoff than the utility of the money involved. This is the first step toward the Stoics throwing a four-letter word at fate. You have far more control over your life if you decide on your criterion by yourself. Mother Nature has given us some defense mechanisms. One of these is our ability to consider that the grapes we cannot reach are sour. But an aggressively stoic prior disdain and rejection of the grapes is even more rewarding. Be aggressive. Be the one to resign if you have the guts. It is more difficult to be a loser in a game you set up yourself. In Black Swan terms, this means that you are exposed to the improbable only if you let it control you. You always control what you do, so make this your end. The end. But all these ideas, all this philosophy of induction, all these problems with knowledge, everything palls in front of the following metaphysical consideration. I am sometimes taken aback by how people can have a miserable day or get angry because they feel cheated by a bad meal, cold coffee, or a rude reception. We are quick to forget that just being alive is an extraordinary piece of good luck, a remote event, a chance occurrence of monstrous proportions. Imagine a speck of dust next to a planet 1 billion times the size of the Earth. The speck of dust represents the odds in favor of your being born. The huge planet would be the odds against it. So stop sweating the small stuff. Don't be like the ingrate who got a castle as a present and worried about the mildew in the bathroom. Stop looking the gift horse in the mouth. Remember that you are a black swan. And thank you for listening to my audiobook. Epilogue: Yevgenia's White Swans. Yevgenia Krasnova went into the long hibernation that was necessary for producing a new book. She stayed in New York City, where she found it easiest to find tranquility. She canceled her email account, switched to writing longhand, and hired a secretary to type her text. She spent 8 years writing, erasing, and correcting. Her apartment was full of smoke, with papers strewn on every surface. Like all artists, she remained dissatisfied. Yet she felt that she had gone far deeper than with her first book. She laughed at the public who extolled her earlier work, for she now found it shallow and hurriedly completed. When the new book, aptly called The Loop, came out, Yevgenia was wise enough to avoid the press and ignore her reviews. As expected, the reviews were laudatory, but strangely, few were buying. Her fans had been waiting for it for years. The publisher, who now owned a very large collection of pink glasses, was betting the farm on Yevgenia. He had no other hits. He needed to score big. He had been certain that he had a good shot, and he could not figure out why almost everyone called it a masterpiece, yet no one was buying it. A year and a half later, The Loop was effectively out of print. The publisher, now in severe financial distress, thought he knew the reason. The book was too long. After a long but soothing lacrimal episode, Yevgenia thought of the characters in the rainy novels of George Simenon and Graham Greene. They lived in a state of numbing and secure mediocrity. Second-rateness had charm, Yevgenia thought, and she had always preferred charm over beauty. So Yevgenia's second book, too, was a black swan. Learning from Mother Nature, the oldest and the wisest. I am writing this essay 3 years after the completion of The Black Swan, which I have kept intact except for a few clarifying footnotes. Since then, I've written a dozen scholarly papers around some aspects of the Black Swan idea. These are very, very boring to read, since almost all academic papers are made to bore, impress, provide credibility, intimidate even, be presented at meetings, but not to be read except by suckers. Also, I am making the what to do next more salient here. You can take a horse to water, and in addition, you may have to make it drink. So this essay will allow me to go deeper into some points. Like the main text itself, the beginning will be what is called literary and progressively turn technical. I owe the idea of this book-length essay to Danny Kahneman, toward whom I have more debt than toward anyone else on this planet. He convinced me that I had obligations to try to make the horse drink. On slow but long walks. Over the past 3 years, my life experienced a bit of change, mostly for the better. Like parties, a book puts you on the envelope of serendipity. It even gets you invited to more parties. During my dark days, I was called a traitor in Paris, a philosopher in London, a prophet in New York, and an economist in Jerusalem. I now saw myself dealing with the stress of having to live up to the wholly undeserved designations of a prophet in Israel, a philosophe in France, an economist in London, and a trader in New York. Such exposure brought hate mail, at least one death threat, which I found extremely flattering, and worse than any threat of violence, hourly requests for interviews by Turkish and Brazilian journalists. I had to spend a lot of time writing personalized and courteous notes declining invitations to dinner with suit-wearing hotshots of all kinds. But it also brought some benefits. I was contacted by like-minded persons, people I would have never dreamed of meeting in the past, or those I did not think existed before. I was often reached by people I admired and whose work I knew well, and who became natural collaborators and critics. I will always remember the thrill of getting an unexpected email from Spiros Makridakis, the great debunker of misforecasting, or another one from John Elster, the scholar of rare erudition and insights. I've met novelists and philosophical thinkers whose works I had read and admired, like Louis de Bernière, Will Self, John Gray, or Lord Martin Rees. In all four cases, I had the peculiar need to pinch myself upon hearing them talking to me about my own book. Then, through a chain of friends, cappuccinos, dessert wines, and security lines at airports, I got to partake of and understand the potency of oral knowledge, as discussions are vastly more powerful than just correspondence. People say things in person they would never put in print. I met Nouriel Roubini, to my knowledge the only professional economist who really predicted the crisis of 2008. I also found a variety of people I did not know existed, good economists like Michael Spence and Barclay Rosser. Also, Peter Bevelin and Yecheskel Zilber kept feeding me the papers I was looking for without knowing it, the first in biology, the second in cognitive science. Thus they nudged my thinking in the appropriate direction. So I have been dialoguing with many people. My problem is that I found only two persons who can have a conversation during a long walk and walk slowly, Spiros Makridakis and Yecheskel Zilber. Most people, alas, walk too fast, mistaking walking for exercise, not understanding that walking is to be done slowly, at such a pace that one forgets one is walking. So I need to keep going to Athens, where Spiros lives, in order to indulge in my favorite activity, being a flaneur. Stakes. And of course people will scrutinize the text. After examining messages and reports, I do not feel I need to retract anything in the initial version or to correct any error, except for two related matters. The first fault was pointed out to me by John Elster. I had written that the narrative fallacy pervades historical analyses. Elster explained to me that there are situations in which historical theory can escape the narrative fallacy and be subjected to empirical rejection, areas in which we are discovering documents or archaeological sites yielding information capable of countering a certain narrative. So, in relation to his point, I realized that I had fallen into the trap of ignoring the continuous changes in past history, that the past, too, was largely a prediction. I accidentally discovered that I had fallen for conventional wisdom in textbook scholarship on Arabic philosophy, a wisdom that was contradicted by existing documents. I had exaggerated the import of the debate between Averroes and Algazel. Most of those who theorized about Arabic philosophy did not know Arabic, so they left many things to their imagination. I am a bit ashamed, because Arabic is one of my native languages, and here I was reporting from 10th-hand sources developed by scholars illiterate in Arabic. Once again, beware of history. Robustness and fragility. Upon the completion of The Black Swan, I spent some time meditating on the fragility of some systems with large concentration and illusions of stability, which had left me convinced that the banking system was the mother of all accidents waiting to happen. I explained in Chapter 6, with the story of the old elephants, that the best teachers of wisdom are naturally the eldest, simply because they may have picked up invisible tricks that help them survive in a complex world. So being old implies a higher degree of resistance to black swans, but it is not a guaranteed proof. A few billion years is vastly more proof than 1,000 days of survival, and the oldest system around is clearly Mother Nature. The central things the old teachers communicate to you are, to use religious terms, dogmas, rules you need to execute without necessarily understanding them. Mother Nature is clearly a complex system, with webs of interdependence, nonlinearities, and a robust ecology. It is an old, very old person with an impeccable memory. Mother Nature does not develop Alzheimer's. Let me summarize my ideas about how Mother Nature deals with the black swan. It knows much better than humans how to take advantage of positive black swans. Redundancy as insurance. First, Mother Nature likes redundancies. The simplest to understand is defensive redundancy, the insurance type of redundancy that allows you to survive under adversity thanks to the availability of spare parts. Look at the human body. We have 2 eyes, 2 lungs, 2 kidneys, even 2 brains, and each has more capacity than needed in ordinary circumstances. So redundancy equals insurance. The exact opposite of redundancy is naive optimization. I tell everyone to avoid orthodox economics classes and say that economics will fail us and blow us up. The reason is that it is largely based on notions of naive optimization. An economist would find it inefficient to maintain 2 lungs and 2 kidneys. Such optimization would eventually kill you after the first outlier. Almost every major idea in conventional economics fails under the modification of some assumption. For another example of egregious model error, take the notion of comparative advantage discovered by Ricardo and behind the wheels of globalization. The idea is that countries should focus on what they do best. But consider what would happen to the country specializing in wine if the price of wine fluctuated. Just a simple perturbation around this assumption makes one reach a conclusion the opposite of Ricardo's. Mother Nature does not like overspecialization. This also explains why I found current ideas on globalization, such as those promoted by Thomas Friedman, too naive and too dangerous for society. Globalization might give the appearance of efficiency, but the interaction between parts will cause small cracks to percolate through the entire system. The same idea applies to debt. It makes you fragile, very fragile under perturbations. We currently learn in business schools to engage in borrowing against all historical traditions. Mediterranean cultures developed a dogma against debt. A Roman proverb says, "Happy is he who owes nothing." Grandmothers who survived the Great Depression would have advised the exact opposite of debt: redundancy. They would urge us to have several years of income in cash before taking any personal risk. Had banks done that, there would have been no bank crises in history. We have documents since the Babylonians showing the ills of debt. Near Eastern religions banned debt. This tells me that one of the purposes of religion and tradition has been to enforce interdicts, to protect people against their own epistemic arrogance. Debt implies a strong statement about the future and a high degree of reliance on forecasts. And forecasting is harmful since people, especially governments, borrow in response to a forecast. My scandal of prediction is compounded by the scandal of debt. Borrowing makes you more vulnerable to forecast errors. Big is ugly and fragile. Second, Mother Nature does not like anything too big. The largest land animal is the elephant, and there is a reason for that. If I shot an elephant, I might be put in jail, but I would hardly disturb the ecology of Mother Nature. On the other hand, if you shot a large bank, I would shiver at the consequences. One bank failure, that of Lehman Brothers in 2008, brought down the entire edifice. Mother Nature does not limit the interactions between entities. It just limits the size of its units. But there is another reason for man-made structures not to get too large. The notion of economies of scale is often behind company expansions. Yet, for obvious reasons, people keep doing mergers. They are good for Wall Street bonuses and for the CEO. As they become larger, companies appear to be more efficient, but they are also much more vulnerable to outside contingencies, to black swans. Wall Street analysts will pressure companies to sell the extra kidney and ditch insurance to raise their earnings per share, hence eventually contributing to their bankruptcy. The problem with governments is that they will tend to support these fragile organisms because they are large employers. Large companies get government support and become progressively larger and more fragile, and in a way, run the government. Hairdressers and small businesses, on the other hand, fail without anyone caring about them. They need to be efficient and obey the laws of nature. Climate change and too big polluters. I have been asked frequently how to deal with climate change in connection with the black swan idea. The position I suggest should be based both on ignorance and on deference to the wisdom of Mother Nature. We do not understand enough about Mother Nature to mess with her, and I do not trust the models used to forecast climate change. We are facing nonlinearities and magnifications of errors coming from butterfly effects. Small changes in input can lead to massively divergent projections, and that generously assumes that we have the right equations. My skepticism about models does not lead to the conclusions endorsed by anti-environmentalists. Quite the contrary, we need to be hyper-conservationists ecologically, since we do not know what we are harming. The burden of the proof is not on the ecological conservationist, but on someone disrupting an old system. Furthermore, we should not try to correct the harm done, as we may be creating another problem we do not know much about. One practical solution I have come up with is to spread the damage across pollutants. Let's try a thought experiment. Case 1, you give a patient a dose of cyanide. Case 2, you give the patient a tenth of a dose of each of 10 such substances for the same total amount of poison. Clearly, case 2, by spreading the poison ingested, is at the worst equally harmful and at the best close to harmless. Species density. Nathan Meyervold enlightened me about an additional way to interpret how globalization takes us into extremistan, the notion of species density. Simply, larger environments are more scalable than smaller ones, allowing the biggest to get even bigger at the expense of the smallest. We have evidence that small islands have many more species per square meter than larger ones. As we travel more, epidemics will be more acute. Cultural life will be dominated by fewer persons. Companies will be more uneven in size, and fads will be more acute. So will runs on the banks. I am not saying that we need to stop globalization. We just need to be aware of the side effects, and few people are. I see the risks of a very strange acute virus spreading throughout the planet. The other types of redundancy. The other categories of redundancy explain how elements of nature exploit positive black swans. Functional redundancy is as follows. The same function can be performed by two different structures. The term degeneracy is also used. There is another redundancy, when an organ can be employed to perform a function that is not its current central one. The philosopher of science Paul Feyerabend was permanently impotent from a war injury, yet he married 4 times and was a womanizer. So there were other parts of the body that came to satisfy whatever it was that made women attached to him. Mother Nature initially created the mouth to eat. Then new functions emerged that were not part of the initial plan. Some people use the mouth to kiss or to do something more involved. I became obsessed with the notion that, under epistemic limitations, progress and survival cannot take place without one of these types of redundancy. You don't know today what may be needed tomorrow. This conflicts with the notion of teleological design from Aristotle. For Aristotle, an object had a clear purpose. An eye was there to see, a nose to smell. This is a rationalistic argument, another manifestation of Platonicity. Yet anything that has a secondary use, and one you did not pay for, will present an extra opportunity. The organism with the largest number of secondary uses is the one that will gain the most from environmental randomness. Take aspirin. 40 years ago, its purpose was to reduce fever. Later, it was used to reduce pain. It is now used mostly as a blood thinner to avoid heart attacks. The same thing applies to almost all drugs. So when you have a lot of functional redundancies, randomness helps on balance, under one condition, that you can benefit from the randomness more than you can be hurt by it. This is certainly the case with many engineering applications, in which tools emerge from other tools. I am currently absorbed in the study of the history of medicine, which struggled under this Aristotelian illusion of purpose. Our psychology conspires. People like to go to a precise destination, rather than face uncertainty, even if it's beneficial. Distinctions without a difference. Differences without a distinction. Another benefit of duplication. I have, throughout this book, focused on the absence of practical distinctions between luck, uncertainty, randomness, and incompleteness of information. They are all functionally equal. For a philosopher, it is another matter. I had 2 lunches with the philosopher Paul Boghasian. During the first conversation, he said that it is a mistake to conflate probability as a measure of someone's rational degree of belief with probability as a property of events in the world. I spent 3 years wondering if he was right. Then I had lunch with him again. He alerted me to a phrase philosophers use: distinction without a difference. I realized that there are distinctions philosophers use that make sense philosophically, but do not seem to make sense in practice. Now consider the opposite: differences without a distinction. They can be brutally misleading. People use the same term, measuring, for measuring a table with a ruler and for measuring risk, when the second is a forecast. The word measuring conveys an illusion of knowledge. So if we used measuring for the table and forecasting for risk, we would have fewer turkeys blowing up from black swans. Mixing vocabulary has been common in history. At some point, the same Latin word felix was used to designate both someone lucky and someone happy. An ancient would have seen the distinction as a waste. But in a modern context, we need to extricate luck from happiness to perform any psychological analysis of decision-making. A society robust to error. I will only briefly discuss the crisis of 2008, which took place after the publication of the book. It was not a black swan, only the result of fragility in systems built upon ignorance of black swan events. You know with near certainty that a plane flown by an incompetent pilot will eventually crash. Why briefly? First, this is not an economics book, but a book on the incompleteness of knowledge. Second, I prefer to talk about events before they take place, not after. But the general public confuses the prospective with the retrospective. The other reason is that the crisis of 2008 was not intellectually interesting enough to me. There is nothing in the developments that had not happened before at a smaller scale. The corollary is obvious. Since there is nothing new about the crisis of 2008, we will not learn from it, and we will make the same mistake in the future. The IMF continues to issue forecasts. Economics professors still use the Gaussian. The current administration is populated with those bringing model error into industrial proportion. But the crisis provides an illustration for the need for robustness. The idea is not to correct mistakes and eliminate randomness from social and economic life. The idea is simply to let human mistakes and miscalculations remain confined and to prevent their spreading through the system, as Mother Nature does. Reducing volatility and ordinary randomness increases exposure to black swans. It creates an artificial quiet. My dream is to have a true epistemocracy, a society robust to expert errors, forecasting errors, and hubris, one that can be resistant to the incompetence of politicians, regulators, economists, and bankers. We cannot make humans more rational. The solution is simple, once we isolate harmful errors. So now I'm disengaged. I'm back in my library. I'm not even experiencing any frustration. I don't even care about how forecasters can blow up society, perhaps thanks to another discovery linked to a particular application of the study of complex systems, extremistan, and that science of long walks. Why I do all this walking, or how systems become fragile. Relearn to walk. Temperance he knew not. Will I catch Bob Rubin? Extremistan and Air France travel. Another few barbells. Thanks to the exposure the book has received, I was alerted to a new aspect of robustness in complex systems by the most unlikely of sources. The idea came from 2 fitness authors and practitioners who integrated the notions of randomness and extremistan into our understanding of human diet and exercise. The first person, Art Devaney, is the same one who studied extremistan in the movies. The second, Doug McGuff, is a physician. I then discovered, to my great shame, the following. I had spent my life thinking about randomness, and I had missed something central. Living organisms need variability and randomness. What's more, they need the extremistan type of variability, certain extreme stressors. Otherwise, they become fragile. Organisms need to turn obstacles into fuel, just as fire does. Brainwashed by the cultural environment, I was under the illusion that steady exercise and steady nutrition were a good thing for one's health. I was falling into evil, rationalistic arguments. I had all the facts in my head but failed to connect them. From predator-prey models, I knew that populations will experience extremistan-style variability. Hence, predators will go through periods of feast and famine. So our food intake had to have been fractal. Not a single one of those promoting the 3 meals a day idea has tested it empirically to see whether it is healthier than intermittent fasts followed by large feasts. But Near Eastern religions knew it, of course, and so they had fast days. I also knew that the size of stones and trees was, up to a point, fractal. Our ancestors mostly had to face very light stones to lift. Once or twice a decade, they encountered the need to lift a huge stone. So where on earth does this idea of steady exercise come from? Not hunters. We swung between extremes. We sprinted when chased or when chasing, and walked about aimlessly the rest of the time. Marathon running is a modern abomination. This is another application of the barbell strategy. Plenty of idleness, some high intensity, long, very long walks, combined with high intensity exercise outperform just running. If you deprive an organism of stressors, you affect its epigenetics. A person who does not face stressors will not survive should he encounter them. After my aha flash, I embarked on an extremistan barbell lifestyle. Long, very long, slow, meditative walks in a stimulating urban setting, but with occasional very short sprints, during which I made myself angry imagining I was chasing the bankster Robert Rubin with a big stick. I went to weightlifting facilities in a random way for a completely stochastic workout. I followed the path that minimized boredom. I put myself through thermal variability. Thanks to jet lag, I underwent periods of sleep deprivation followed by excessive rest. When I went to places with good restaurants, I ate in quantities that would have impressed Fat Tony, then skipped meals for a while. After 2.5 years of this apparently unhealthy regimen, I saw significant changes in my own physique on every possible criterion. The blood pressure of a 21-year-old, and so on. So the main idea is to trade duration for intensity. Just as people prefer large but sudden losses to small but regular ones, so unpleasant experiences, like working out, need to be as concentrated and as intense as possible. The connection to the black swan idea is as follows. Classical thermodynamics produces Gaussian variations, while informational variations are from extremistan. If you consider your diet and exercise as simple energy deficits and excesses, you will fall into the trap of misspecifying the system. If, on the other hand, you look at food and exercise as activating metabolic signals with potential metabolic cascades, then welcome to complexity, hence extremistan. Both food and workouts provide your body with information about stressors in the environment. These lifestyle ideas do not come from mere self-experimentation. All the results were completely expected from the evidence-based research. Hunger strengthens the body and the immune system. I'm not talking about brisk walks. I mean walking without making any effort. The only thing currently missing from my life is panic, from finding a gigantic snake in my library. I lack what the biologist Robert Sapolsky calls the beneficial aspect of acute stress, compared to the deleterious one of dull stress. Another barbell, for no stress plus a little bit of extreme stress, is vastly better than a little bit of stress all the time. Beware manufactured stability. By a variant of the same reasoning, we can see how the fear of volatility makes us more fragile. Preventing small forest fires sets the stage for more extreme ones. Giving out antibiotics when it is not very necessary makes us more vulnerable to severe epidemics. This brings me to economic life. Our aversion to variability and desire for order have helped precipitate severe crises. Making something artificially bigger makes it more vulnerable to a very severe collapse. The U.S. government had been trying for years to iron out the business cycle, leaving us exposed to a severe disintegration. This is my argument against stabilization policies. Margaritas ante porcos. Let me start again. The Black Swan is about consequential epistemic limitations, both psychological and philosophical. I say consequential because the focus is on impactful rare events, as our knowledge breaks down with those. So the Black Swan is about human error, swelled by scientism and a plethora of information that fuels confidence without increasing knowledge. It covers the expert problem, harm caused by reliance on scientific-looking charlatans. The focus is in not being the turkey in places where it matters. Main errors in understanding the message. I will briefly state some of the difficulties in understanding the message of this audiobook, typically perpetrated by professionals, though surprisingly less by the casual listener. 1. Mistaking the black swan for the logical problem. 2. Saying the maps we had were better than having no maps. 3. Thinking that a black swan should be a black swan to all observers. 4. Not understanding the value of negative advice. 5. Not understanding that doing nothing can be preferable to doing something harmful. 6. Applying labels to my ideas off a supermarket shelf. 7. Thinking that the black swan is about the errors of using the bell curve, which supposedly everyone knew about. 8. Claiming that we knew all this and there is nothing new, then going bust during the crisis. 9. Mistaking my idea for Popper's notion of falsification. 10. Treating probabilities as measurable, like the temperature. 11. Spending energy on the difference between ontic and epistemic randomness. 12. Thinking I'm saying do not forecast rather than do not use sterile forecasts with huge error. And 13. Mistaking what I say for "seent happens" rather than "this is where st happens." Indeed, the intelligent, curious, and open-minded amateur is my friend. The sophisticated amateur who uses books for his own edification could understand my idea much better than professionals. Professional readers either read too quickly or have an agenda. When reading for work or to establish their status, they tend to read rapidly, scanning jargon and making associations with prepackaged ideas. This resulted in squeezing the ideas of the black swan into a commoditized framework, but the amateurs saved my ideas. Thank you, listener. Missing a train is only painful if you are running after it. I was not looking to have a bestseller, so I had to deal with a spate of harrying side effects. I watched as the book was initially treated like the idea books, journalistic and castrated by a competent copy editor, and sold in airports to thinking businessmen. Giving these enlightened Philistines a real book is like giving vintage Bordeaux to drinkers of Diet Coke. Their typical complaint is that they want diet book-style actionable steps, satisfying the profile of the eventual black swan victim. These idea books often have an abhorrent definitive and investigative tone. I came up with a compression test. Try to reduce a book to the shortest length possible without losing its intended message. My friend Rolf Dobelli, who sells book summaries, convinced me that his firm has a lofty mission, as almost all business books can be reduced to a few pages. Novels and philosophical treatments cannot be compressed. So a philosophical essay is a beginning, not an end. I want my contribution to be a new way of viewing knowledge, the very beginning of a long investigation. I am glad to see the idea spread among thoughtful listeners, inspiring like-minded scholars to go beyond it. I was lucky that it only took a couple of years and a severe financial crisis for the Republic of Letters to realize that the Black Swan was a philosophical tale. How to expunge one's crimes. My ideas went through two distinctive stages. In the first, as the book hit the bestseller list, many social scientists and finance practitioners fell into the trap of refuting me with the sole argument that I was selling too many books. Hence, it could not reflect original thought. The first change of regime came with the release of my more difficult mathematical and scholarly work in a dozen articles. Then, silence. Still no refutation at the time of this writing. Meanwhile, I figured out something valuable. Just as I had argued that a 70% chance of survival is vastly different from a 30% chance of death, I found out that telling researchers, "This is where your methods work very well," is vastly better than telling them, "This is what you guys don't know." When I presented to the American Statistical Association a map of the 4 quadrants and told them their knowledge works beautifully in these 3 quadrants, but beware of the 4th one, as this is where black swans breed, I received instant approval. The second change of regime came with the crisis of 2008. I kept getting invited to debates, but I stopped obliging, as it became hard for me to hear complicated arguments and restrain a smile. Why a smile? The vindication. Not the intellectual vindication of winning an argument, no. It is hard to focus on a conversation when you have just personally earned several hundreds of times the annual salary of the researcher trying to tell you that you are wrong by betting against his representation of the world. A desert crossing, for I had undergone a difficult psychological moment, what the French call a desert crossing, when you go through demoralizing desiccation in search of an unknown destination. I had a rough time, shouting "Fire! Fire! Fire!" about the hidden risks in the system, and hearing people ignore the content and instead just criticize the presentation. Most of the arguments offered were that times are different, invoking the great moderation by one Ben Bernanke who fell for the turkey before Thanksgiving trap. Also, when I was railing against models, social scientists kept repeating that they knew it and that there is a saying, all models are wrong, but some are useful, not understanding that the real problem is that some are harmful. So Mark Spitznagel and I restarted the business of robustifying clients against the black swan. We were convinced that the banking system was going to collapse under the weight of hidden risks. The longer we had to wait, the more severe it would be. The collapse took place about a year and a half after the publication of the book. Like Antaeus, who lost strength when separated from the earth, I needed connection to the real world. Sticking my neck out in the real world, lining up my life with my ideas by getting involved in trading, had a therapeutic effect. A few months before the onset of the crisis, I was attacked at a party by a Harvard psychologist. Having a trade on allowed me to laugh at him. Finally, I got something out of my debates: the evidence that black swan events are largely caused by people using measures way over their heads, instilling false confidence. Dan Goldstein and I ran experiments on professionals using probabilistic tools and were shocked to see that up to 97% of them failed elementary questions. Now that the book's reception is off my chest, let us move into more analytical territory. Asperger and the ontological black swan. The black swan is about epistemic limitations. From this definition, we can see that it is not about some objectively defined phenomenon. It is simply something that was not expected by a particular observer. So I was wondering why so many otherwise intelligent people have questioned whether certain events were black swans on the grounds that some predicted them. Of course, the September 11 attack was a black swan to those victims who died in it, but it was certainly not a black swan to the terrorists who planned it. A black swan for the turkey is not a black swan for the butcher. The same applies to the crisis of 2008, a black swan to almost all economists, journalists, and financiers, but certainly not to this author. Asperger probability. This consideration of an objective black swan seems related to the underdevelopment of a human faculty called theory of mind. Some people have a deficiency of that ability to impute to others knowledge that is different from their own. These are the people you commonly see involved in engineering or physics departments. You can test a child for underdevelopment of the theory of mind using the false belief task. One child puts a toy under the bed and leaves the room. During his absence, a second child moves it to a box. You ask the second child where the first child will look for the toy. Those under the age of 4 choose the box, while older children correctly say the other child will look under the bed. At around that age, children start realizing that another person can hold beliefs that are different from their own. There's a name for the condition of a person who can be functional but suffers from a mild form of autism, Asperger syndrome. The psychologist Simon Baron-Cohen distinguishes between two extremes: the ability to systematize and the ability to empathize. Purely systematizing persons suffer from a lack of theory of mind. They are drawn to engineering. Males are overrepresented in the systematizing category. People with Asperger syndrome are highly averse to ambiguity. Academics are overrepresented in the systematizing, black swan blind category. I found evidence that all the finance professors we tracked who got involved in hedge fund trading ended up making bets against black swans. The best known were Myron Scholes and Robert Merton. They all experienced problems during the crisis that brought down their firm, Long-Term Capital Management. Future blindness redux. Recall the condition of not properly transferring between past and future, an autism-like condition in which people do not see second-order relations. Alan Greenspan, the former Fed chairman, went to Congress to explain that the banking crisis could not have been foreseen because it had never happened before. Not a single member of Congress was intelligent enough to shout, "Alan Greenspan, you have never died before. Does that make you immortal?" I discovered that no researcher has tested whether large deviations in economics can be predicted from past large deviations. It does not take a lot of introspection to figure out that big events don't have big parents. Regular events can predict regular events, but extreme events are almost never predicted from narrow reliance on the past. The fact that this notion is not obvious to people is shocking to me. These people have PhDs in economics. Do advanced degrees make people blind to these elementary notions? Probability has to be subjective. This raises a problem that is worth probing. The fact that many researchers do not realize that the black swan corresponds to an incomplete map of the world takes us to the historical problem in the very definition of probability. It took a while for scientific researchers to accept the non-Asperger notion that different people can, while being rational, assign different probabilities to different future states. This is called subjective probability. It was formulated by Frank Ramsey and Bruno De Finetti. Their take is that probability can be represented as a quantification of the degree of belief subjective to the observer. There is another difference between true randomness and randomness that results from epistemic limitations. What is called ontological uncertainty is the type of randomness where the future is not implied by the past. It is created every minute by the complexity of our actions. It means that there is no such thing as a long run for such systems, called non-ergodic. A non-ergodic system has no real long-term properties. It is prone to path dependency. I believe that the distinction between epistemic and ontic uncertainty is important philosophically, but entirely irrelevant in the real world. In practice, randomness is fundamentally incomplete information. There is no such thing as a long run in practice. What matters is what happens before the long run. Probability on a thermometer. This distinction resembles another deficient separation between what economists call Knightian risk, which is computable, and Knightian uncertainty, which is uncomputable. This assumes that something is computable when really everything is more or less incomputable. One has to have a mental problem to think that probabilities of future events are measurable in the same sense that temperature is. So assuming that randomness is not epistemic and subjective implies some scientific autism, that desire to systematize. It assumes that an observer can reach omniscience. What is left becomes randomness. Why on earth do adults accept these Soviet Harvard-style top-down methods without laughing? And why do we default to the assumption that events are experienced by people in the same manner? Why did we ever take notions of objective probability seriously? Perhaps the most useful problem in the history of modern philosophy. I am going to be blunt. Before the Black Swan, most of epistemology and decision theory was, to an actor in the real world, just sterile mind games. Almost all the history of thought is about what we know. The Black Swan is the very first attempt to provide a map of where we get hurt by what we don't know. The Black Swan is not just about Steen happens, it's about this is where C happens. Living in two dimensions. A vexing problem is finding one's position on the boundary between skepticism and gullibility, how to believe and how to not believe. This is not an epistemological problem, it is one of decision and action. You cannot doubt everything and function. You cannot believe everything and survive. The philosophical treatment of the problem has been highly incomplete. One class of thinkers, like the Cartesians, started with the rejection of everything up front. The other class, like the medieval scholastics or modern pragmatists, starts with the fixation of some beliefs. Think of living in a three-dimensional space while under the illusion of being in two dimensions. Such was the fate of knowledge for centuries, when it was locked in two dimensions too simplistic to be of any use outside of classrooms. By focusing on the true-false distinction, epistemology remained prisoner of a highly incomplete framework. The third missing dimension is the consequence of the true and the severity of the false, the payoff from decisions. Sometimes one may be wrong and the mistake may be inconsequential, or one may be right and it may turn out to be of no use. Once you start examining the payoff, you will see that the consequences of some errors may be benign, those of others severe, and you pretty much know which is which beforehand. The dependence on theory for rare events. A gentleman from Lehman Brothers once stated in the Wall Street Journal that events we saw in August 2007 should have happened once every 10,000 years. Sure enough, we had 3 such events 3 days in a row. Where is he getting his once in 10,000 years probability? Certainly not from personal experience. He's getting his small probabilities from a theory. The more remote the event, the more we need to rely on theory. The frequency of rare events cannot be estimated from empirical observation for the very reason that they are rare. We need a prior model for that. The rarer the event, the higher the dependence on an a priori representation that extrapolates into the space of low probability events. Epimenides the Cretan, Avital Pilpul and I express the regress argument as follows. If we need data to obtain a probability distribution to gauge knowledge about the future, and if at the same time we need a probability distribution to gauge data sufficiency, then we face a severe regress loop. This is a problem of self-reference, akin to that of Epimenides the Cretan, stating whether or not Cretans are liars. A probability distribution is used to assess the degree of truth, but cannot reflect on its own degree of truth. An undecidability theorem. Raphael Duadi and I express the philosophical problem mathematically, and it appears vastly more devastating than the Gödel problem. We may have produced a formal proof that it is inconsistent to estimate probabilities from a sample without binding a priori assumptions on the class of acceptable probabilities. It's the consequences. We in real life do not care about simple raw probability, we worry about consequences. Given that the less frequent the event, the more severe the consequences, our estimation of the contribution of the rare event is going to be massively faulty, and nothing can remedy it. So the rarer the event, the less we know about its role, and the more we need to compensate for that deficiency with an extrapolative theory. From reality to representation. The passage from theory to the real world presents 2 distinct difficulties: inverse problems and pre-asymptotics. Inverse problems. Recall how much more difficult it is to recreate an ice cube from a puddle than to forecast the shape of the puddle. The Soviet Harvard method makes us commit the error of confusing the 2 arrows. We see a lot of evidence of this in the history of medicine. In real life, we do not observe probability distributions. We just observe events. Given a set of observations, plenty of statistical distributions can correspond to the exact same realizations. The inverse problem is more acute when more theories can fit a set of data. This problem gets more interesting in some domains. Environments that tend to produce negative black swans will let the observer become prone to overestimation of stability and underestimation of risk. This point needs to be taken seriously, particularly in the medical field. The history of epidemics does not suggest the risks of the Great Plague to come. Pre-asymptotics. Let us return to Platonicity with a discussion of pre-asymptotics, what happens in the short term. Theories derived in idealized situations, the asymptote, are often used outside the asymptote. Most statistical education is based on these asymptotic properties, yet we live in the real world, which rarely resembles the asymptote. Proof in the flesh. There is no reliable way to compute small probabilities. I showed the impossibility of computing from economic data the measure of how far away from the Gaussian one was. A measure called kurtosis represents how fat the tails are. Often, with 10,000 pieces of data, one single observation represents 90% of the kurtosis. Sampling error is too large for any statistical inference. This proves that everything relying on standard deviation is bogus. Furthermore, I also showed that it is impossible to use fractals to get acceptably precise probabilities. Implication: the need to avoid exposure to small probabilities in a certain domain. We simply cannot compute them. Fallacy of the single event probability. The conditional expectation of additional life drops as one advances in age. This comes from the fact that there is a soft ceiling to how old a human can get. In extremistan, things work differently. The conditional expectation of an increase in a random variable does not converge to the threshold as the variable gets larger. In the real world, say with stock returns, conditional on a loss being worse than 5 units, it will be around 8 units. Conditional that a move is more than 50 units, it should be around 80. This tells us that there is no typical failure and no typical success. You may be able to predict the occurrence of a war, but you will not be able to gauge its effect. Accordingly, Ferguson's methodology in looking at the prediction of events, as expressed in the price of war bonds, is sounder than simply counting predictions, because a bond is priced to cover the probability of an event times its consequences, not just the probability. So we should not focus on whether someone predicted an event without his statement having consequences attached. Associated with the previous fallacy is the mistake of thinking that my message is that black swans are more probable than assumed. They are mostly less probable, but have bigger effects. In a fat-tailed environment, rare events can be less frequent, but they are so powerful that their contribution to the total pie is more substantial. Psychology of perception of deviations. Dan Goldstein and I ran experiments about the intuitions of agents concerning such conditional expectations. We posed questions like, what is the average height of humans taller than 6 feet? What is the average weight of people heavier than 250 pounds? We tried with variables from Mediocristan and extremistan. The results show that we have good intuitions when it comes to Mediocristan, but horribly poor ones for extremistan. Framing the risks. Mathematically equivalent statements are not psychologically so. Our research shows that the way a risk is framed sharply influences people's understanding of it. If you say that, on average, investors will lose all their money every 30 years, they are more likely to invest than if you tell them they have a 3.3% chance of losing a certain amount every year. The problem of induction and causation in the complex domain. What is complexity? A complex domain is characterized by a great degree of interdependence between its elements. As a result, mechanisms are subjected to positive, reinforcing feedback loops, which cause fat tails. Finally, we have nonlinearities that accentuate the fat tails. So, complexity implies extremistan. Induction. In a complex domain, the discussion of induction versus deduction becomes too marginal. Notions such as cause take on a different meaning, particularly in the presence of circular causality. The probabilistic equivalent is the move from a conventional random walk model to percolation models, where the terrain itself is stochastic. Driving the school bus blindfolded. Alas, the economics establishment is still ignorant of the presence of complexity, which degrades predictability. I was once at the World Economic Forum in Davos and illustrated interdependence with a scheme. Unemployment in New York triggered by Wall Street losses, percolating to China, then back to New York, is not analyzable analytically. Stanley Fischer, the head of the Central Bank of Israel, came to critique my point. He explained that we had input-output matrices that were good at calculating such feedbacks. It was hard to get the message across that even if econometric methods could track feedback loops in normal times, such models said nothing about large disturbances. And large disturbances are everything in extremistan. The problem is that if I am right, Fisher's textbook should be dispensed with. The fourth quadrant, the solution to that most useful of problems. I'm going to be blunt. Before the black swan, most of epistemology and decision theory was, to an actor in the real world, just sterile mind games. The black swan is the very first attempt to provide a map of where we get hurt by what we don't know. I'm not saying saint happens, I'm saying state happens in the fourth quadrant. David Friedman. First, I need to pay homage to someone to whom knowledge has a large debt. The late Berkeley statistician, David Friedman, who uncovered the defects of statistical knowledge, sent me a farewell gift. He prepared me for a meeting of the American Statistical Association with a list of self-serving arguments modelers use. His list included, "We know all that. Nothing is perfect. The assumptions are reasonable. The assumptions don't matter. The assumptions are conservative. You can't prove the assumptions are wrong. We're only doing what everybody else does. The decision maker has to be better off with us than without us. The models aren't totally useless. You have to do the best you can with the data. You have to make assumptions to make progress. You have to give the models the benefit of the doubt. Where's the harm? This gave me the idea of using the approach, "This is where your tools work," instead of "This is wrong." David's comments also inspired me to focus more on iatrogenics, harm caused by the need to use quantitative models. Thank you, David. Which brings us to the solution. We can build a map of where these errors are more severe. Decisions. When you look at the generator of events, you can tell a priori which environment can deliver large events and which cannot. This is the only a priori assumption we need to make. The first type of decision is simple, leading to a binary exposure. You just care about whether something is true or false. Binary exposures do not depend on high-impact events. They are rare in life and mostly exist in laboratories. The second type of decision is more complex and entails open-ended exposures. You care about the impact as well as the probability. An epidemic or a war can be mild or severe. We also care about which event generators belong to Mediocristan, where large deviations are impossible, and which belong to extremistan, where they are possible. This provides the 4 quadrants of the map. The fourth quadrant, a map. First quadrant, simple binary payoffs in Mediocristan. Forecasting is safe, life is easy, models work. Examples include medical decisions for one person, casino bets, prediction markets. Second quadrant, complex payoffs in Mediocristan. Statistical methods may work satisfactorily, though there are some risks. Third quadrant, simple payoffs in extremistan. There is little harm in being wrong because extreme events do not impact the payoffs. Fourth quadrant, the black swan domain, complex payoffs in extremistan. That is where the problem resides. Opportunities are present too. We need to avoid prediction of remote payoffs. The fourth quadrant has 2 parts, exposures to positive or negative black swans. I will focus on the negative one. A general principle is that while in the first 3 quadrants you can use the best model you can find, doing so is dangerous in the fourth quadrant. No theory or model should be better than just any theory or model. The fourth quadrant is where the difference between absence of evidence and evidence of absence becomes acute. Next, let us see how we can exit the fourth quadrant or mitigate its effects. What to do with the fourth quadrant? Not using the wrong map, the notion of iatrogenics. So for now, I can produce wisdom rules. To paraphrase Danny Kahneman, some people would rather use a map of the Pyrenees while lost in the Alps than use nothing at all. They do worse than that when dealing with the future and using risk measures. So providing a sucker with a probabilistic measure does a wonderful job of making him take more risks. Negative advice. Simply, don't get yourself into the fourth quadrant. But it is hard to heed this sound advice. Psychologists distinguish between acts of commission and acts of omission. Although economically equivalent, they are not treated equally in our minds. But recommendations of the style "do not do" are more robust. Success consists mainly in avoiding losses, not in trying to derive profits. Positive advice is usually the province of the charlatan. Bookstores are full of books on how someone became successful. There are almost no books with the title "What I Learned Going Bust." Linked to this is our preference to do something rather than nothing. I spent 12 years trying to explain that in many instances it was better to have no models than the mathematical acrobatics we had. Iatrogenics and the nihilism label. Let's consider medicine, which only started saving lives less than a century ago. Doctors, driven by the illusion of control, spent a long time killing patients, not considering that doing nothing could be a valid option. They called it nihilistic. The very term iatrogenics, the study of the harm caused by the healer, is not widespread. This is a mystery, how professionals can cause harm for such a long time in the name of knowledge and get away with it. You cannot do anything with knowledge unless you know where it stops and the costs of using it. Post-Enlightenment science was lucky to have done well in linear physics and chemistry, But at some point, we need to focus on what current knowledge and methods do not do for us, and a rigorous study of generalized scientific iatrogenics. Iatrogenics of regulators. Alas, the call for more regulation of economic activity appears to be a normal response. My worst nightmares have been the results of regulators. It was they who promoted the reliance on ratings by credit agencies and the risk measurement that fragilized the system. Frenetic rules what is wise to do or not do in real life to mitigate the fourth quadrant. The most obvious way to exit the fourth quadrant is by truncating, cutting certain exposures by purchasing insurance, putting oneself in the barbell situation. But if you cannot avoid the exposure, then we can subscribe to the following rules of wisdom. 1. Have respect for time and non-demonstrative knowledge. Recall my respect for Mother Earth, simply because of its age. Things that have worked for a long time are preferable. The burden of proof lies on someone disturbing a complex system, not on the person protecting the status quo. 2. Avoid optimization. Learn to love redundancy. Redundancy in terms of having savings under the mattress is the opposite of debt. Psychologists tell us that getting rich does not bring happiness if you spend your savings, but if you hide it, you are less vulnerable to a black swan. Over-specialization also is not a great idea. 3. Avoid prediction of small probability payoffs. Remote events are more difficult to predict. 4. Beware the atypicality of remote events. Scenario analysis and stress testing are usually based on the past, yet past shortfalls do not predict subsequent shortfalls. 5. Beware moral hazard with bonus payments. It's optimal to make a series of bonuses by betting on hidden risks, then blow up and write a thank you letter. Bankers are always rich because of this bonus mismatch. Society ends up paying for it. 6. Avoid some risk metrics. Conventional metrics based on Mediocristan don't work. Words like standard deviation are not stable and do not measure anything in the fourth quadrant. 7. Positive or negative black swan. If the exposure is negative, the true mean is more likely to be underestimated. Life expectancy of humans is not as long as we suspect because the data are missing the big epidemic. Research ventures show a less rosy past. A biotech company faces positive uncertainty, while a bank faces almost exclusively negative shocks. Model errors benefit those exposed to positive black swans. 8. Do not confuse absence of volatility with absence of risk. Conventional metrics using volatility as an indicator of stability fool us, because the evolution into extremistan is marked by a lowering of volatility and a greater risk of big jumps. 9. Beware presentations of risk numbers. Risk perception is subjected to framing issues that are acute in the fourth quadrant. The 10 Principles for a Black Swan Robust Society. I wrote the following 10 principles, mostly for economic life, to cope with the fourth quadrant in the aftermath of the crisis. 1. What is fragile should break early while it's still small. Nothing should ever become too big to fail. 2. No socialization of losses and privatization of gains. Whatever may need to be bailed out should be nationalized. Whatever does not need a bailout should be free, small, and risk-bearing. 3. People who are driving a school bus blindfolded should never be given a new bus. The economics establishment lost its legitimacy with the failure of the system in 2008. 4. Don't let someone making an incentive bonus manage a nuclear plant or your financial risks. Bonuses don't accommodate the hidden risks of blow-ups. Capitalism is about rewards and punishments, not just rewards. 5. Compensate complexity with simplicity. Complexity from globalization needs to be countered by simplicity in financial products. Complex systems survive thanks to slack and redundancy, not debt and optimization. 6. Do not give children dynamite sticks, even if they come with a warning label. Complex financial products need to be banned because nobody understands them. We need to protect citizens from themselves. 7. Only Ponzi schemes should depend on confidence. Governments should never need to restore confidence. We need to be in a position to shrug off rumors, be robust to them. 8. Do not give an addict more drugs if he has withdrawal pains. Using leverage to cure the problems of too much leverage is not homeopathy, it's denial. We need rehab. 9. Citizens should not depend on financial assets as a repository of value and should not rely on fallible expert advice for their retirement. Economic life should be definancialized. 10. Make an omelet with the broken eggs. The crisis of 2008 was not a problem to fix with makeshift repairs. We need to rebuild the new hull with new material. Let us move voluntarily into a robust economy. After this foray into business economics, let us now move to something less vulgar. How to become indestructible. And now, listener, time to part again. I am in Aumune, the village of my ancestors. 16 out of 16 great-great-grandparents are buried in the area. They are all resting in cemeteries in the middle of groves of olive trees. Today at dusk, I went to St. Sergius, the cemetery of my side of the family, to say hello to my father and my uncle Dede. I wanted to prepare myself for where I will go next. This is my plan B. I kept looking at the position of my own grave. A black swan cannot so easily destroy a man who has an idea of his final destination. I felt robust. I am carrying Seneca on all my travels, in the original as I relearned Latin. Seneca was the great teacher of Stoicism who transformed it into a practical program of living. Seneca is the one who taught Montaigne that to philosophize is to learn how to die. Seneca is the one who taught Nietzsche the amor fati, love fate, which prompted Nietzsche to just shrug and ignore adversity. For Seneca, Stoicism is about dealing with loss and finding ways to overcome our loss aversion. Seneca's credibility as a moral philosopher came from the fact that he did not denigrate wealth because he was poor. Seneca was said to be one of the wealthiest men of his day. He just made himself ready to lose everything every day. Nihil perditi. In Seneca's Epistle 9, Stilbo's country was captured. His children and his wife were killed. Stilbo was asked what his losses were. He answered, "I have lost nothing. My goods are all with me." The man had reached the stoic self-sufficiency, the robustness to adverse events, which includes one's own life. Seneca's readiness to lose everything extended to his own life. Suspected of partaking in a conspiracy, he was asked by the Emperor Nero to commit suicide. The record says that he executed his own suicide in an exemplary way, unperturbed. Seneca ended his essays with veil, often mistranslated as farewell. It has the same root as value and valor and means both be strong and be worthy. Veil. Final note. This audio adaptation is based on the book The Black Swan by Nassim Taleb. I hope you found this journey into the world of uncertainty and unpredictability as enlightening as I have. If you've enjoyed this audiobook and would like to support future projects like this one, please consider trying a free 30-day Audible trial. It's a great way to explore more audiobooks and helps me continue to bring these ideas to you. Thank you for listening.